Yes, as I mentioned earlier, other countries' problems are making their growth story weaker. But we have to remember that all those countries are way ahead of us. If they are slowing down, they are on a much larger base compared to us. We have to maintain this pace of growth for many, many years to come together.
India's GDP growth of 7.2 simply to the China slowdown would be an oversimplification, and I personally feel a bit unjust to the India's economic fundamentals, policy environment, domestic drivers, which I think are the main pillars which have led to the crucial role in this trajectory of growth.
China's blow up means high-end manufacturing, pharmaceuticals, smartphones, medical devices. That piece will also move to India. If you have a country of 100 to 100 million hardworking, smart people doing the whole world's work, the future looks reasonably bright in India.
A lot of people argue, well, it's because no one likes China at the moment, so you're getting those flows. I don't think it's to do with that. I think it's more to do with India's own potential and the earnings growth that we're going to see going forward.
India was the only country, and having been there in the Ministry of Finance, actually I can share with with authority on this, that India was the only country that identified very early that COVID is going to be a supply side shock as well. And India therefore implemented policy that was sui generis, unique in a balance of demand and supply side measures. Because of sagacious policy and a very good understanding of what the shock was and policy that was tailored to that, India has actually now delivered this growth with strong macroeconomic fundamentals.
We have identified high inflation as a major risk to macroeconomic stability and sustainable growth.
I think from the days of double-digit inflation, we have now moved to mid-single digit. We should aim to bringing it down to low single digit.
If you look at the Reserve Bank, I think they've been responded well. It's a good combination of actually credit should go, a large part to the government and also to the Reserve Bank for what has happened on inflation.
What's happening with Russia and Ukraine and Israel and Hamas?
Inflation was a global problem and it pushed prices higher all over the world. In fact, in 18 out of last 22 months, Indian inflation is lower than American inflation, which had never ever happened before.
It hasn't had an impact on the oil price as of now, unless things escalate more towards the Middle East. Then you can say that it hasn't had an impact on oil prices as such. Obviously, with the Russia-Ukraine, had more in terms of the food supply, in terms of wheat, and that pushed prices up. But that's something which played into food inflation.
We have encouraged global investment. India's largest FMCG company, largest automobile company, largest private sector bank, they are all owned majority by foreigners. In no other country, foreigners are allowed to own this kind of thing. Number two, in India, we respect foreign capital and their IPR. In China and many other countries, IPR respect is missing.
So I think mostly, sectors that are part of global value chains, those will be the ones that will be really the most attractive. And these are sort of manufacturing that happens across various different different countries. So overall, any industry that is actually manufactured through global value chains will be the ones that will be attractive.
Maruti Suzuki is the perfect example. They sell more automobiles in India than what Suzuki sells worldwide. बाप से बेटा बढ़िया होता है वो हमने सुना था. यहाँ पे बेटे ने बाप को outperform करते दिखा दिया है.
So, my effort is to try and highlight things that have been done, but that does not mean that, we can continue to basically be complacent. No, there's actually still a lot of work to be done. I think it's important to recognize the steps that we have made, and also recognize that these policy steps will bring results. We have to be a little bit more, wait for the effects to come.
This is the country on the move. It will go from 5th to 3rd largest economy, and over a period of time will be top 1 or 2 economy in the world.
India's largest FMCG company, largest private investment bank and largest automaker are all foreign owned. Which other country in the world would let that happen? That clearly tells you why the world is betting on India, Shweta.
Absolutely. And since we are on why the world is betting on India and India's growth trajectory, when we talk about GDP, and since we're talking about that GDP formula, an important aspect of that is also consumption. Now, high frequency indicators, including your real estate sales to automobile sales, will tell you that India is consuming at a rate like never before. However, majority of this consumption is driven by urban consumption as opposed to rural consumption, which is again a point of concern, Shri. At this point, do you see consumption story also kicking in rural India, and do you think that is a challenge the government will have to mitigate going forward?
It's definitely a challenge, Shweta, because we talked about unemployment earlier. Well, it's a reality that we have not been able to create as many jobs as we could have given the economic growth that we're experiencing, but that's maybe also a reflection of the nature of economy itself. I think if we say that 66% of our employment is still dependent on agriculture, I think that's and look at the contribution of agriculture to GDP.
Absolutely, 20%.
Yeah. So I think
and 60% of India lives in the villages.
Correct. So we need that shift to happen. We need to reduce the dependence on agriculture. We need to move these people into other maybe services sector or manufacturing. So that's a long haul process that needs to happen. So when that happens, obviously we'll see that the demand from rural side also goes up. But I think these are all challenges that we need to deal with as an economy. It's not something that's going to go away overnight. These are all structural issues that we need to address. And I think those will be addressed. But there's no magic wand that either Prime Minister Modi or Nirmala Sitharaman or anyone has that they can wave and these things just disappear.
And just before we went into break, we were also discussing India's resilience when it comes to some of the global shock waves. And we've seen India's export-import story, Rakesh, somehow emerging as again, a beacon of light there, because exports have been on the rise while imports have been subdued to a little bit. The Red Sea crisis has also played its part there, but overall India's export story continues to look brighter. But India now needs to focus, as many would say, on exports of services as opposed to exports of goods, which is where we're not doing too well at the moment. But I think that is again an area of concern, an area of interest where India has stood out in the past couple of years.
Absolutely. My own view is that post-liberalization in 1991, we haven't truly reimagined our export basket. It's very traditional, it's very, inward-looking. It is not aligned yet with the larger changes in the global market, which obviously are always in a very imponderable kind of a situation because global markets have their own challenges. Another war or another strike somewhere changes the dynamics. But we have to reimagine our export basket. And the numbers are looking good in a relative term. We really have to scale up. And both, it's not either or. Goods and services both have to really kick in. And, Sandeep is a defense expert. He knows that we have started bringing in some new elements or new buckets. So defense exports, we are one of the largest importers in the defense area, but we have started on a modest scale and we have started, exporting defense. We created a new example, for instance, looking at actually stealing an opportunity in the Ukraine war situation by creating a new relationship with Russia, an economic reset, I would call it. And it's an economic reset for the global order as well, because we reimagined the oil deal, and that in turn has created a new equilibrium. And India has become closer to Russia. We had some challenges there. And what we're doing is that with that import, which is cost efficient to India, we also started refining that and exporting that. So US is upset with that, many others are upset. So we are slowly seeing opportunities in putting in some innovation in export basket. We'll have to do much more of that. For instance, our entire agri-export bucket is truly, in an extremely, ad hoc kind of a state. We have, inflation is a political problem. If we have pulses, prices rising or onion prices rising, we stop exports, we bring in more imports. We don't look at economics that time, we look at politics. So if we continue to look at exports of agri-processed foods in that manner, then we have a problem. We need to be consistent with our agri-export policy. That's one area we have huge potential, but then we'll have to divorce that from the political challenge of, BJP lost the election in Delhi purely on onion prices. So, we have to move beyond and, move on and not truly, worry about losing an election here and there.
And there's very little that the government can anyway do by the way of changes in monetary policy. It can only alter with the fiscal, and it is doing so. It's done so by procuring tur dal, by procuring vegetables. At the peak of improbable climatic conditions last year, when tomato prices were at an all-time high, we could buy them from mandis at a much discounted rate.
This is one reform that hasn't happened despite the decadal movement that Srini was referring to. And I really look forward to this reform.
Right. And since we are, Sandeep, on farm and agriculture, I think we must address the elephant in the room, and that is with the ongoing farms protest. Now, you have, Rakesh, on record been consistently against freebies. You've been against dole-outs, which mean nothing when there is no return coming our way as a country. With respect to what farmers are demanding, it's going to be an economic issue as much as a political issue. Where do we stand at the moment? Can we give in to what farmers are demanding, which is a legal guarantee on MSP? The hurt that it will cause to the Indian economy and to India's fiscal math, will we be able to reach that fiscal deficit path if we were to give way to a legal guarantee on MSP for 23 crops on the basis of Swaminathan's formula?
Shweta, I think we need to educate ourselves and educate our viewers. First and foremost, farmer is not one homogeneous entity. And this farmer is essentially from Punjab and parts of Haryana and then parts of UP. In that sense, this is a very small section of the farmers who are represented. And the entire farm output in India, only 28% is this category, wheat and paddy. Rest 72% is growing at about 10 to 12%, milk, poultry. All of them are fighting in a big way, fisheries. So we don't even talk about that. If we start asking for MSP, there is endless number of commodities in India who will start asking for it. And there are two different tracks. This track, the 78% or 72% is firing on its own because it's market aligned. I mean, you go every day, Mother Dairy or Amul raises the prices of the and we consume it because it is
essential.
There is a market at play. The more and more we delay ourselves from bringing in the market mechanics in our farm structure, the farm economy is going to lag, even if some farmers get rich.
So there's a moral hazard to the whole argument which at least some of these farmers are putting forward, which is they're not looking at livelihood protection but livelihood guarantee. Right? I don't think there's any profession anywhere in the world which is like guaranteed. Right? Then the most important thing is you cannot distort the economics of a market, right? If you create perverse incentives, which is what they are asking for in some sense, you're distorting the market completely. The fundamentals of supply demand, the fair, transparent way in which every market needs to work, that goes for a complete toss. And then incentivizing people to produce a certain item which again will eventually crash because there's an overproduction of that, because we've seen this happen ad nauseum in the history of agriculture, that government incentivizes and there's an overproduction and the price crashes, so a government ends up picking up the tab and that's a loss to the public exchequer in some sense. And
a law to guarantee MSP, that would kill the agricultural sector. I mean, buyers would shy away from the market.
I'm a firm believer in reforms, which are led by market. So, this word guarantee came in the UPA era. This, Mahatma Gandhi National Employment Guarantee Scheme. Guarantee is something which is, to my mind, anti-reform. The moment you guarantee something, it kills the inherent spirit of resilient India to stand on its own feet. We have had policies across on poverty, but I believe they were pro-poverty, not pro-poor.
Exactly. Okay, interesting.
Pro-poverty and pro-poor. But the other important thing that we haven't really touched upon, Shweta, is the political stability that this government has kind of brought in. And you had the Prime Minister not so long ago, just a few days back, in fact, saying that he had been invited by all the other heads of government all through the year, which means that the foreign governments knew that he was coming back to power. So that's, I think, one of the most important guarantees of continuation of policies. The fact that, you have political stability, 10 years, another 5 years.
And that's very clearly by design. I think the Prime Minister Modi has also spoken on this. He said, I am committed to my policies, and he's got a long-term vision for the country, right? So you will not see any ad hocism in terms of policy making. Which is why when people say, okay, there's a huge expectation from the annual budget, oh, but there's no big bang that's happened, because that's a good thing to my mind, because you're not suddenly disrupting what you did last year. You are building on what you did the previous year. So you're building gradually, but you have a certain strategic direction that you're following.
An SIP policy.
Absolutely. And for businesses, that's the biggest source of comfort. Because as a business, I'm making 5, 10, 20, 30-year plans. So if you keep changing your policies or the incentives, then my whole economics, my whole fundamentals of the business goes for a toss. So I think stability is something vitally important, and I'm very happy that this government actually is focused, and it's a pronunciation that's come from the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister themselves, saying that there is going to be stability, we will not keep changing our policy. That's a huge reassurance for us.
In fact, Mr. Khar, this is exactly what we're going to be talking about in WITT. We can't really wait to hear what our speakers have to say. You must tell us about the thought behind this WITT, the summit that we've planned, the global summit, and the reason for it to be timed now, so close to the elections. It's literally at an inflection point in this government's tenure.
Well, purely from an investor's perspective globally and in India also, when they do this risk management, it's called, the first and the foremost factor is not return on investment, is basic guarantee, if I can borrow that phrase, on the investment that they made. We have had some really bad decisions. Vodafone, retrospective tax, some of the companies earlier, even after the reforms in 91, Cogentrix had to move out because a counter guarantee was promised to them. Then we thought that counter guarantee is too much a pressure on the fiscal balance sheet of the country. So then it was withdrawn. So Cogentrix left India. So in that sense, continuity is very, very important. The good thing here to note is, Sandeep, that post-liberalization 1991, all political parties are committed to the India growth story. The roadmap could be different. For instance, the Congress and the opposition roadmap is what I call entitlement, which is guarantee. This government's role model is empowerment, which is you stand on your own feet. It may take you 10 years to do it, but once you're standing, you can throw a punch around. So that's how India will, so that is the broad context for the summit. The summit that India has reached here, we are not blind to the challenges that we face today. When she and I constructed the edifice for this particular summit, the idea was to showcase all the pluses and build them in with the inherent challenges that we have. There is a learning from the trajectory that we have had so far. He's right in articulating the decadal momentum, resting on those 4 I's, 1D, one more D that you added, and many more. The collective will of 140 crore people to fly. There is a dream every Indian has. There is a resilience every Indian has. That is independent of any political establishment. So this summit actually captures that sentiment, and which is represented by the political and the popular mandate. That is why the summit keynote by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Absolutely, and we're all looking forward to that. Shri, a lot of sessions will be about what India needs to build on and where India is as far as India's macros is concerned. You have the startup panel, you also have a panel on AI, perhaps everything to look out for as far as future possibilities of India's growth story is also concerned. Tell us a little bit more about the thinking that went behind when you were deciding on these panels. What was the thought process like?
Well, so obviously, Shweta, there was a big team that worked on it, starting with our MD, Rakesh, me, other editors, a lot of other colleagues who went and put their heads around to what should it look like, because this is only the second time that we're doing the What India Thinks Today summit, and we wanted to be bigger, better, bolder, with new innovative themes, with global speakers, give it a large global flavor. So, but there is going to be some fun, let me assure you. On day one, it's going to be all about fun. We have a lot of global celebrities, local celebrities coming, sports people coming. So we'll be looking at how does India become better at leveraging its, let's say, soft power, so to say. And day two is going to be about geopolitics, geoeconomy. You mentioned some of the themes, startups. They'll be on geopolitics, AI, which
India's
is the hottest new
power.
thing. Absolutely, that's on day one. And day three is the TV9 Bharatvarsh Satta Sammelan, with an eye on the Lok Sabha 2024 election. So I think we have a really power-packed 3 days. Who's going to be here? The Prime Minister has very kindly consented to deliver the keynote. So we'll have him there as well, giving the vision for Viksit Bharat. So Rakesh, it's going to be...
there is an assembly of top global thought leaders. So what we have done is global minds betting on India, Indian policy leaders across political spectrums, and domain experts. For instance, AI. We have a panel where there are people who are working on AI and driving their agendas in top companies from Reliance to Samsung to Microsoft. So, this is the deep dive that we are aiming for when it comes to core economic drivers. And in the geopolitical arena, again borrowing a phrase from the Prime Minister, we have coined one of the sessions, not an era of war, where we are looking at how the world is looking at India in terms of, constructing a new narrative, not just for India, a narrative which borders on mutual growth, inclusive growth, not just for India, but for the 8 billion people living on this planet.
All right, that is beautifully summed up, I believe.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a power-packed 3 days from NEWS9's table.
And the 3 Bs, Shweta. I'm excited about it. The 3 Bs, the bigger, bolder and better. India is poised for the next big leap. That's of course the session of our, that's the theme of our session for the Global Summit. So stay tuned as we continue the countdown to our 2-day Global Summit. I'd like to thank Mr. Rakesh Kar, Sridhar Ramakrishnan and Shweta for joining us this evening. Thanks for watching.
The first worker is out of the tunnel. That is such a relief.
First of its kind when the Government of India has mobilized so many resources from all angles.
Classic example of an all-of-government approach.
There is a risk of being killed for everyone who's in there, and then we sign the book. That's like the death log.
कि गब्बर सिंह नेगी किसे संकट के समय में भी अपनी पूरी टीम को संभाला।
और ये दोस्तों का भी बहुत बहुत मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ सर, और हमारी हर बात सुनी है, जैसे हमने कहा उन्होंने सुना सर, और हमारे बताए हुए रास्ते पे चले सर, और उन्होंने हौसला नहीं छोड़ा।
November 12, 2023. It is Diwali, but it is work as usual at the Silkyara tunnel in Uttarkashi. At around 5:30 a.m., a part of tunnel collapses. The debris that falls from the mountain traps 41 workers working inside the tunnel.
हम लोग आगे पे थे, आगे में काम चल रहा था, तो ये जो है 2 किलोमीटर पीछे जो है गिर गया है, और किसी ने मेरे को मैसेज दिया कि सर पीछे गिर गया है, तो आप थोड़ा देखिए इसको, रास्ता खोलिए। तो मेरे को लगा शायद हल्का फुल्का गिरा होगा, तो हम इसको खोल देंगे जाके। वहाँ पे देखा तो जब तक हम आए तब तक पूरा ही बंद हो चुका था रास्ता, और हमारा कम्युनिकेशन पूरा खत्म हो गया, बाहर से संपर्क ही खत्म हो गया पूरी दुनिया से।
The Silkyara-Barkot tunnel is 4.5 kilometers long. The tunnel roof collapsed between 200 to 260 meters from the Silkyara end of the tunnel. Beyond that, 41 workers were trapped in the 2 kilometers long stretch of the tunnel. After this, there was around 500 meters thick wall of incomplete tunnel that was blocking workers from the Barkot side. The rocks that fell from the mountain blocked 60 meters of the tunnel, which led to an unprecedented, humongous rescue operation.
The debris comprised of concrete, cement, the mesh of iron and steel, and many iron rods, which are all there primarily to reinforce the roof of the tunnel.
The first decision that the authorities had to make was which way to approach the tunnel from. The options were digging horizontally from the Silkyara portal for around 60 meters, or drilling vertically for around 80 to 85 meters, or digging horizontally from the Barkot portion for 400 to 500 meters and digging horizontally for around 180 meters through the right wall of the tunnel.
So we decided that we should go on the horizontal drilling method. First, we started to remove the muck on 12th night itself, and by that time there was no communication from the workers.
Two divine interventions took place, almost. Number one was that the power line did not snap. And the second thing was that a 4-inch compressor pipe, which was used to drive compressed air to run the machinery inside, that also did not collapse, did not break. And from that we could discern that the workers were alive inside. Through this, we could provide them with sustenance, basic puffed rice, chana, a little bit of gur and things like that were sent inside.
Chana.
One was always afraid that if there is a blockage, by sending all this, if there is a blockage, then the only lifeline we have got to the workers would get cut.
So when we started horizontal machine digging, first we have taken a help of Jal Vikas Nigam from the state government. Within 1.5 days, we realized the progress was very slow. So we decided to get the state-of-art latest auger machine, which was lying in Delhi. Airlifted by Indian Air Force C-17 aircraft, and all the machineries were airlifted and dropped at nearby airport called Chinyalisur. From there, we have brought these machines, and then we started the proper this thing. And that auger machine, it can drill up to 5 meters an hour. That was an idle one.
So the whole concept was how to bore a smaller hole through this with the help of an American auger machine, go through the 62 meters, keep putting steel pipes of about 900 millimeter, keep welding them inside so that a proper pipeline is created. Thereafter, one by one, pull out all the workers from there.
Because the place where we were working, from where we were doing this rescue ops, placing the auger machine and all that stuff, it was a risky place. Technically, we should have actually sealed it, and the laborers got sentimental. They started excavating rather than strengthening that fall which had taken place. The debris has to be stabilized.
Could divide into 3 phases. First, we have dug up to 21 meters, where we didn't encounter any difficulties. That took around 2 days of digging. Then after that, we had a first roadblock where we tried to push the muck with the auger. There was a clanking sound in the tunnel, which was happened because of the earthquake on, I think, 16th of November. So everybody got panicked and everybody ran out of the tunnel. So everything got stalled there.
Oh, it's continuously falling. It's just not falling much. So it's like working next to a volcano that's constantly making noises. So you know that if you annoy it, it could erupt. It's the same under there. So you're constantly watching it, you're listening to it, you're seeing how it's responding, trying to get a feel for what comes next.
So first, after 21 meters, we encountered first girder. So girders, you have to actually stop the auger machine, take out the auger part of it, then it becomes tunnel-like thing. Then you have to send people manually inside with the cutters, gas cutters, plasma cutters. They will cut it out, make the path clear, then only they can go. So this is, you can't measure into times. It is guy going inside, doing half an hour, 1 hour job, coming out, he doesn't have oxygen there.
But within 24 hours, we overcame that and managed to continue with the augering.
So for redundancy's sake, we have put that 6 inches pipe. So by ensuring that now we could put better, you can say, the fresh items, and we can stock some items dry as well as ration item for them if the rescue mission is not completed, whatever time we have anticipated.
पहले दिन खाना आया, मैं उस दिन बहुत खुशी, मैं बोलता था कि हमको पालक पनीर चाहिए, तो मैं उस दिन पालक पनीर, उस दिन जो फर्स्ट दिन उन्होंने मटर पनीर भेज दिया. उन्होंने जो पूछा हमको तुमको क्या चाहिए, बोलिए मटन खाएंगे, चिकन खाएंगे, लेकिन मैडम उस टाइम हमको जिंदगी चाहिए थी.
But the auger broke at about 45 meters. Now that was the time when we all got worried.
Fearing that the rescue operation would take very long, the authorities thought of putting a phone line into the tunnel. They also began exploring the vertical option to pull out the workers.
The moment you start digging from vertically, the portion which is safe might collapse. So we didn't opt for the vertical drilling. Vertical drilling only came into picture when we were not getting a headway from the horizontal one.
But then I said, but before that we'll go here. And which happened. And I was from the day one, I was very much sure that we will succeed and get them out. That's what I promised them the first day I spoke to them through the 100 mm dia pipe.
To get rid of that obstacle, the broken part of the auger, we had to fly in what is called a magna cutter, a laser cutter from different parts of India. The Indian Air Force once again came to the fore and we put this equipment to work.
We have to literally pull entire auger by cutting pieces to pieces. That's why the rescue operation, got even elongated to another 4 to 5 days.
38 मीटर ऑगर 800 के पाइप में काटना, ये हमको सबसे बड़ा चैलेंजिंग काम था। गैस कटर का हीटिंग पूरे शरीर में, जो उसमें धूल मिट्टी वो उड़ना, सांस लेने के लिए दिक्कत होती थी, लेकिन हमने ये ठान लिया था हमारे 31 मजदूर भाई को निकाल के ही सांस लेना है।
जैसे हम 2 पत्ती काटते थे और उसी में कपड़ा बिछा के लेट के आगे जाके काटते थे, 1.5 मीटर काट के पूरा निकाले।
मुश्किल तो मैं होता ही, बहुत मुश्किल रहता, समझाना बहुत मुश्किल होता था। इसीलिए वो लोग मेरी बात भी मानते थे, मैं बीच में उनको हड़काता भी था अगर नहीं सुनेगा तो, इसलिए वो मेरे से जाके छुप के रोते थे। फिर मेरे को पता लगा ये रो रहा, फिर हमको सुना क्यों रो रहा भाई, क्या हो गया, अभी हम ऐसा नहीं, हम लोग अवश्य बाहर जाएंगे।
So we called for this guys who are doing this LDR. I asked them ki what exactly you're gonna help me. I mean, could you see up to 60 meters? That would be beneficial to us. They say, sorry, we can only see around 15 to 20 meters, and that too on approximation basis we can tell you, but we cannot tell you what exactly is lying there. And at the last, again, there was some pipe roofing pole that came into way, so that we have to again cut it.
To risk sending a second auger and again having it broken would unnecessarily delay this whole process. That was the time when the decision was taken to do this manually. And we brought in the so-called, colloquially what are called rat hole miners. They are what are called hydraulic pipe pushers. And actually they are the ones who went in and cut the parts of the auger with the help of various implements in a matter of 26 hours, I think. They managed to reach the other end less than half the time that we had estimated will take us to bring the workers out. All the workers were out.
जैसे मैं बाहर निकला, मैंने देखा कि हम लोग जैसे जा रहे, कितनी तालियां बज रही थी, कितनी गड़गड़ाहट हुई, कितना पटाखे छोड़े थे, पूरी दिवाली उस टाइम मन रही थी, तो हमको बड़ी खुशी हुई।
First of its kind, when the government of India has mobilized so many resources from all angles, given green corridors, flown C-130 Hercules, landed it on a very difficult airstrip, ALG, Advanced Landing Ground, landed a C-17 Globemaster. This is colossal amount of resource, and since we have it, we used it, and we shown the world that we have the capabilities. So many of them, numerous. THDC was there, ONGC was there, RITES was there, RVL was there, NHIDCL of course, Morth was there, Border Road was there, Army was there, the Air Force was there, and everybody did their best.
So it was, I think, one of the most fascinating achievements of the government of India in getting together, harnessing all the resources which were necessary for this, sparing no effort, sparing no expense. Accessing information, accessing knowledge, accessing experience, going abroad and bringing talent from there, and then providing the right people to lead the whole event. Somehow everything seemed to have come together in the most optimum way. And I think this will be quoted all over India and perhaps all over the world in the future as a classic example of an all-of-government approach.
मेरे लिए तो बहुत ही खुशी की बात है, मैं शब्दों में वर्णन भी नहीं कर सकता हूँ। From fragile 5 to top 5, from a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Presenting the second edition of TV9, What India Thinks Today. Summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. Listen to Prime Minister Modi unveil his vision for Viksit Bharat at NEWS9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, Enabling Dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन.
Hello and welcome to the NEWS9 Global Summit show. We are counting down to our biggest and boldest event yet. On the 20th of February, Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the Chenab River Bridge. It's the world's highest railway bridge. It's taller than the Eiffel Tower. Now, last month, on the 12th of January, he inaugurated the Atal Setu, a 22-kilometer long bridge across Mumbai Harbour. Now, one of India's biggest achievements over the last decade has been the explosive growth in infrastructure, the creation of resilient infrastructure like bridges, roads and airports that are powering India's economic growth. And all of this has got a focus like never before over the last decade. The government plans to spend over 96 lakh crore or over $1 trillion on infrastructure by the end of this decade to boost jobs and the economy. Krishna?
Well, that's right. And that spending that you're talking about over the next 6 years till the end of 2030 is more than double of what India as a country has spent on infrastructure over the course of the last 5 to 6 years since 2017. It's an important moment that we are in the middle of, and for two reasons. One is this big infrastructure push to all the physical infrastructure that we've been talking about, these boards, ports and airports and bridges, and then of course the all-important digital public infrastructure as well. To talk about all of this and to understand all of this better, we have a couple of very special gentlemen joining us on the show. And one is, of course, editor of TV9's NEWS9 Mediaverse, which is Mr. Rakesh Kar. Rakesh ji, thank you so much for taking time out. And of course, we have our good friend and colleague Kartik Malhotra as well joining us. Gentlemen, I want to begin with Rakesh ji. From Prime Minister's Gati Shakti to the great digital public infrastructure that India has developed, a model that the world should follow, from everything from UPI to FASTag. We are at the cusp of this infrastructure explosion, isn't it?
Absolutely, Krishna. We have to see it in two distinct modes. You rightly put it as two key buckets, but the kind of investment that this government has made in hard infrastructure, if I can call it, the digital infrastructure, I'll come in a minute. Yes. This is unprecedented. And the beauty about that is that you mentioned Chenab, Sandeep. The way the infrastructure has been built, the physical infrastructure has been built, has a very, very democratic approach to it. Yes. We do remember the railways as one big infrastructure spending over the decades post-independent India, but every spending by and large was linked to a political milestone. And not in this case the right milestone, it was the political address. Right. So if the railway minister happens to be from, say, a particular state, that state will have a massive skew. And what happened, once one started looking at the outcomes, there was essentially laying down of railway tracks, which were not followed up. So I think, as a country, we have phenomenally moved from that one big trajectory, and it's a paradigm shift indeed, that we have today a universal approach to growing both the urban and the rural and the city, infrastructure right down to the villages. So, repeatedly the Prime Minister has been talking about building 6.5 lakh villages with the same amount of intensity as we are building the the Mumbai Metro or the Delhi. Of course, in terms of the spending, there has been a gap there, and there's lots to catch up. But phenomenal focus on building this hard infrastructure, which has massive economic spin-offs. I call them the economic multipliers. Yes. We keep talking about them, essentially benefiting large private sector players, But the spin-off is massive, because ultimately, even if it's a big ticket company, it is employing hundreds and thousands and lakhs of people to undertake and execute that project in time.
Yes.
And timeline management of projects with this particular government has been extremely rewarding. So in that sense, that multiplier effect goes down to the last mile. That is also one of the reasons there is a new defined economic Labharthi here. One is the bottom of the pyramid Labharthi. In this case, I call it the aspiring low middle class Labharthi who is benefiting from this massive boost infrastructure. Of course, there are limits in to the investment that government can make in infrastructure. And I have repeatedly been arguing along with Karthik that the private sector has to kick in to at least match this, if not do it better. Ideally, they should do it better than that.
Mr. Kar, I want to ask you, since you have studied India's economic liberalization so closely for 33 years, this is the 33rd year since liberalization, how China did it was they built the infrastructure first and then simultaneously liberalized the economy. In our case, we are talking about roads, bridges, railway lines, airports, 3 decades after they should have been done. Why? What explains this? Was this that political thing that you were talking of, that fragmented approach?
No, I would say that reform still continues to be one of the key landmarks in India's economic journey, and I would say even the political journey. Unfortunately, the politician who did it didn't get his credit. That is the former Prime Minister, Narasimha Rao.
He finally did.
He finally
did this year with the Bharat Ratna.
Posthumous credit is no credit to my mind, but yes, in symbolism it did.
Right.
The fact of the matter is that India is not one homogeneous market.
Right.
It's not one homogeneous entity.
Yes.
Even today, we'll have to admit there are patches of huge growth.
Yes.
There are equally large swaths of land which are not yet developed. Right. So it's not going to be an overnight miracle that will change it.
Right.
And the model that we didn't follow rightly from China, I would say today, looking back, I was covering automobiles that time, working for the Pink Daily. The Chinese, when they opened up foreign direct investment, say for instance in auto, they first asked for a mandated investment in the auto components.
Right. Absolutely.
India brought in all the foreign players, Daewoo's, we remember, they came in
the 90s.
And the Cielo, the famous Cielo. And the result is that since we didn't follow that model, we have about 10 top global manufacturers exiting India.
Right.
So in the automobile sector, it isn't a great story to say, because most of the manufacturers didn't find it worthwhile to stay in, because had we built a bottoms-up economy infrastructure in terms of the manufacturing base, probably the results would have been better in automobiles. Not that Indian automobile is not doing well, but probably many more players versus 3 or 4 or 5 big players would have made a dramatic change in the way we imagine today our automobile landscape.
Right. Okay. That's as far as the story, as far as physical infrastructure is concerned, Sandeep. And that's the reason why when we began this show, I also put in that all-important digital public infrastructure. Like you're pointing out, maybe we missed the bus, unlike China, which was developing its economy and infrastructure simultaneously. But Karthik, when it comes to digital public infrastructure, India has certainly not missed the bus. India has in fact taken the lead. There is nothing like the UPI anywhere else in the world. And the entire India stack story per se, Karthik, isn't it?
You're right. I think, and there's something that we keep discussing, and there are enough and more newspaper headlines also that talk about the success of India stack, that talk about the success of DPI as a concept and the export potential of DPI. Now, I think unfortunately the narrative gets a little confused, because when we get all excited about the fact that you can buy Eiffel Tower tickets using the UPI, unfortunately in France, in Paris, in Eiffel Tower, that ticket buying counter, it is still restricted only to Indians who have their UPI linked back to their accounts, who are traveling perhaps for tourism, who can scan and buy tickets. So technically, India has still not really exported that India stack architecture. And I think that is what is going to bring in the dollars. So while we are celebrating UPI, it's obviously a phenomenal model, and I think there is nothing like this anywhere in the world. But let's not forget, you also have, when you travel to London or if you travel to the US, you also have the Google Pay and the Apple Pay integrated on your smartwatch, where you don't even need to physically take out a phone, scan a QR code and walk out. NFC and other technologies permit you to just tap and go. So, we should pride ourselves with the great work that we have done from a cash-denominated economy over the last 7-8 years, transforming ourselves into a digital payments economy. But let's not fool ourselves in believing that we are the only ones who are doing it. There are enough and more examples outside of India as well. More so in the developed stack, but even if you look at some African countries, you have the M-Pesa. M-Pesa has been as revolutionary for North Africa as the UPI has been for India. But there is obviously merit in exploring the possibility of exporting that architecture. because we are not linked only to a bank account using UPI. Our DPI covers a plethora of other tools as well. For example, unique identification, India's Aadhaar, or the unified identification of every citizen is something which is the bedrock of DPI. Add on that a unique mobile number linked to an Aadhaar card. That unique mobile number linked to X number of bank accounts owned by the same person who has the same Aadhaar, who has the same mobile number. So overall, this integration of DPI has been something that India has done better than anybody else. And when you talk about exporting the DPI story outside India, it's not likely to be limited to UPI alone. It has to be the entire India stack, and that is likely to draw in the dollar revenue.
If I can add to what Karthik said, we have to understand this DPI export in a very nuanced manner. It is more from the geopolitical perspective rather than the geo-economic perspective. I'll explain how. The universe of services that UPI or the DPI offers is vastly different from any other country. For an example, our foreign affairs minister, he went with his son, he gave this example in one of his speeches to a restaurant in US, and he was asked to produce the COVID certificate. His son produced a long physical document, this gentleman produced his phone, and it was scanned, that certificate was there. So, Karthik, to my mind, please correct me, the export is not about dollars. The export is about soft power, making a global impression. Right. And this India stack is going to travel first to emerging economies, which are doing much less better than India in terms of their per capita income. So I do see this particular infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, moving to countries where we are going to build this service as India's export without any commercial transaction to it.
But Rakesh, I think while I agree with you, there is
a back end, Karthik.
There is a soft power alone in the DPI story is unlikely to cut it, because at the end of the day, you want your own IT companies, you want the TCSs of the world and the Infosys and the HCLs of the world to actually implement this DPI internationally.
I was coming to that, Karthik. When you do it internationally, the bulk of the work today in the entire DPI infrastructure is being done by the government.
Correct. And NPCI, when you talk about
which is again government. It is funded by the government. I do envision a very large ecosystem around this digital infrastructure, which has to come to the private sector, which hasn't yet happened.
It hasn't happened.
It is essentially because there is a limit again to the way India government is going to subsidize all these services. Karthik has been making that point.
Right.
That's where the private sector, once we get bulk bookings, even if we are not paid there, as an entity, it's not an export in the export traditional sense, but those who are building that infrastructure will enable and enrich the financial ecosystem.
And while we're on this, I think, there's also ONDC. And when we talk about India's stack, I think that is another very critical element that we need to consider in our discussions. And again, ONDC, highly subsidized by the government. In fact, it is the government's pet project pretty much, with private players partaking in making it happen. But broadly, the ONDC story also continues to be a highly subsidized for the Indian economy delivery story, right? Yes. At the end of the day, you've got to make sure that these government subsidized products find an economic value of their own. In fact, there is a social value.
Karthik, I want to break for a quick interview with we did with IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. Just let's take a look at what he has to say about India's 5G and 6G dreams. Let's watch.
Basically, the industry has come out of its troubled times, of its difficult times. The way Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has reformed the industry, the first major reform happened last September. Then there were 3 or 4 other major reforms which happened over last few months. For example, today a tower permission takes just few minutes, which used to take sometimes months. There were 400 odd crore paper applications lying which had to be audited, all kind of stuff was there. That's all gone. So many different things which PM Saab has reformed. It's the auction result is basically a reflection of those reforms. There are World Bank research reports that as telecom services are made available to people, the GDP multiplier is almost 1.5. So whatever investment goes in telecom services, they have a huge impact on the overall delivery of services. Take, for example, if there is a small handicraft maker somewhere in rural India, let's say somewhere in remote parts of Odisha, with good telecom services, that person would be able to showcase her products to a buyer in Europe, to a buyer in US. So those kind of things start happening. So competition is going to increase now. Question of duopoly doesn't arise because 1, reforms have happened. 2, BSNL has been given a very substantial revival package of 1,64,000 crore. 1,64,000 crore. A very properly laid out way forward for its growth. So BSNL will emerge as a big market stabilizer. So I think it's going to be future is going to see more players.
From fragile 5 to top 5, from a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Today, summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. At NEWS9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन.
Why is the state not looking at putting an embargo on that?
As a Telangana person, I will not accept.
How do ordinary folks deal with this?
You were the chosen one to direct Mr. Bachchan for his first endorsement, for his first appearance on the small screen.
It was a life-changing moment.
Have you been a rebel with a cause?
There was a sense of responsibility, there was a sense of frustration.
Are you worried about cancel culture?
You tell a story with a fierce psychosis, you're gonna spoil it anyway.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
We are trying a lot of experiments, innovations and ideas.
We came out with a new format in audio, which is audio series.
Listening for content-oriented company in India, which is a very unique proposition.
When we look at audio in general, we had music, which is like extremely old format, and then we had podcast.
A natural extension for Pocket FM is to move from Hindi to regional content. I think I'd love to see their FY24 numbers, which they claim will be close to 1,000 crores. I think there are talks of them to raise another $80 to $100 million of funding.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. News is now content. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
Infra, investment and IT, India's 3I imperative. In fact, we have a keynote interview, Karthik, with the minister at the Global Summit, and you're going to be doing that. What are you going to be asking him?
Yeah, thankfully I'm not alone, and I'll have Rakesh also with me doing that interview. But
it's the two of you.
So, I think it's a very interesting subject because like Krishna mentioned, right at the start of this discussion, that we can't look at infrastructure in isolation because India's overall investments, and in fact the 3 I's are infrastructure, investment and IT.
Right.
In fact, there is a confluence of all three which are making up the India story. And I think it's important to look at it in that context, and especially with Mr. Vaishnav sitting there. My focus is largely going to be to understand, because IT, now being disrupted as we know it, as we live and breathe with artificial intelligence, I think that is going to be the next big disruptor when we talk about India's IT success and replicating that in the era of artificial intelligence. But very closely linked to that, in fact, pretty much giving it the foundation is also going to be the manufacturing to enable smarter, cheaper, more efficient, affordable AI solutions, which will come through GPUs. Now, GPUs, as we know, the hegemony is right now controlled by two countries alone, one being US with NVIDIA and the other being China with Huawei.
Right.
There isn't any other GPU maker worth his or her salt which can power this AI revolution. And go one level deeper than that, you've got the entire semiconductor fab manufacturing story, and which is where IT gets directly linked with investment. And that investment is going to obviously happen only, and there is enough allocation. PLI, for example, is a 1.97 lakh crore rupee corpus outlay which has been earmarked, and in addition to that there is a separate 76,000 crore rupee outlay for enabling semiconductors. So there's a massive incentive which the government is already putting to attract these manufacturers of semiconductors. And that again gets linked back to infrastructure, because eventually what they're putting up by way of plants and factories is infrastructure. So this trinity of 3I gets converged in one man, who is Ashwini Vaishnav, and I think is going to be exciting to get his vision on how India's AI story is going to play out in the context of these three I's.
The kind of catching up that we have to do, Krishna, it's unbelievable. When demonetization happened in 2016, the newspapers had like a front page thing on saying that how to use, UPI, how to use a mobile phone, payments. The next page of the newspaper had a thing on how to use toilets. That's the kind of thing that you're talking of, catching up. You're building toilets and you're talking about
a watershed moment in history.
That's the kind of catching up that you have to do.
I have to ask you this, now that we're talking, he's rightly pointed out, we have a lot of catching up to do. We are, backed by the right kind of investments and the right kind of focus on investments to catching up to do. And in that sense, we have the right person in the form of Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav, who's at the helm of affairs to do this, to accomplish this, isn't it, Rakeshji?
I was on a show with Sandeep the other day, and I identified 4 I's: infrastructure, investment, inclusion, and indigenization. Read Make in India. I wanted to add a B there. What Mr. Modi has done, he has empowered bureaucracy like never before. Because there's been a history of mistrust between various governments and the bureaucracy. It's a parallel power center, if I can dare say so. What Mr. Modi has done, he has mainstreamed bureaucracy in the political arena. So when you bring them in as the drivers of change, not just implementing, but also imagining a policy under overall leadership of Mr. Modi. So if you see his cabinet, all the core economic ministries are manned by
former bureaucrats,
former babus. And in this case, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav mans 3 of them. So that's why it's extremely important, and he's the right qualification, and I dare say the right experience to do that. He comes from the best of the private sector. He's, so to say, dirtied his hand being a bureaucrat, and then, his management experience comes into play. I wish India needs, and pray that we need more and more of such, professionals coming into politics, and then finally being vested with the Lok Sabha route rather than the Rajya Sabha route, because that will, further empower this bureaucracy, the B element. So in that sense, he's the best guy for the bet that we have.
He is. In fact,
coming to the core of it, to my mind, the big challenge is that we have taken so much pride in our IT story and continue to do that. But the IT story globally has moved way forward, and there are new challenges. We have to reimagine the Indian IT story. And if we want to use that IT success story so far as the template to reimagine our AI or our semiconductor, then we are grossly mistaken. So I think first and foremost, when we talk about building our export basket and using services as the key area, we have to relook at our IT, as the key driver. The entry of GCCs, moving away from the comfort zone of lower end of the spectrum but high volumes game for the IT sector, which gave us decades of guaranteed growth, is no longer the solution, neither in terms of sustaining our current position nor taking us forward to the next level. So Mr. Vaishnav has, as I said, the right credentials to drive this trinity. At the same time, I think it needs a little more, pushing of the global investing community. If there are not many countries, Karthik is right, who have given this kind of a, I would call it the red carpet welcome One is intent. Execution is the case here. You actually got the big money in your hand.
Yes.
I would have been happier imagining many more big companies in these two spaces coming to India. On AI front also, we have the ethical lead to my mind, but that is not going to be good enough. We need really to dirty our hands on the table, on the ground, to actually get the best of the AI play that's happening all over the world.
On that note, Mr. Kar, let's watch that documentary that Karthik put out on our AI story. Let's watch.
So I'm in favor of AI regulation because I think advanced AI is a risk to the public, and anything that's a risk to the public, there needs to be some kind of referee. That referee is the regulator. I think that my strong recommendation is to have some regulation for AI.
So the rise of AI poses a lot of threats on data privacy and also on disinformation, and particularly these have to be protected, because as AI increases its reach, the risk of people being exposed to deep fakes, the people being exposed to videos and audios that are not real would be huge. I think regulations will help us create a guardrail around this so that AI does not breach such limits.
India is obviously a tech-savvy nation, and right now we are at this turning point, this inflection point where we are considering AI regulation of our own. But it's going to be the Digital India Bill, which should include some roadmap for how India indeed wants to regulate its AI.
The benefits of a balanced approach for AI in India would be around individual rights. We have to uphold those and non-discrimination. We have to categorize the risks. There we can learn from the other countries. We have to protect our data, and at the same time we have to provide an even playground for the startups and other tech companies to innovate.
There is no denying the fact that if you are a developer or a coder or a company who's developing an artificial intelligence algorithm, you will have to be made accountable and responsible. You can't say I developed something and I don't know what I developed. Sorry, you have to have due diligence parameters incorporated at the stage of development. And for that, the government and the law needs to come up with new legal frameworks in this regard. So now when a new arms race has started globally, in the terms that different countries have begun to start coming up with their own regulatory frameworks for AI, the time is now ripe for India to come up with a national policy on AI as also a national legal framework on AI.
The European Union's Artificial Intelligence Act could be considered a milestone in AI regulation the world over. It's a groundbreaking law. It could be set as a global standard for ensuring that AI's impact on lives remains more positive than negative.
The Artificial Intelligence Act, which was passed by the European Union, is a very comprehensive framework. It takes care of transparency in AI, it takes care of privacy in AI, and it also takes care of non-discriminative aspects of AI. For example, the kind of data it is being trained on. If it is biased, then there are discriminative natures that the AI would have. So it takes care of that, and if there is non-cooperation, for example, if people are breaching that, then there are heavy penalties. So together the AIA and the GDPR form a very strong framework around protecting privacy and AI regulations.
Meanwhile, China's approach to AI, it squarely focuses on regulating generative AI capabilities. Besides measures for things like intellectual property protection, IPR protection and transparency, it also mandates that AI provides to uphold the integrity of the power of the state.
The more focus in the China market is to integrate AI development with industrial sectors, because the government wants to turn the entire industry, the entire economy in China, especially the traditional industries, into a more modern digital economy. So you could say that China is more focused on the industrial 4.0, and AI will be a big part of the industrial 4.0 development in China.
So while we're talking about AI, there's also that focus that we need to give our growth engines like Mumbai and Bengaluru. The background that you're looking at here is the Atal Setu, the Trans Harbour Link, and that actually talks about the kind of money that the government is pushing into Mumbai for the first time. That's why you call it Maximizing Mumbai. So let's watch that story, Maximizing Mumbai by Kiran Tare.
The longest sea bridge in India is now open, and the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link is 4 times bigger than the Bandra-Worli Sea Link. It will help Mumbai's notoriously long commutes become shorter. It will help slash the 3-hour journey from Shivdi to Alibag by 165 minutes. You can reach the mainland in just 15 minutes. And this is just the beginning of Mumbai's makeover. A toll-free coastal road connecting Marine Drive to the Bandra-Worli Sea Link is next in line.
Mumbai's makeover is a 5-pronged initiative. 14 metro lines will connect the city across 333 kilometers. A 22-kilometer long Trans-Harbour Bridge will zip vehicles to the mainland in 15 minutes instead of 3 hours. A 29-kilometer coastal road will slash travel time from Nariman Point to Versova by 2 hours. A new international airport at Navi Mumbai will decongest air travel in India's commercial capital. 11-kilometer long twin tunnels will slash travel time between Thane and Borivali to 15 minutes from 90 minutes at present.
We must overinvest in Mumbai infrastructure. Why I'm saying overinvest? Because there's been an underinvestment so far. And remember, the contribution that Mumbai makes to the national GDP with its current financial status, and also the economic potential it has, it will give us many-fold returns. So if you invest X and you do X plus, the returns in terms of the economic play would be X plus plus plus.
The share of growth of GDP in the SGDP will increase by about 10 to 15% of MMR vis-a-vis the rest of Maharashtra. That is very huge.
The city contributes about 6-7% of the country's GDP, close to 40% of direct taxes, a very large chunk of indirect taxes as well. So there is a massive requirement, no longer a scope but a requirement for infrastructure to be scaled up in a big fashion.
When the country gets into $5 trillion economy in the next 5 years, Maharashtra tantamount to target 1 trillion rupees. The Mumbai region would be 30% of the total of it.
As Metro 3 alone expects that 6.5 lakh vehicle trips would go down from the road. It means there will be a saving of 3.5 lakh to 4.5 lakh liters of fuel every day.
See, I think once, let's say 15 to 20 years down the line, definitely I would see 20 to 25% increase in the GDP contribution from this city, provided all these, development projects and redevelopment projects are successfully completed.
When it comes to Mumbai Metro as a genre, there's no dispute now. Actually, there is a huge wide acceptability. There has been a life changer when it comes to bringing about prosperity for people in terms of safe travel, mobility being fast, efficient, and also bringing about a paradigm shift in the economics. Metro in Delhi is a classic case of, and bears testimony to that change that I'm talking about.
1 crore Mumbaikars travel to work every day by trains, cars and buses. The average commute time is 3 hours per person. Once the metro lines, the coastal road, Trans-Harbour Bridge are complete, the travel time will be slashed by 2 hours. This will result in per capita savings of rupees 50,000. For 1 crore commuters, the savings are rupees 50,000 crore a year, plus fuel savings of 10 lakh litres.
All businesses, especially large businesses, they tend to coalesce around ecosystems, which is why you have Silicon Valley for technology in India, you have Bangalore for technology, you have Mumbai for financial services. And it is doubly important as India grows that India's financial services, which in many ways leads India's real economy in many ways. India's financial services are actually near world class, which is not something that one can say for all other sectors of India's economy. But to maintain both the standards of financial services as well as Mumbai's position as the seat of India's finance, infrastructure has to improve.
If you look at all these projects together, their budget is more than 3 lakh crores. Now, just to give you an idea how big that is, in the last 60 years of post-independence, center and state government spent 30,000 crores on Mumbai's infrastructure. In these 5 years, they're going to spend 3 lakh crores.
How does Mumbai compare with other megacities? Mumbai is nearly the size of Shanghai and almost as heavily populated, but lags far behind in transportation.
What has happened with Mumbai is that it has missed that one big ticket push. Look at Delhi. What happened in Delhi is that, Delhi got this Commonwealth Games, and we all know it changed the landscape of the city. Mumbai didn't have one such push. We need that one big push. I do imagine that with the slew of projects that have been announced, especially the airport and the road widening and the new mega projects being put together in a very integrated fashion, will change the landscape, but it's early days.
Mumbai has less than 1/10 of Delhi's roads. And traveling in Mumbai takes 3 times the time it takes in Delhi.
From fragile 5 to top 5, from a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Presenting the second edition of TV9, What India Thinks Today. Summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. Listen to Prime Minister Modi unveil his vision for Viksit Bharat at NEWS9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, Enabling Dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन.
The football is mother of all games. It is a team sport. The leadership attitude is taking the ownership.
It's always a big responsibility to take decisions and the right decisions.
I always question the stereotypical.
And that's why you are in that position.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
I have a Maximizing Mumbai story myself about this bridge. About 3 decades ago, nearly 3 decades ago, Nitin Gadkari was the PWD minister, and he was building bridges. We used to call him the Pulkari minister. Bridges and the first expressway, Mumbai-Pune expressway.
Yeah.
And he spoke about this project that's 3-decade-old report that had been submitted in the 60s, Trans Harbour Link. And he says that 7 saal to lagenge, he says. And from his face I could make out that he meant 7 saal, it's like beyond the term of my government. And his government didn't come back to power. In 1999, the BJP Sena didn't come back. This project was begun 15 years later, after they came back to power, after the 3 governments, successive governments were, held power in Maharashtra. And then finally you had the BJP Sena coming, and that's how this project took off. So, Mr. Kar, this thing of political stability, we've been talking about it. This uninterrupted political continuity that's really important for infrastructure. How important do you see this in the current context?
It's extremely important to sustain the momentum.
Right.
As one of the sessions that we have is sustaining the movement and the momentum at What India Thinks Today Global Summit. One of the good things about this government has been that they have been extremely focused on timelines.
Yes.
By and large, they have met timelines of various heavy-duty infrastructure projects, and they've also, so to say, caught up on some earlier projects, like some bridge in the Northeast. Northeast was never given the right attention, which was lying there for 15 years.
Yes.
But obviously, there's so much to catch up. Mumbai, you said, we did that story, Maximizing Mumbai. When you do a Mumbai-Delhi comparison, Sandeep, what happens is that Delhi, because of the Commonwealth Games, got a massive, unprecedented one-time push.
Right.
Mumbai is still waiting for that big-ticket push. There is a trigger. There are occasional spikes like this one, we keep talking about maximizing Mumbai, but it won't happen. I have repeatedly said that for maximizing Mumbai, we need maximum investments. So in terms of the overall outlay, and if you're a Mumbaiker, you will say I'm contributing X amount to the GDP, which is much more than any other state. So then, I need far greater share of development, which has not yet happened. I mean, you come monsoon and you see what happens to Mumbai.
Yes.
It's a pothole story which runs all
abysmal,
through.
Yeah.
So abysmal. The other big challenge to my mind is that, whenever you build heavy duty infrastructure, I keep giving this example because I'm extremely sad about it. I live it every day. The D&D flyover was built with such aplomb, and we made such heavy investments. It was, a Noida toll bridge company, but because of right or wrong reasons, the judiciary, came in and then said that we should stop paying the, the toll and toll tax, and the result is there for everyone to see. I hope there is a learning there. I'm told that just to keep it running, which is the lifeline between South Delhi and East Delhi, we'll need another 100 crores. Who is going to foot that bill? So if you're able to build infrastructure in the right time and the right framework, the right quality, it's equally important to sustain that framework for another, 30, 40, 50 years.
Right, absolutely. And Ms. Kar, you were speaking about projects in the Northeast. Our reporter Nivriti Mohan and video journalist Manish just traveled to Arunachal Pradesh recently, where they got an exclusive glimpse of the Sela Tunnel. Now, this is a strategic tunnel connecting Guwahati to Tawang, and China claims all of Arunachal Pradesh as its territory. So, tunnels like Sela are extremely important to guarding our frontier. Let's watch Nivriti Mohan's report.
So News9 Mediaverse is the first media house to be inside the Sela tunnel after its completion, and the tunnel is complete now, and it looks beautiful. You can see it is a very beautiful tunnel, and we have with us Colonel Ravikant Tiwari, who is the project director for this entire project. How costly is the project, sir?
It is a 825 crores project. And it's a twin tunnel project with the two approach roads and one link road. So the road length is approximately 9 kilometers. Where is standing right now, the tunnel 2, it is 1595 meters, and the tunnel 1 is 1005 meters. So effectively 2.6 kilometers tunnel with a parallel escape tunnel towards my right, which is running parallelly to this tunnel.
So this escape tunnel is for the safety of the workers, the passengers?
Yeah, as per the international standards, we have to provide an escape tunnel in any tunnel which is more than 1500 meters. So we have provided one over here. It has got 5 cross passages at a spacing of 250 meters. And this connects to the escape tunnel, which is 4 meter high, and it has got a carriageway of 4 meters.
Right. So how will it reduce the distance? Earlier you used to take Sela Pass to reach Tawang. Now how much of distance will be reduced?
Distance will be reduced by around 8 kilometers, but the timing will be reduced around 45 minutes in clear weather, and in winters it goes up to 3 to 4 hours because of the icing and because it's a single lane road up to Sela Pass from the Baisakhi side. So overall I would say 1 hour minimum for everyone.
Is it going to be a game changer strategically and for civilians as well?
Yeah, 100%. Anything which reduces time to the commuters is a game changer, because in terms of, if you see the socio-economic growth of the state, so the tourism influx will be more. For the commuters to move from Tezpur side to Tawang side to Tezpur side, they'll be traveling faster. So yes, it is going to be a game changer.
Earlier it used to happen that for 4 to 5 months or 3 to 4 months, the Sela Pass, at the Sela Pass, there was a great difficulty for the movement of troops.
Rather, as we speak right now, around 3 days back, the movement was 1 day from the Tawang side, 1 day from the Tezpur side, because the traffic used to get stuck up for 12 hours sometimes. So just because last 3 days have been clear weather, so we could clear it off, and now the traffic is plying from both the sides. So there is a great difficulty in winters for 2 to 3 months.
So now, instead of 1 hour, you will take just 10 minutes through this tunnel to reach
20 minutes. 20 minutes. So I say that 1 hour, 10 minutes it is through the tunnel to reach the start and end point of this tunnel, and 20-25 minutes through this tunnel. So effectively 45 minutes are saving for the light vehicles, so 1 hour for the heavy vehicles.
Is it going to deter China?
I'd not comment on that. But yes, this whole thing is going to be, a game changer and very, very fruitful for the people residing in this area towards the Tawang side and towards the Dirang side.
You were telling me that if you consider the aerial distance, it should be around 30 to 40 kilometers from the LAC?
Yeah, from the border area, yeah.
Strategically, this tunnel is going to be very important because it connects you to Tawang, which is strategically very, very important area for Indian side, for India. And this tunnel will make our forces reach faster towards Tawang, towards the LAC. Nivriti Mohan, News 9.
For the longest time, Karthik, we never built infrastructure on the borders with China, especially because we were afraid that the Chinese would use that infrastructure to invade us.
I mean, I'm sure, Sandeep, that would have been one of the reasons given.
Right.
India, to my mind, did not have enough money to build infrastructure.
That's right. So, number two.
At some level, we've got to look at the fact that today India is also getting a lot more revenue than it used to, traditionally, by way of GST collections, by way of the number of people paying income taxes, though many of them are still filing zero tax returns. But the fact that the tax base has widened, there is obviously FDI coming in, there is FII coming in. Overall, the investment climate in India is better. You're talking about, Sela Pass, and in fact, I happened to visit Sela Pass about a decade ago or so.
Yeah.
And you're right, those roads continued to be immotorable, insurmountable, and we had to get skid chains fitted on that Mahindra Xylo, the only vehicle which was capable then of going over those snow-laden passes.
Yes.
And lo and behold, we got stuck. And we had to walk about, 100 meters or so in snow to reach a gypsy waiting on the other side of the pass and then continue our journey. So building infrastructure in those, climatic conditions at those peaks without the right investment in technology, in machinery, is obviously expensive and not something that India could very easily afford, back in the day. But even right now, I think the government's leitmotif behind these investments in infrastructure also happen to be the fact that you don't really have too much private sector capital investment still coming in. Now, you've got to keep the GDP number ticking, and that is pretty much, your calling card right now for the whole world. I mean, India, the bright spot, the fastest growing major economy. We've seen all these headlines. That is something which is pretty much happening on the base of government's own investments in infrastructure. Is that the only reason? Obviously not. You want the GDP numbers to grow, but then what Rakesh was mentioning earlier, the multiplier effect of infrastructure. So cheaper, freer, faster movement of people as well as goods. I think the entire churn which is happening in supply chain and how that is being, look at the number of unicorns which are there in supply chain, right? So I think that is something which is catapulting India's growth right now to a large extent. And then of course the consumption story, as we know, the urban consumption story is great, of course.
The only thing we haven't discussed when it comes to all that multiplier effect is that once upon a time it was the railway stations which created the multiplier effect. Today it's all about the airports, from Ayodhya to every single city to Trichy, where the government just recently opened an airport.
And Noida, I mean, likely to open end of this year.
Absolutely, Jewar.
It's not, I mean, you mentioned airports which are happening every day now. I mean, we're adding airports at a fascinating speed. Metro economy, you go to a metro station, just go outside of the metro station. What I call the metro economy, it's phenomenal. I mean, it may be informal, it may be a little irritating, it can cause a traffic jam, but then the multiplier effect is for everyone to see. On the infrastructure piece, I think one point that, Sandeep, you were making, which needs to be repeated and so to say stressed, this government, so to say, depoliticized, locating development from a political prism only. Northeast is of strategic importance.
Absolutely.
That has led as a collateral to BJP gaining an entry into Northeast in terms of the electoral gains. But I think the bigger intent and the result for the country as a whole is that we have strengthened our pillars in Northeast. Now that template is being followed by other states as well, both BJP and non-BJP. That's the good part of it. Because any good economic policy, I keep saying, post-liberalization, the biggest, so to say, positive of that is that there is complete consensus on economic reforms in this country today.
Absolutely, and I think
the road taken could be different, but there is consensus, and that is being seen across states who are vying for greater attention of both investors, spending, consumption.
I think that's the big, win of the India story. That the fact that every political party is aligned when it comes to economic liberalization. But thank you very much, gentlemen, for our a very exciting discussion on maximizing India's infra push. We're going to continue this discussion at the Global Summit, where Mr. Kar and Karthik are going to be speaking to Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. Meanwhile, Season 2 of Dialogue with Barun Das has just been uploaded on the News9 Plus app. We leave you with a glimpse of this cerebral conversation with Dr. Deepak Chopra, where Deepak Chopra and Barun Das exchange ideas and theories that traverse a wide range of mind, body and soul. Download and watch the entire series. Thanks for watching.
You put a rabbit in a vacuum, it dies. You put a plant in a vacuum, it dies. You put them together, they thrive. So ageless body is Brahmand and timeless mind is Brahman. Right now the world is the victim of the hypnosis of social conditioning. Absolutely. Where we have confused ourselves with our selfies.
When the real outcome matches the expectations that we have, and we are joyful. Is there a simple formula of joy and happiness that you would conform to?
Happiness is always for a reason. There is a formula for happiness. Here it is. H is equal to S plus C plus V.
But if you make things simple, do you think people have a natural inclination not to take it seriously?
Simple is elegant. Simplicity is stupid.
Have you ever written in your prescription that how often sex is important in a love relationship?
In my opinion or my experience, and I don't need to defend it, it's called power mongering, influence peddling, cronyism and corruption.
The circumstances that prevailing today in the subcontinent are very volatile, they're very explosive, they're very dangerous.
Pakistanis, they sent Pakistani armies led by Punjabi generals, whether it was General Tikka Khan or General A.K. Khan Niazi, to oppress Bengalis in Bengal.
I don't think we can shut our eyes to the situation in a neighboring state.
Situation काफी improve हुई है.
There was this whole exploitation of East Pakistan, people of East Pakistan, rather Bengalis of East Pakistan, by West Pakistan. There was an economic exploitation, there was a racial discrimination, there was a cultural subjugation. So it continued for 24 years before things came to a head in 1971.
तमाम हिंदुस्तानियों को तो इस बात का अंदाज़ा तक नहीं था कि बांग्लादेश के इतिहास के कुछ अहम पन्ने हिंदुस्तान की स्याही से लिखे जाएंगे.
Unique story about a unique time, and I think we came of age as a country. We became a country that stood for something.
Cinema imitates life, from real to the real. A story that binds India and Bangladesh from 1971 to now, and for generations to come.
पिपा किस दिन काम आएगा अगर हमें ब्रिज के ऊपर से जाना पड़े.
हम रहें या ना रहें, हमारी इस वर्दी का गौरव हमेशा रहेगा.
That is the story of Bangladesh's Victory Day and how Bollywood in 2023, through Pipa, Sam Bahadur and Mujib, the making of a nation, is rediscovering our shared legacy.
on the 3rd of December, Pakistan attacked India. Indira Gandhi said, now enough. And she went to the radio straight because the parliament was not in session that day. That evening, when the attacks happened, she went to the radio and now she said, it's all out war.
The defense of our national interest, as indeed the solution of any problem, rests ultimately in our own hands.
It was a special film because it talks about the 45 Cavalry, which was a regiment in the Indian Army and was the first regiment to go across international borders. Bangladesh actually is a country full of rivers. And one of the defenses that the Pakistani forces, the West Pakistani forces had was that it takes time to cross these rivers. But because these tanks could swim, you know, we got across faster, and therefore a 13-day war, the war that was declared on 3rd of December, and then of course we liberated or helped liberate Bangladesh on the 16th of December.
Whole Bahadur army of Pakistan was defeated. They surrendered. I don't think in the history of wars, post Second World War, so many people have surrendered in a war. About 97,000 soldiers of Pakistan surrendered to India. And Indira Gandhi arrested them, kept them very well in the camps, in the prisoner of war camps. They were very well looked after, including Sam Bahadur's. General Sham Manik Shaw, they used to go to those camps and see whether Pakistani soldiers are kept well according to the laws of the Geneva Convention.
You have to give Bengal their right to live. And they must be master of their own resources because they have been exploited for long 23 years.
All that khazana, all that treasure is with us, which we have not explored enough, which we should do. And of course, then there are stories about the liberation of Bangladesh. There are stories during the partition. We must explore those stories. And I was very lucky that the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Honorable Sheikh Hasina ji, and our Prime Minister, Honorable Modi ji, they decided to pay a tribute to the founder of Bangladesh. He is known as the Janak of Bangladesh, the father of the nation of Bangladesh, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. And they approached Mr. Benegal, and I got to associate with the film and write this film and make this film, which is a huge hit in Bangladesh, perhaps the biggest hit in the history of Bangladesh ever.
These movies bring to life and give us a peep of what happened in that year. It is a glimpse of our shared history, or what holds our two great nations together. It talks about the bloodshed and the sacrifices made by the people of Bangladesh and India, and it talks about how an independent and a free country came into being. This does help us to understand our present and forge the way forward for our future.
The principles on which the new country was set up, was created, was tolerance, was secularism, of diversity. And those values, I think, are central to this relationship today. And I want to believe that it is there, it is strengthening.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन.
Film and entertainment is definitely one of the levers for any country to build its brand.
We are getting global. I feel that we're just on the takeoff.
More and more films are becoming language agnostic.
Content is a universal language.
There's one audience in the world.
Absolutely. End of the day, we all are like brothers who have mutual respect for each other from a different land.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
वर्ष 2070 तक भारत नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य हासिल करेगा.
There's certainly a wall of capital coming into the clean tech, climate tech space, not just in India but across the world.
This and more, streaming on world's first news OTT, News9 Plus. Download now.
I try and convert almost everything in a kind of a mathematical formula.
You should always stretch more than you can reach.
Listening is very important.
Because if you don't listen, how would you know what the problem is?
Everybody who's working in and around me, their personal well-being is also responsibility that I carry.
Great leaders have shared vision.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
Hello and a very warm welcome to all News9 viewers. I'm Neha Bhan. Let's take a look at some of the top stories making headlines this hour. But before we begin, the countdown for News9's big event is over. The News9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit is being organized by the TV9 Group. And this edition of the summit is unmissable because the keynote address will be delivered by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What India Thinks Today Summit starts from today and will continue through 26th and 27th of this month.
Fragile 5 to top 5. From a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Presenting the second edition of TV9, What India Thinks Today. Summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. Listen to Prime Minister Modi unveil his vision for Viksit Bharat at News9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन. presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi dedicated to the nation Sudarshan Setu connecting Okha mainland and Bet Dwarka Island in Gujarat. It is built at a cost of around 980 crore rupees and is the longest cable-stayed bridge in the country of around 2.32 kilometers. Sudarshan Setu boasts a unique design featuring a footpath adorned with verses from Srimad Bhagavad Gita and images of Shri Krishna on both sides. It also has solar panels installed on the upper portion of the footpath, generating 1 megawatt of electricity. The bridge will ease the transportation and significantly reduce the time of devotees travelling between Dwarka and Bet Dwarka. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated Sudarshan Setu in Dwarka. Sudarshan Setu connects Okha mainland and Bet Dwarka Island in Gujarat. After dedicating the Sudarshan Setu to the nation, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the Dwarkadish temple in Bet Dwarka. Prime Minister Modi was seen performing puja and darshan at the temple. He also took to social media platform X, formerly Twitter, posting the pictures from his visit to the temple. The caption for the image is read, "Prayed at the Dwarkadish temple in Bet Dwarka." Let's take a look at the visuals. There, Prime Minister Narendra Modi performing puja at the Dwarkadish temple in Bet Dwarka. The Prime Minister earlier today inaugurated the Sudarshan Setu connecting Okha mainland and Bet Dwarka Island in Gujarat. The police stopped a fact-finding team from visiting trouble-torn Sandeshkhali in West Bengal. The team has also been detained by the police. The team was heading towards Sandeshkhali but was stopped by the police at Bojarhat. The police said that Section 144 has been imposed in the area and therefore they won't be able to allow the unofficial team to go to the sensitive area without purpose. The team members have said that it will raise the matter with Mamata Banerjee, the governor and the Prime Minister. They claimed that the law and order machinery in the state has collapsed. In Sandeshkhali, villagers have been protesting against alleged land grab and sexual assault on women by TMC leader Shahjahan Sheikh and his supporters.
WITT2024 imposed only to prevent BJP leaders and BJP MLA MPs. It's a politically motivated. वहाँ जो अंदर का सिचुएशन है उसको छुपाने के लिए ये 144 कर रहा है. खास करके मुझे फाइलें रोका गया 12 तारीख 65 किलोमीटर दूर. उसका बाद मैं हाईकोर्ट भी किया. हाईकोर्ट मुझे इजाजत दिया, फिर लगा दिया. 15 तारीख फिर रुका. उसका बाद हाईकोर्ट को इजाजत लेते हुए मैं थर्ड टाइम एंट्री किया। मेरा जाने का प्लान था 26। They imposed 144 again on 24. Now they extend up to 26.
पहले से ही तृणमूल कांग्रेस डिनायल मोड में था और पहले से ही बोल रहा था कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ, लेकिन बाद में देखा गया वही तृणमूल कांग्रेस सरकार की पुलिस ने 2 महिलाओं को देकर 164 कराया है। इन फ्रंट ऑफ मैजिस्ट्रेट 164 होता है, आपको पता है। तो अगर रेप नहीं हुआ तो 164 कहां से हुआ? तृणमूल कांग्रेस की पुलिस ने ही तो 164 कराया ना। तो पार्थभूमि का इधर झूठ बोल रही है, ममता बनर्जी झूठ बोल रही है, नहीं तो ममता बनर्जी की पुलिस झूठ बोल रही है। अब कौन झूठ बोल रहा है वो तय करने के लिए दीजिए। हाँ कर चाहिए, जरूर करना चाहिए। नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो एजेंसीज है उनके हाथ में केस सुपुर्द करना चाहिए, नहीं तो पुलिस इसको पूरी तरीके से दबाने की कोशिश में लगे हुए हैं। देखिए कांग्रेस में कोई ठीक नहीं है, क्या करेगा कांग्रेस पूरी इस तरीके से दिशाहीन हो चुका है। कांग्रेस के जो छोटे नेता है वो कुछ चाह रहे हैं कि हो जाए और बड़े नेता जो दिल्ली में बैठे हुए वो गठबंधन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। कांग्रेस की हालत इतनी खस्ता है कि जैसे डूबते हुए कोई आदमी तिनका पकड़ के बचने की कोशिश करती है, तो कांग्रेस उसी तरीके से कभी तृणमूल कभी की आप किसी को पकड़ के बच जाए सिर्फ इतना कोशिश कर रहे हैं। देखिए इसको कंट्रोवर्शियल आप मत करिए, लाइटली मोड में लीजिए। ममता बनर्जी की तो उम्र हो चुकी है, तो स्वाभाविक है दीदी बोलेंगे तो मतलब एज गैप बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं, उतने उम्र के लोगों को तो हम दीदी नहीं बोलते।
In a major update in the Haldwani violence case, the main accused, named Abdul Malik, has been sent to 8 days of police custody by a sessions court in Haldwani. Malik was presented in the court late on Saturday night after the Nainital police arrested him from the national capital. Inspector General Nilesh Barane informed that apart from Malik, 2 more writers had been arrested on Saturday, taking the total number of arrests in the case to 81 till now. Abdul Malik is accused of building an illegal madrasa in the Bhanbulpur area of Haldwani. The violence took place in Bhanbulpura on the 8th of February after authorities demolished this particular illegal madrasa in the area. Moving on now, several people have sustained injuries during the Jallikattu event in Shivaganga district of Tamil Nadu. The event took place in the Araliparai village in Shivaganga district on Saturday. This ancient tradition, deeply embedded in the cultural fabric of Tamil Nadu, unfolded on Saturday with fervor and anticipation. However, what was meant to be a celebration of valor and tradition quickly turned into a distressing affair. Reports indicate that amidst the frenzy of the event, a significant number of participants fell victim to the sheer force and unpredictability of the bulls, resulting in injuries that ranged from minor to severe. Prior to this unfortunate incident, another Jallikattu event had taken place in the nearby Kulatharur village, situated in the Pudukkottai district of Tamil Nadu. With hundreds of bulls and tamers converging for the spectacle, it was a display of both human bravery and the raw power of these majestic animals. Visuals of the same right on your screens. The exuberance of the event was, however, marred by the grim reality of the toll it took on those involved. The safety concerns surrounding Jallikattu have long been a subject of contentious debate, with animal rights organizations vehemently advocating for its prohibition due to the inherent risks posed to both humans and animals alike. Despite these objections, the practice has persisted, deeply entrenched in the cultural heritage of the region. Congress leader Faisal Patel has put spanner in the works of the Aam Aadmi Party Congress alliance in Bharuch. The son of Congress veteran Ahmed Patel said that he will ask for a clarification from the Congress High Command on the Bharuch seat being given to the Aam Aadmi Party. Patel has considerable influence among district's Congress workers, openly challenged the decision to tie up with the Aam Aadmi Party. He went on to say that he and the Congress High Command were going to meet in New Delhi on Saturday night to talk about the seat sharing.
मैं हाई कमांड से वापस बात करूंगा। अभी नॉमिनेशन के लिए बहुत टाइम बचा है और इलेक्शन के लिए भी बहुत टाइम बचा है। गांधी परिवार मेरा भी परिवार है। मिसेस गांधी मेरी गार्डियन है, मेरी गॉडमदर हैं, राहुल गांधी जी मेरे बड़े भाई हैं और मेरे लीडर हैं, मेरे बॉस हैं। मुझे उन पे पूरी उम्मीद है कि वो हमारी जो फैमिली, पटेल फैमिली की जो इमोशंस है इस सीट के साथ, वो ज़रूर समझेंगे और ये डिसीजन वापस समझ के ही वापस आगे बात बढ़ेगी।
ये भाई ये वास्तविक है, ये वास्तविक है। सलमान खुर्शीद जी भी मायूसी जताई कविता के माध्यम से, मुमताज, फैजल, सब ये वास्तविक है। पर देखिए, पार्टी को कुछ कठोर निर्णय लेने पड़ते हैं और समझौता होता है। हम कुछ देते हैं, हम कुछ लेते हैं और बड़े पिक्चर को ध्यान में रखते हुए ही ये निर्णय लिए जाते हैं। मुझे भी कुछ मायूसी हुई, उदासी हुई। मैं भी भरूच कई बार गया हूँ जब अहमद पटेल जी जीवित थे, पर पार्टी के हित में जो करना है हमारी नेतृत्व वो ही निर्णय लेती है। हम किसी एक व्यक्ति को देखकर नहीं लेते हैं। पार्टी के हित में क्या है, पार्टी को कैसे हम मजबूत करें, गठबंधन को हम कैसे मजबूत करें, कुछ कठोर निर्णय लेने पड़ते हैं। मैं भी उदास हुआ, मुझे भी मायूसी हुई और वास्तविक है। और ये भावुक व्यक्ति है, भावनात्मक व्यक्ति है।
The countdown for News9's big event is over. The News9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit is being organized by the TV9 Group, and this edition of the summit is unmissable because the keynote address is by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What India Thinks Today Summit starts from today and will continue through the 26th and 27th of this month.
From fragile 5 to top 5, from a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Presenting the second edition of TV9, What India Thinks Today. Summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. Listen to Prime Minister Modi unveil his vision for Viksit Bharat at News9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस। बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया, अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट। नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स। प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का। स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी। सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में। सर्वोकॉन। Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस। बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया, अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट। नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स। प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का। स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी। सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में। सर्वोकॉन।
Plumes of smoke rose over Gaza while gunfire could also be heard from southern Israel. Nearly 30,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli strikes on the Gaza Strip since the 7th of October. That is what the Gaza Health Ministry confirmed. The health authorities said 97 people were confirmed killed and 130 wounded in the last 24 hours of Israeli assaults, but most victims were still under rubble or in areas rescuers could not reach. Footage captured plumes of smoke rising over Gaza, while gunfire could also be heard from southern Israel. Yemen's Houthis targeted a US-flagged, owned and operated oil tanker in the Gulf of Aden. The Iran-aligned group's military confirmed on the 25th of this month after US and British forces said they launched another round of strikes against militant targets in Yemen. Take a look.
The Houthi military said on Sunday they targeted an American oil tanker in the Gulf of Aden in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza, coming as US and British forces said they carried out another round of strikes against the Yemeni militants on Saturday. In a televised speech, a military spokesman for the Iran-backed Houthis, Yahya Saree, said their navy targeted the US-flagged, owned and operated commercial ship MV Tom Thor, while the Air Force targeted American warships in the Red Sea with drones. The Yemeni armed forces will not stop unless the aggression stops and the siege on the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip is lifted, he said. The US Central Command said in a statement on X, its forces shot down an anti-ship ballistic missile that was likely targeting the oil tanker, adding that the vessel was not damaged. Britain's Defence Ministry released video on Saturday said to show Typhoon fighter jets and Voyager tanker aircraft in operation for the latest round of joint military action against the Houthis. Countries involved said in a joint statement the strikes were aimed at 18 militant targets across 8 locations in Yemen. The United States and Britain have redesignated the Houthis as a terrorist group after they began targeting commercial vessels in November to protest Israel's war on Gaza. The US has carried out near-daily strikes against the Houthis, but have so far failed to halt the attacks, which have upset global trade and raised shipping rates.
US and British forces carried out strikes against more than a dozen Houthi targets in Yemen on the 24th of February. A joint statement from countries that either took part in the strikes or provided support said the military action was against 18 Houthi targets across 8 locations in Yemen. The strikes have so far failed to halt the Houthis' attack, which have upset global trade and raised shipping rates. Donald Trump decisively defeated Nikki Haley in South Carolina's Republican contest. This victory extends Trump's winning streak as he advances towards securing a 3rd consecutive presidential nomination and a potential rematch with Democratic President Joe Biden. Despite facing a litany of criminal charges, Trump was widely expected to win the southern state. The opinion polls consistently showed him holding a sizable lead over Haley, who is a native of South Carolina and served 2 terms as governor, having dominated all 5 contests so far, including Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and now South Carolina. Trump has left Haley with virtually no viable path to the Republican nomination.
That is really something. This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated. And I was just informed that we got double the number of votes that has ever been received in the great state of South Carolina. So that's pretty good. So it's a record ×2. And America first. First of all, my family, Melania, Barron, Tiffany and Michael, they're so supportive. But now there's a spirit that I have never seen. We ran 2 great races, but there's never been, there's never been a spirit like this. And I just want to say that I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
Despite having a home state advantage, Nikki Haley could not secure her first win in the Republican presidential primaries as South Carolina voters overwhelmingly chose Donald Trump. Haley has vowed to remain in the race through Super Tuesday on March 5th, hoping to give moderate Republicans and independents time to, in fact, increasingly long-shot her candidacy. Now, despite receiving support from many big Republican donors who opposed Trump's return to the White House, Haley has so far failed to persuade Republican primary voters, even those in South Carolina who know her best. While Haley may be positioning herself for a future White House bid in 2028, she remains in the race partly to be the alternative to Trump if he has to drop out due to legal challenges or health issues. The next major round of voting takes place on the 5th of March when 15 states and one U.S. territory award a significant number of delegates. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the nation from an airfield, the site where Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began 2 years ago. In his speech, Zelensky vowed victory and fair peace and thanked the Ukrainian people for their bravery and sacrifices made during the last 2 years.
Слава Україні! Я знаходжусь зараз в Гостомелі. Саме звідси мало розпочатись те саме взяти Київ і Україну за 3 дні. Можна сказати одним реченням. 2 роки тому ми вогнем зустрічали тут ворожий десант. 2 роки по тому ми зустрічаємо тут наших друзів, наших партнерів.
The body of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who died unexpectedly in prison 9 days ago, was handed to his
on February
mother.
16th, was handed over to his mother on Saturday, 9 days later, in the remote Arctic city of Salakard. That's according to Navalny's spokeswoman, who posted on X that it was uncertain whether Russian authorities would let his relatives hold a funeral the way the family wants and the way Alexei deserves.
Отдайте тело моего мужа.
In a video posted to YouTube less than 24 hours before, Navalny's widow, Yulia Navalnaya, demanded the release of her husband's body and accused Russian President Vladimir Putin, whom she called demonic, of torturing her husband's corpse.
You are mocking the remains of the deceased. It is already impossible to come up with more devilry. You violated every law, both human and divine.
И человеческий.
Navalnaya said she would continue the fight against Putin's regime and called him a fake for often professing his Christian faith. Navalny's family and supporters have accused Putin of having him killed, an accusation that the Kremlin has rejected. Navalny survived a poisoning attempt in 2020 and years of harsh treatment in prison, including long spells in solitary confinement. His team said on X on Thursday that his death certificate says he died of natural causes. On Friday, Navalny's mother said that Russian investigators were refusing to release her son's body from a morgue in Salakard until she agreed to lay him to rest without a public funeral. Navalny aides on Saturday said authorities had threatened to bury him in the remote prison colony where he died unless his family agreed to their conditions.
The Hautacam ski resort in southwest France has had a mostly snowless winter. In January, the resort rebranded itself the Hautacam Plage on social media channels, showing deck chairs and barbecues instead of white slopes and hot chocolate.
It's not the typical ski resort experience. Bikes on zip lines and outdoor rides. Here in the French Pyrenees, a recurring absence of snow means uncertain times for businesses that revolve around ski hills. And while tourists may still remark at the view, it's left resort staff wondering about their livelihood.
In the future, will this become the only recipe for our resort in winter? I don't know. It's a difficult question to answer.
Marie-Florentine Hulin is the marketing and communications manager of the Hautacam ski resort in Baussin, where they've opted not to use artificial snow machines.
We usually have heavy snowfalls in January, which allows us to open the 4 weeks of February. This year, there is really no snow at all. We only opened our ski slopes for 2 days. Maybe next year we will have a meter of snow in January, which will allow us to guarantee 4 weeks of the ski resort being open. But we are still going with trends, which are still about the scarcity of snow in the end.
But while visitors are enjoying the alternative activities, warming weather systems and a shorter season are testing the survival of a myriad of businesses. The local ski school is closed, and ski rental shops are seeing fewer customers. Josiane Semp owns a rental shop in the area.
If we keep having seasons like this one, we'll have to stop. We won't be able to go on. We'll need to think of something else.
France's Public Audit Office warned this month that, in the face of climate change, most resorts were likely to feel the economic impacts by 2050, with areas south of the Alps hit hardest. At Haute de Cam's restaurant, visitors eat lunch outdoors, while server Leo Villoin tries to keep a positive attitude.
We feel like we're not in control, that we're losing the snow little by little, and the coming years will be difficult too. So we try to find other things.
Residents like Stéphane Rémy are taking a pragmatic approach.
The snow situation is likely to get worse. We know that. So we might as well adapt ourselves to this and find other activities in nature, such as cycling or hiking.
S'adapter vers des activités nature, que ce soit du vélo, que ce soit la marche.
The countdown for News9's big event is over. The News9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit is being organized by the TV9 Group, and this edition of the summit is unmissable because the keynote address is by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What India Thinks Today Summit starts from today and will continue through 26th and 27th.
From fragile 5 to top 5, from a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Presenting the second edition of TV9, What India Thinks Today. Summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. Listen to Prime Minister Modi unveil his vision for Viksit Bharat at News9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन.
Welcome to Tech Talk, where innovation meets insight. I'm your host, Shruti Sharma, diving into the latest tech wonders. Let's explore together. First up, Redmi's another latest innovation, the Buds 5, storms into the wearable market with cutting-edge ANC technology and a plethora of amazing features. These TWS earbuds redefine audio experiences, boasting unparalleled sound quality and immersive noise cancellation. Redmi continues to set new benchmarks for excellence in the tech world. We give you the first look of these buds. Take a look. So guys, TWS is such a gadget that we cannot do without it, and that's the reason it's reigning TWS. Another one comes in the market is Redmi Buds 5. Yes, this is the one that's recently launched. We're going to be unboxing it and giving you the first impressions about these Redmi Buds 5. How they are, what's the design like, everything, a whole spec sheet here with me, Shruti Sharma. Let's get started with the Redmi Buds 5 TWS unboxing. So here's Redmi Buds 5 for you, and yes, the Redmi is by Xiaomi, no doubt, and we have some spec sheet here of the earbuds, and you could see that the special feature here is the fast pairing, which says that just with one tap, these Redmi Buds 5 enables quick, effortless Bluetooth pairing with your devices. So let's just quickly unbox this and see what do we have inside. Xiaomi earbuds, the app connection, obviously, that you can actually connect it with your app, and You could see battery level display, gestures, noise cancellation, audio effects, find your phones, update firmware, dual connection, ear tip fit test. This is all is what you get in the Xiaomi earbuds app. We're going to be talking about it, but let's just quickly see what all is there. You have a user manual that nobody really reads it. These are the ear tips that you get. The one that fits your ears perfectly is what you need to choose. And we have a charging cable, which is Type-C. So talking about charging only, it's a fast charge. 10 minutes of charge gives up to 4 hours of playback to you here. And this is where the real magic lies. Let's just quickly open these. Look at that. A nice white color is what you get here. You see the Redmi branding here, looks pretty chic. The Redmi Buds 5 is what we're talking about. You see a charging port here, which is Type-C, like I told you. And also, this is a dual device pairing, so you can actually connect 2 devices in one go with these buds. Look at this. Okay, now the box here that you see, the case is pretty thin here. And when you open it, here are the earbuds. Looks quite chic. The design is pretty nice. The case is pretty cute to look at. The buds are good, and I'm sure they're going to be comfortable with the kind of design that's given here. And let me tell you, these have up to 60 dB of hybrid active noise cancellation, and they also have the AI voice enhancement for calls, so they're going to be crystal clear with no noise at the background. 12.4 mm dynamic titanium drivers is what you get inside the earphones, which gives you clear voice, and these are with the up to 38 hours of playback. These are the features that we're going to talk about, and you could see that this is the charging magnets that you have here, and you can place them here. We'll take them off. You could see once we remove these. So here are the charging magnets that you get, and like I told you, it has up to 38 hours of playback that you get. And now people who know me knows how we check the durability of the case here. Quite a soft voice here, and you could see that you have a slash of LED line here, so it actually tells you the battery levels also. So here goes the earbuds, and this is how they look at. Pretty lightweight, almost no weight, so that's a good thing. You also get an indicator of light here that will tell you the charging of the device. And let me just put it in my ear and tell you the fit, how it is. So here's the device. And yes, it's pretty strong. And we'll quickly tell you about the app that you can use. So these are the Redmi Buds 5 for you, and if you want to know more about them, just quickly put in the comment section what you want to know about, and we're going to be doing a quick pointer review for these as to how is the performance of the Redmi Buds 5 that will launch in India. You know what? This latest smartphone has elevated the tech world with its groundbreaking AI features, from enhanced photography to intuitive user interactions. This smartphone sets a new standard for innovation. With its amazing tech capabilities and awesome design, it's sure the best one around. Yes, I'm talking about the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, a smartphone that got an AI the best possible way. I experienced it for a while, and here are my thoughts about it. So by now you must have guessed it. Yes, this is the Samsung S24 Ultra. And you're watching review of the most fascinating smartphone, and the topmost reason is that this comes with amazing AI features. Initially, people did think it's going to be some kind of a gimmicky smartphone, but no, it's real and does perform what it says. Let's get started with the review of the Samsung S24 Ultra smartphone. First up, the design. Yes, the looks of this phone is very classy. No round edges. Everything has been kept quite boxy. Satin finish looks very good and nice, just like what the new trend, the Samsung S24 Ultra, is made of titanium, which indeed makes it lightweight, and durable too. And if you notice, the color at the back, it does give a dual tone color, which looks quite amazing. What's the best part? This is now a flat display. It is futuristic design and looks very impressive. The edge pen position is apt and it also has become a little boxy. So overall, a great design at work. The only concern is that the screen size is quite big, and for people like with me with smaller hands, it gets a little big to actually use this phone, but it acts as a notebook for me, and yes, it's quite slim and chic. The screen is quite big and you would enjoy every bit of it. 2600 nits of brightness is indeed a wow thing here. Everything on the screen gave high dynamic experience. The glass is protected by Corning Gorilla Glass armor, which is an upgrade from the Victus to the armor. It's 4 times more scratch resistant than other smartphones, and after all that I've seen the display, it does look drop dead gorgeous. What's the best part here? The Samsung S24 Ultra screen just kills the reflection. And yes, you do fall in awe with this tech. And this should be an indeed inspiration for a tech step up for other brands as well. Now moving on, in terms of storage, it's up to 8 GB to 12 GB. It's powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 3, which is quite a processor and an update. The multitasking is amazing. Fluidity of the phone has gone up like how? Super breezy. It's smooth, consistent and great experience. And hear this out. Once again, Samsung is giving 7 years of software update. Like not 2, 3, 4 standard ones, but 7 years. Like really insane, isn't it? The haptics on the smartphone is better. It was good typing and smooth, very responsive. The face unlock, though, is what we noticed is a bit slow and very surprising so that it needs to be improved. Talking about the cameras, well, the front camera is 12 megapixel, and before we give you an insight into the camera performance, here's a quick spec sheet of the camera lenses on the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. So the camera configuration, you can see 200 megapixel main camera with 24mm f1.7 and f1.3 multi-directional PDAF OIS laser AF. It has 10 megapixel of telephoto dual pixel PDAF 3x optical zoom with OIS, a 50 megapixel periscope telephoto 5x optical zoom with 12 megapixel ultra wide with 13mm f2.2 120 degree field of view and OIS. So the camera app this time is more organized and has put nicely and works smoother. And the level of the editing, it's insane. You see, you take a pic and take the pic of that picture, it makes it even realistic. Yes, that's the camera and the edit magic here. So here are some features. Here is the eraser feature. This is a very cool one, but the only thing is, how much would you use it? Well, never mind. Let's talk about the AI features since we're talking about the Galaxy S24 Ultra. Well, after we told you about the camera specs of the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, take a look at the pictures that we clicked from this one. Quick look at the AI features. The instant translation takes the cake here. This is indeed a breakthrough feature and commendable to have in your smartphones. So this is a game changer feature indeed from Samsung. Well, the live translations through on a call are not that real time though. The AI summarization is something to look forward to. This saves time, and if you don't have to read much stuff, and same way it works for the notepad too. This is what I did like here. AI makes notes more composed. Another feature, the search to circle. Yes, sir, here it is, and this is how it works. Whatever I like seeing someone wearing or just want to know about a place, and no wasting time looking at and searching for it, just circle to search and ta-da! Here are the results. Good for my shopping, huh? And yes, it's very, very accurate. And here, while you are shooting a video, a long press actually makes it a slow motion video. Good for the slow-mo shot lovers. talking about the S Pen. Here is the S Pen. Yes, works well and good. Always a fan of it. And yes, the only thing is that the position should be somewhere in the right, as most of the people are right-handed and reach out to the right-hand side of the smartphone, but that's placed in the left. The battery life is 15% increased battery life than the predecessor. It's the best battery life smartphone, 8 to 9 hours exhaustive usage with 20% still left at the end of the day. Battery, let's take a quick look at the spec sheet of it. 5000 mAh battery with the 45 watts of charging, 15 watts of wireless charging and 4.5 watts of reverse charging is what you get here. So these AI features might and might not make you buy the S24 Ultra, but yes, you would want to experience it and you should. The catch here is that you would be able to use these AI features only till about 2025. After that, these all features will be chargeable features to be used. Well, now that's not good, and that wasn't even told. So this is the fastest smartphone and works good. Well, coming on to the final verdict, yes, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra is indeed Samsung's fastest phone that I've seen till now and works very well. And yes, this is in top 3 smartphones to buy. The design is amazing, great upgrades, good battery life, everything is just so good. And last but never the least, the AI features are indeed to die for. Buy 4. And here is the pricing of the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. In India, you'll get it for 1,19,899 for 256 GB storage. And yes, it comes in titanium black, titanium grey, violet, titanium yellow, titanium blue, and titanium green. Now, go check out the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. Buy it because it's to die for. And thank me later. Do let me know what you like about the phone later. For now, bye-bye. Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra has sure taken AI to the next level. Now, talking about AI, you know what are AI avatars? Aren't they interesting? But ever wondered how they're created? Well, we'll tell you all about these avatars as we explore the magic behind the AI avatars in a captivating demo. So be ready to witness the fusion of advanced algorithms and creative ingenuity as virtual characters come to life. From facial expressions to lifelike gestures, delve into the intricate process of crafting these digital personas. We unveil the secrets behind the screen with us. So AI avatars is the most talked about thing these days. And how are these AI avatars actually created? Let's ask the creator himself. He's Madhav with us, who's the creator. Madhav, how do you create these AI avatars and what's so special about it? You could just give us a demo and create one for us.
Sure. Why don't we create one for you as well?
I don't mind.
So right here we have our custom-made UI setup. It'd be better if you do it.
Okay.
So, begin now. Now we have 3 different timelines. You can choose if you want to go, how far you want to go into the future.
Very far.
Very far. Now we have 4 different environments, locations. So right here we have an underwater civilization, we have a Martian civilization, we have a super cyberpunk sort of civilization.
So let's try underwater. That seems pretty interesting.
Then these are 4 different species that we've created.
Okay.
This is a punk sword. This is someone who's Martian, underwater.
Let's be punk.
Punk, let's go.
Okay.
Male or female.
There you go.
Now you get to name them whatever you want. Something that is crazy and futuristic.
Oh my. Oh. Crazy and futuristic. Somebody's already chosen. Okay. I can take my name.
You type your own name if you want.
Okay. Let's make it Shark.
And I'll also need your email to send you your own
okay.
ID
Yes. Okay, I'm done. Submit. Guys, look at that. My AI avatar is just going to be there. Madhav has created it for me. Okay.
In the meantime, we'll move over here to the webcam.
Okay. So that's the webcam where I'm standing for my picture to be turned into AI.
You will reposition this a little bit. I have to change the background.
Okay, so I'm going to be underwater. That's what I chose.
Inferior technology, you know.
Underwater. It's taking a bit of time, but we'll be there. Okay. There you go.
Now, if you look at that screen.
Okay, guys, look at that. That's my avatar that's being created. You can take a look there. Oh my God, I'm already underwater. And that's the real-time AI avatar being created. I can move my hands here and see. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Right, you can do whatever you want to cover your face. You can wear your specs. You can take them off. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, let's try.
So these are all recorded frames that we have, and from these we choose the best one.
Okay.
And we will create a future ID card, sort of like a future Aadhaar card, and
Okay.
email it to you.
Okay, so I have my future Aadhaar card here already. That's an underwater AI avatar that's been created. So let's see.
Frame, so that's
Okay. So can we now just see the final thing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So guys.
The ID card takes some time.
Okay. The ID card is going to take time, but these are the frames. That's my AI avatar. That looks quite cool. And I think the one that I'm wearing specs with is looking pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, this is also nice. So I was covering my face, real time AI avatar that was created. So that was crazy AI avatar, and that's AI for you. So did you like my AI avatar? Well, moving on, ASUS has emerged as a powerhouse brand in India, particularly in the gaming sector. It has indeed experienced significant growth in the recent years. The success can be attributed to a potent blend of cutting-edge technology, relentless innovation, and a deep understanding of gamers' needs. ASUS indeed continues to dominate the gaming market in India, setting new standards of excellence. What has made this brand a success in India? We got to know it all from the ASUS India Vice President, Arnold Su, as he spills the beans for us. Hear it out.
I love Indian food. In the past 2 days, I eat fish curry and I eat chapati and roti. Yeah, it's okay for me. And then if I'm in Mumbai, then I cook by myself. Yeah, I'm not a good cooker, but at least I cook something, so I can still. Sometimes if I miss Taiwanese food, I will cook by myself.
So you catch hold of Hindi language here in India?
Tola. No, not that much. Yeah, but because in India you speak English with Hindi, right? So I can try to catch some words. Hi, this is Arnold. So I'm the Vice President for ASUS India's consumer and gaming business. ASUS number continue to grow. So last year we end up with around 870,000 units. So our market share increased from around 13%. Last year we already reached to 18% plus. So the reason of the growth in ASUS India, one of the key reasons is the reach to the customer and also the product tied to market. So if you see in ASUS, even across India, we have around 1,300 shops with ASUS laptop live display. And also we have 250 stores in India which has a full range of laptops. So compared with our competitor in India market is we are willing to provide the machine live to the customer. And we want customer to experience it before they make a buying decision. So this helps us to engage with customer. So as per the GfK study, so we found there's a studies about the end users, the age factor. So within ASUS, from age 16 to 24, 50% of our customers from this segment. But in other companies, they are either 25% or 30%. So most of ASUS customers are the young generation. So we believe these are the few factors which help ASUS to grow in India. So when we look at the India's gaming market, the major difference is the ecosystem. So we consider ourselves as the equipment provider. So I always talk to my team that we should look for India. Everybody is familiar with cricket. So if you see all the sports players like Nike, Adidas, or Reebok, what is their job? Their job is not only to serve Rohit Kohli, right? They are professional players. So what they are serving is they are serving to the general public who are playing on the streets, on the ground. So same to us, if we want to increase the gaming ecosystem, our major target audience is not the professional gamers. That is important, but not only that, we need to increase the general public who want to play games. So what do? We have three major phases. The first one is our ROG store. ROG is our sub-brand for gaming, right? So we already have 15 ROG stores in India. In each of the ROG store, we have a gaming zone. So they are 5-on-5 or 3-on-3 table. So customer can go to a website, we call it ROG Verse. So customer can go to ROG Verse to book a time slot. For example, today if I'm free at 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., I just go to the website and book Nehru Place ROG store. I need one seat, 2 to 4 p.m. Then he book. He can go to our ROG store to sit and play in those 2 hours for free. So with this activity, what we want to achieve is lots of customers, maybe initially, either they are not able to afford or they not yet decide whether they require a gaming PC or not. And if you go to a traditional stores, you may stand there, touch and feel, but you will not be able to play on it. You cannot play on a machine standing and for 1 hour, right? But for our ROG store, what we provide you is you can stay there for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. And with the latest gaming machine, you will understand what is a gaming machine. Then the second phase, what we are doing is, we call it ROG Showdown. So every quarter we organize 15 to 20 ROG Showdowns. And then we leverage our stores. So we invite the customer come to our store to play against each other. Then you will know how good you are. Right? Not everybody can become Rohit Kohli. Yeah, but at least we want you to know that, okay, how good you are. Then the third one is, how can you become a professional player? So we have another project, we call it ROG Academy. So this is already 8th season. Now we are in the season 8. So every season there's a wide selection. So there are in between 2,000 to 4,000 people every season. They will come to register and then to play against each other. We have some criteria. And finally, we select 6 people each season. And we hire a professional coach who are coaching the professional players. And we hire one coach to train these 6 people. And then we will send them to do the competition with other teams. There are lots of professional gaming tournaments in India, right? So then we send them to compete. So after this 8th season, till now, there are already 3 players got selected to join the professional team. 2021, we launched the first OLED laptop in India in the sub 50K segment, and we got a huge success. Because although in the same spec, maybe people will say 40K, 42K, 45K, I can get the similar spec. Why should I pay for 49K to Asus? But then in different angles, if you require OLED laptop, any other brand, you need to pay for one leg. But in Asus, we have a solution with sub 50K. And there are lots of customers, maybe they don't need a much powerful CPU, much powerful graphics card, but they want to have a based display. Then we give you one option. So how we look at the price segment is, as long as you are able to give something different, India end user is ready to pay for it. Whichever product we launch globally, India will be the first wave country to get the product. And then in terms of the product strategies, we want to target the different segments. Because now, maybe at this moment, we will only segregate non-gaming and gaming. But practically, within gaming, there are so many sub-segments. Like I mentioned, I use my gaming machine as a convertible gaming device. We also have thin and light gaming. We have different segments. I learned from other top CEOs, so we call it the unit of times. Yeah, so if today your unit of time is half day or 1 day, you may just say, okay, second half I'm going to do this, or tomorrow first half we are going to do that. But now I segregate my time into 30 minutes a unit. So whatever I do is by 30 minutes. So the schedule is quite clear that how I'm going to do. So
अध्यक्ष श्रीमान CR पाटिल, अन्य सभी महानुभाव और गुजरात के मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, સૌથી પહેલા તો માતૃ સ્વરૂપા અમારી આહિર રાણીયાઓ, એમણે જે વારણા લીધા એમનો હું શ્રદ્ધાપૂર્વક આદરપૂર્વક પ્રણામ કરીને આભાર માનું છું. થોડા દિવસ પહેલા સોશિયલ મીડિયામાં એક વિડીયો બહુ વાયરલ થયો. દ્વારકામાં 37,000 આહિરાણી એક સાથે ગરબા કરે તો લોકો મને બડા ગર્વથી કહેતા હતા કે સાહેબ આ દ્વારકામાં 37,000 આહિરાણી. મેં ભાઈ તમને ગરબો દેખાડો પણ ત્યાંની એક બીજી વિશેષતા છે કે આ 37,000 આહિરાણી જ્યારે ત્યાં ગરબા કરતી હતી ને ત્યારે ત્યાં ઓછામાં ઓછું 25,000 કિલો સોનું એમના શરીર ઉપર હતું. આ તો આંકડો હું ઓછામાં ઓછું કહું છું. જ્યારે લોકો જાણે કે શરીર પર 25,000 કિલો સોનું અને ગરબા, લોકોને આશ્ચર્ય થાય છે. એવી આ માતૃ સ્વરૂપ આપ સૌએ મારા ઓવારણા લીધા, આપના આશીર્વાદ મળ્યા. હું સૌ આહિરાણીનો માથું નમાવીને આભાર માનું છું. भगवान श्री कृष्ण की कर्मभूमि द्वारिका धाम को मैं श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं. देवभूमि द्वारिका में भगवान कृष्ण द्वारिकाधीश के रूप में विराजते हैं. यहां जो कुछ भी होता है वो द्वारिकाधीश की इच्छा से ही होता है. आज सुबह मुझे मंदिर में दर्शन का, पूजन का सौभाग्य मिला. द्वारिका के लिए कहा जाता है कि ये 4 धाम और सप्तपुरी दोनों का हिस्सा है. यहां आदि शंकराचार्य जी ने 4 पीठों में से एक शारदा पीठ की स्थापना की. यहां नागेश्वर ज्योतिर्लिंग है, रुक्मिणी देवी मंदिर है, आस्था के ऐसे अनेक केंद्र है. और मुझे बीते दिनों देश काज करते करते देव काज के निमित्त देश के अनेक तीर्थों की यात्रा का सौभाग्य मिला है. आज द्वारिका धाम में भी उसी दिव्यता को अनुभव कर रहा हूं. आज सुबह ही मुझे ऐसा एक और अनुभव हुआ. मैंने वो पल बिताए जो जीवन भर मेरे साथ रहने वाले हैं. मैंने गहरे समुद्र के भीतर जाकर प्राचीन द्वारिका जी के दर्शन किए. पुरातत्व के जानकारों ने समंदर में समाई उस द्वारिका के बारे में काफी कुछ लिखा है. हमारे शास्त्रों में भी द्वारिका के बारे में कहा गया है, भविष्यति पुरी रम्या सद्वारा प्राज्ञ तोरणा चयाट्टलाकल केयूरा पृथ्व्याम ककूदोपमा. अर्थात सुंदर द्वारों और ऊंचे भवनों वाली ये पुरी पृथ्वी पर शिखर जैसी होगी। कहते हैं भगवान विश्वकर्मा ने खुद इस द्वारिका नगरी का निर्माण किया था। द्वारका नगरी भारत में श्रेष्ठ नगर, उसका आयोजन, उसका विकास का एक उत्तम उदाहरण था। आज जब मैं गहरे समुद्र के भीतर द्वारिका जी के दर्शन कर रहा था तो मैं पुरातन वही भव्यता, वही दिव्यता मनोमन अनुभव कर रहा था। मैंने वहां भगवान श्री कृष्ण को, द्वारकाधीश को प्रणाम किया, उन्हें नमन किया। मैं अपने साथ मोर पंख भी ले कर गया था, जिसे मैंने प्रभु कृष्ण का स्मरण करते हुए वहां अर्पित किया। मेरे लिए कई वर्षों से, जब मैंने पुरातत्वविदों से ये जाना था, तो एक बहुत बड़ी जिज्ञासा थी। मन करता था कभी न कभी समुद्र के भीतर जाऊंगा और उस द्वारिका नगरी के जो भी अवशेष हैं उसे छू करके श्रद्धा भाव से नमन करूंगा। अनेक वर्षों की मेरी वो इच्छा आज पूरी हुई। मेरा मन बहुत गदगद है, मैं भाव विभोर हूं। दशकों तक जो सपना संजोया हो और उसे आज उस पवित्र भूमि को स्पर्श कर करके पूरा हुआ होगा, आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं मेरे भीतर कितना अभूत आनंद होगा। साथियों, 21वीं सदी में भारत के वैभव की तस्वीर भी मेरी आंखों में घूम रही थी और मैं लंबे समय तक अंदर रहा। मैं समुद्र द्वार और आज के यहां देर आई आने में उसका कारण भी मैं अंदर काफी देर रुका रहा। मैं समुद्र द्वारका के उस दर्शन से विकसित भारत के संकल्प को और मजबूत करके आया हूं। साथियों, आज मुझे सुदर्शन सेतु के लोकार्पण का भी सौभाग्य मिला है। 6 साल पहले मुझे इस सेतु के शिलान्यास का अवसर मिला था। ये सेतु ओखा को बेट द्वारका द्वीप से जोड़ेगा। ये सेतु द्वारकाधीश के दर्शन भी आसान बनाएगा और यहां की दिव्यता को भी 4 चांद लगा देगा। जिसका सपना देखा, जिसकी आधारशिला रखी, उसको पूरा किया, यही ईश्वर रूपी जनता जनार्दन के सेवक मोदी की गारंटी है। सुदर्शन सेतु सिर्फ एक सुविधा भर नहीं है, बल्कि ये इंजीनियरिंग का भी कमाल है। और मैं तो चाहूंगा इंजीनियरिंग के, स्ट्रक्चरल इंजीनियरिंग के विद्यार्थी आकर के इस सुदर्शन सेतु का अध्ययन करें। ये भारत का अब तक का सबसे लंबा केबल आधारित ब्रिज है। मैं सभी देशवासियों को इस आधुनिक और विराट सेतु के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। અને આજે જ્યારે આવડું મોટું કામ થાય છે ત્યારે એક જૂની વાત યાદ આવે છે। રશિયામાં અસ્ટ્રાખાન નામનું એક રાજ્ય છે। ગુજરાત અને અસ્ટ્રાખાન સાથે સિસ્ટર સ્ટેટનો આપણો નાતો છે। તો જ્યારે હું મુખ્યમંત્રી હતો ત્યારે રશિયાના એ અસ્ટ્રાખાન રાજ્યમાં એમણે મને નિમંત્રણ આપ્યું, હું ગયો હતો। અને જ્યારે ત્યાં ગયો તો મારા માટે આશ્ચર્ય હતું કે ત્યાં જે સારામાં સારી બજાર હોય, મોટામાં મોટો મોલ હોય તો એનું નામ ઓખા ઉપર જ હોય। બધાના નામ પર ઓખા। મેં કહ્યું કે ઓખા કેમ રાખ્યું છે? તો સદીઓ પહેલા આપણા લોકો અહીંથી વેપાર માટે ત્યાં જતા અને અહીંથી જે ચીજો જાય એને ત્યાં ઉત્તમમાં ઉત્તમ ચીજો માનવામાં આવતી। એના કારણે જે સદીઓ પછી પણ ઓખા નામની દુકાન હોય, ઓખા નામનો મોલ હોય તો ત્યાંના લોકોને લાગે કે આ ખૂબ ઊંચી ગુણવત્તાવાળી વસ્તુ અહીંયા મળે છે। એ જે સદીઓ પહેલા આ મારા ઓખાની જે આબરૂ હતી ને, આ સુદર્શન સેતુ બન્યા પછી ફરી એકવાર દુનિયાના નકશામાં મારું ઓખા ચમકવાનું છે। साथियों, आज जब मैं सुदर्शन सेतु को देख रहा तो कितनी ही पुरानी बातें भी याद आ रही है। पहले द्वारका और बेट द्वारका के लोगों को, श्रद्धालुओं को फेरी बोट पर निर्भर रहना पड़ता था। पहले समंदर और फिर सड़क से लंबा सफर करना पड़ता था। यात्रियों को परेशानी होती थी और अक्सर समंदर की ऊंची लहरों के कारण कभी कभी बोट सेवा बंद भी हो जाती थी। इससे श्रद्धालुओं को बहुत परेशानी होती थी। जब मैं मुख्यमंत्री था तो यहां के साथी जब भी मेरे पास आते थे तो ब्रिज की बात जरूर करते थे। और हमारे शिव हमारे पबूबा, उनका एक एजेंडा था कि ये काम मुझे करना है। आज मैं देख रहा हूं कि पबूबा सबसे ज्यादा खुश है। साथियों, मैं तब की कांग्रेस की केंद्र सरकार के सामने बार बार ये बातें रखता था, लेकिन कभी उन्होंने इस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया। इस सुदर्शन सेतु का निर्माण यह भी भगवान श्री कृष्ण ने मेरे ही भाग्य में लिखा था। मुझे खुशी है कि मैं परमात्मा का आदेश का पालन करके इस दायित्व को निभा पाया हूं। इस पुल के बनने से अब देश भर से यहां आने वाले श्रद्धालुओं को बहुत सुविधा होगी। इस पुल की एक और विशेष बात है, इसमें जो शानदार लाइटिंग हुई है उसके लिए बिजली पुल पर लगे सोलर पैनल से ही जुटाई जाएगी। सुदर्शन सेतु में 12 टूरिस्ट गैलरी बनाई गई है। आज मैंने भी इन गैलरियों को देखा है। ये अद्भुत है, बहुत ही सुंदर है, सुदर्शन ही है। इनसे लोग अथाह नीले समंदर को निहार पाएंगे। साथियों, आज इस पवित्र अवसर पर मैं देवभूमि द्वारका के लोगों की सराहना भी करूंगा। यहां के लोगों ने स्वच्छता का जो मिशन शुरू किया है, और मेरे पास लोग सोशल मीडिया से वीडियो भेजते थे कि द्वारिका में कितनी जबरदस्त सफाई का काम चल रहा है। आप लोग खुश है ना? तुम्हारा बधाने आनंद हो ना? सफाई થઈ તો એકદમ બધું સાફ સાફ લાગે છે ને? પણ હવે તમારી જવાબદારી શું? પાછું મારે આવવું પડશે સાફ કરવા? તમે આને સાફ રાખશો કે નહીં? જરા હાથ ઊંચા કરીને કહો. હવે આપણે દ્વારકાને ગંદી નહીં થવા દઈએ. મંજૂર? મંજૂર? देखिए, विदेश के लोग यहां आएंगे, अनेक श्रद्धालु आएंगे। जब वो स्वच्छता देखते हैं तो आधा तो उनका मन आप जीत ही लेते हैं। साथियों, जब मैंने देशवासियों को नए भारत के निर्माण की गारंटी दी थी, तो ये विपक्ष के लोग जो आए दिन मुझे गाली देने के शौकीन हैं, वो उसकी भी मजाक उड़ाते थे। आज देखिए, लोग नया भारत अपनी आंखों से बनता हुआ देख रहे हैं। जिन्होंने लंबे समय तक देश पर शासन किया, उनके पास इच्छा शक्ति नहीं थी। सामान्य जन को सुविधा देने की नीयत और निष्ठा में खोट थी। कांग्रेस की पूरी ताकत एक परिवार को ही आगे बढ़ाने में लगती रही। अगर एक परिवार को ही सब कुछ करना था, तो देश बनाने की याद कैसे आती? इनकी पूरी शक्ति इसी बात पर लगती थी कि 5 साल सरकार कैसे चलाएं, घोटालों को कैसे दबाएं। तभी तो 2014 से पहले के 10 सालों में भारत को ये सिर्फ 11वें नंबर की इकोनॉमी बना पाए। जब अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी छोटी थी, तो इतने विराट देश के ऐसे विराट सपनों को पूरा करने का सामर्थ्य भी उतना नहीं था। जो थोड़ा बहुत बजट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए रहता था, वो ये घोटाले करके लूट लेते थे। जब देश में टेलीकॉम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बढ़ाने का समय आया, कांग्रेस ने 2G घोटाला कर दिया। जब देश में स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को आधुनिक बनाने का अवसर आया, कांग्रेस ने कॉमनवेल्थ घोटाला कर दिया। जब देश में डिफेंस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करने की बारी आई, कांग्रेस ने हेलीकॉप्टर और सबमरीन घोटाला कर दिया। देश की हर जरूरत के साथ कांग्रेस सिर्फ विश्वासघात ही कर सकती है। साथियों, 2014 में जब आप सभी ने मुझे आशीर्वाद देकर दिल्ली भेजा, तो मैं आपसे वायदा करके गया था कि देश को लूटने नहीं दूंगा। कांग्रेस के समय में जो हजारों करोड़ के घोटाले होते रहते थे, वो सब अब बंद हो चुके हैं। बीते 10 वर्षों में हमने देश को दुनिया की 5वें नंबर की आर्थिक ताकत बना दिया, और इसका परिणाम आप पूरे देश में ऐसे नव्य, भव्य और दिव्य निर्माण कार्य देख रहे हैं। एक तरफ हमारे दिव्य तीर्थ स्थल आधुनिक स्वरूप में सामने आ रहे हैं, तो दूसरी तरफ मेगा प्रोजेक्ट से नए भारत की नई तस्वीर बन रही है। आज आप देश का ये सबसे लंबा केबल आधारित सेतु गुजरात में देख रहे हैं। कुछ दिन पहले ही मुंबई में देश का सबसे लंबा सी ब्रिज पूरा हुआ। जम्मू कश्मीर में चिनाब पर बना शानदार ब्रिज आज दुनिया भर में चर्चा का विषय है। तमिलनाडु में भारत का पहला वर्टिकल लिफ्ट ब्रिज न्यू पंबन ब्रिज भी तेजी से काम चल रहा है। असम में भारत का सबसे लंबा नदी सेतु भी बीते 10 वर्ष में ही बना है। पूरब, पश्चिम, उत्तर, दक्षिण चारों तरफ ऐसे बड़े निर्माण हो रहे हैं। यही आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी समृद्ध और सशक्त राष्ट्र के निर्माण का रास्ता है। साथियों, जब कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ती है, जब कनेक्टिविटी बेहतर होती है, तो इसका सीधा प्रभाव देश के पर्यटन पर पड़ता ही है। गुजरात में बढ़ती हुई कनेक्टिविटी राज्य को बड़ा टूरिस्ट हब बना रही है। आज गुजरात में 22 सेंचुरीज और 4 नेशनल पार्क हैं। हजारों वर्ष पुराने पोर्ट सिटी लोथल की चर्चा दुनिया भर में है। आज अहमदाबाद शहर, रानी की वाव, चांपानेर और धौलावीरा वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज बन चुके हैं। द्वारका में शिवराजपुर का ब्लू फ्लैग बीच है। वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज सिटी अहमदाबाद है। एशिया का सबसे लंबा रोपवे ये हमारे गिरनार पर्वत पर है। गिर वन, एशियाटिक लायन ये हमारे गिर के जंगलों में पाए जाते हैं। दुनिया की सबसे ऊंची प्रतिमा सरदार साहब की स्टैच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी गुजरात के एकता नगर में है। रणोत्सव में आज दुनिया भर के पर्यटकों का मेला लगता है। कच्छ का धोरडो गांव दुनिया के सर्वोत्तम पर्यटन गांवों में गिना जाता है। नड़ाबेट राष्ट्रभक्ति और पर्यटन का एक महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र बन रहा है। विकास भी, विरासत भी, इस मंत्र पर चलते हुए गुजरात में आस्था के स्थलों को भी संवारा जा रहा है। द्वारका, सोमनाथ, पावागढ़, मोढेरा, अंबाजी ऐसे सभी महत्वपूर्ण तीर्थ स्थलों में सुविधाओं का विकास किया गया है। अंबाजी में ऐसी व्यवस्था की गई है कि 52 शक्तिपीठों के दर्शन एक जगह हो जाते हैं। आज गुजरात भारत आने वाले विदेशी पर्यटकों की पसंद बनता जा रहा है। वर्ष 2022 में भारत आए 85 लाख से अधिक पर्यटकों में हर 5वां पर्यटक गुजरात आया है। पिछले वर्ष अगस्त तक करीब 15.5 लाख पर्यटक गुजरात आ चुके हैं। केंद्र सरकार ने विदेशी पर्यटकों को जो ई वीजा की सुविधा दी है, उसका भी लाभ गुजरात को मिला है। पर्यटकों की संख्या में हो रही ये वृद्धि गुजरात में रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के नए अवसर बना रही है। साथियों, मैं जब भी सौराष्ट्र आता हूं, यहां से एक नई ऊर्जा लेकर जाता हूं। सौराष्ट्र की ये धरती संकल्प से सिद्धि की बहुत बड़ी प्रेरणा है। आज सौराष्ट्र का विकास देखकर किसी को भी एहसास पहले कभी नहीं होगा कि पहले यहां जीवन कितना कठिन हुआ करता था। हमने तो वो दिन भी देखे हैं जब सौराष्ट्र का हर परिवार, हर किसान बूंद बूंद पानी के लिए तरसता था। यहां से लोग पलायन करके दूर दूर पैदल चले जाते थे। जब मैं कहता था कि जिन नदियों में साल भर पानी रहता है, वहां से पानी उठाकर सौराष्ट्र और कच्छ में लाया जाएगा, तो ये कांग्रेस के लोग मेरी मजाक उड़ाते थे। लेकिन आज सौनी ये एक ऐसी योजना है जिसने सौराष्ट्र का भाग्य बदल दिया है। इस योजना के तहत 1300 किलोमीटर से अधिक की पाइपलाइन बिछाई गई है। और पाइपलाइन भी छोटी नहीं है, पाइप के अंदर मारुति कार चल जा सकती है। इसके कारण सौराष्ट्र के सैकड़ों गांवों को सिंचाई का और पीने का पानी पहुंच गया है। अब सौराष्ट्र का किसान संपन्न हो रहा है, यहां का पशुपालक संपन्न हो रहा है, यहां का मछुआरा संपन्न हो रहा है। मुझे विश्वास है आने वाले वर्षों में पूरा सौराष्ट्र, पूरा गुजरात सफलता की नई ऊंचाई पर पहुंचेगा। द्वारकाधीश का आशीर्वाद हमारे साथ है। हम मिलकर सौराष्ट्र को, गुजरात को विकसित बनाएंगे। गुजरात विकसित होगा, भारत विकसित होगा। एक बार फिर इस भव्य सेतु के लिए मैं आप सभी को हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, आपका अभिनंदन करता हूं। और अब मेरी द्वारका वालों से प्रार्थना है, अब आप अपना मन बना लीजिए। दुनिया भर से टूरिस्ट कैसे ज्यादा से ज्यादा आए, आने के बाद उसको यहां रहने का मन करे। मैं आपकी इस भावना का आदर करता हूं। मेरे साथ बोलिए, द्वारिकाधीश की, द्वारिकाधीश की, द्वारिकाधीश की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing a gathering in Dwarka, Gujarat. Now the countdown for News9's big event is over. The News9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit is being organized by the TV9 Group, and this edition of the summit is unmissable because the keynote address is by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What India Thinks Today Summit starts from today and will continue through 26th and 27th.
From Fragile 5 to Top 5, from a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Presenting the second edition of TV9, What India Thinks Today. Summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. Listen to Prime Minister Modi unveil his vision for Viksit Bharat at News9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, Enabling Dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस। बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया, अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट। नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स। प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का। स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी। सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में। सर्वोकॉन। Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस। बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया, अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट। नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स। प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का। स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी। सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर। Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस। बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया, अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट। नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स। प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का। स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी। सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में। सर्वोकॉन।
I try and convert almost everything in a kind of a mathematical formula.
You should always stretch more than you can reach.
Listening is very important.
Because if you don't listen, how would you know what the problem is?
Everybody who's working in and around me, their personal well-being is also responsibility that I carry.
Great leaders have shared vision.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
Hey everyone, I'm Akanksha Monga and I travel for a living. I'm in Goa during the monsoons where everything around me seems alive. From the trees to the birds to just the water pouring down. Usually I travel solo, but this time I've decided to take a friend along.
With Akanksha around, I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun.
If I had to send a postcard from Goa today, my first highlight would have to be the charming walk that I took through Fountainias. We are in the Latin quarters of Goa, also known as Fountain of Phoenix.
It's got a very fascinating history behind this, isn't it?
We all know that Goa has been under the influence of the Hindus, Muslims, and the Portuguese.
By the early 1800s, Fountainias became the housing quarters of Portuguese administrative staff.
These tiny little houses are painted every year right after the monsoons, a rule which was actually established by the Portuguese that is continued to carry on even now.
But I hear that this regular housing area becomes extremely festive.
Every year in February, a massive art festival is held here in Fountainias. People are dancing, everyone's in a festive mood, music and great tableaus. It's just great to see the mix of culture come together. After a very tiring walk, we got back to our hotel at the Postcard Goa, and this is the Villa property, which is stunning. It's lush, There's a beautiful pool here. And I indulged in my version of luxury. Sitting by the pool, reading my favorite book, having a drink that was customized to my taste, and swimming.
Meanwhile, I decided to plan a grand cycling adventure.
So we headed to the Life Center where we met our captain and we were off to explore an island
Diwar Island is like a planet of its own. We were riding through paddy fields, we were riding through backwaters, we were riding through some of the most beautiful sights we'd ever seen. Our first stop was the Piedad Church.
We are at the highest hill of Diwar Island, called the Piedad Church. This basically was built during the early 17th century. There is a legend actually associated to this place. So back in the day, there was a sailor who was sailing and he was coming towards Goa. The origins of this guy, where he was coming, is unknown. And his ship, for some reason, was sinking. And he promised himself that the minute he is able to touch safely to a land, closest church in that area, he will dedicate his ship bell to. So earlier, back in the day, sailors used to do that. So his fate brought him to Diwar Island.
From the Piedad Church, we continued where we found ruins of a temple built hundreds of years ago, the Saptakoteshwar temple.
Alright, so we are at the place where the name Diwar originated from, temple called Saptakoteshwar, where we are right now at. And this was one of the main temples because it was a family deity of the Kadambas. And this was the step well, so the royal family would have their ritual bath here and then they would go offer worship in the Saptakoteshwar temple. These niches that you see, which are 108 carved in temples, they used to light diyas. And they should keep one each in these 108 niches.
There were over 108 temples on Diwar Island, and a majority of them were Shiva temples.
Mostly the idols which existed in these temples are right now towards the opposite side of the island, where it was a Maratha territory. So all of these were transported there.
So this truly encapsulates, this spot exactly encapsulates what Diwar Island stands for in a way.
This also was a place really promoted for learning literature. So Vedas and Sanskrit were also something that was taught back in the day.
Amazing.
Amazing.
So there's a very famous folk song called Aau Saiba Pul Tadi Veta Damu Cha Lagna Goveta, which means I am going across the river to attend Damu's wedding.
We learned the lyrics to the song, we sang together. I think that moment would forever be etched in my memory. So if one island wasn't enough, we were being taken to the backwaters.
I wanna be there with you, no matter where you go.
We got there when we met Mr. Amrud, who was going to be our guide for the day along with the captain from Live. We were getting off when Mr. Amrud told all of us to hush, keep our voices down. He had spotted a crocodile. Taking his afternoon Goan nap, rolled all around, went into the water and made a big splash. So the next thing on the agenda was fishing.
Don't wait for tomorrow. Live for today. Keep chasing the sunshine. And go out and play.
After a long and tiring day, we spoke to the chef who made us an amazing customized Goan dinner. Our dinner couldn't have been better. property in Goa had this beautiful courtyard, and we couldn't have just left without having a good yoga session. We were on our way in the car to visit Goa's quintessential churches.
While we were on our quest, we had a fascinating pit stop.
And as we entered it, we were transported into a completely different world, surrounded by these tall coconut trees all around us, and just these men singing and chopping off coconuts.
And we finally reached Our Lady of the Immaculate Conception Church.
This is actually now known as the Singham Church. A very major part of that movie was shot here. But another name for this church, it's also called the Crown of Panjim.
This church was built over 400 years ago. Every time you see these things, you just get reminded of the times and how far you've come since then.
I completely agree. I think it's always a walk through history.
Yeah.
And it's just so interesting to see that and the architectural styles. And another very interesting thing that we found out was that a lot of these churches have a blend of Portuguese and Goan style,
Yes.
which can be seen here as well.
The architecture style is actually like a mix of...
A perfect blend. And the Goans retaining their style as well and infusing that with the Portuguese style. So I think it's amazing. My journey so far in Goa has been nothing short of a dream. But we have a lot of new exciting things lined up because you will love it. Our day today started with checking into the beautiful postcard property of Quellen. So as we entered, we were very kindly taken for a tour across the property.
This is a beautiful part of South Goa, and you are at the postcard Quellen. And Quellen is the name of a beautiful village over here. This is 350 years old property, and this property belongs to Dr. T.V. Kona in 1947 when, India got freedom, and later on Goa was still under Portuguese. So he started the Goa Free Movement, as well as he's also called as the father of Goa nation.
But across the property, there were these pieces of furniture that were lying around everywhere that looked very unique and very different. And the reason why they look different is because all of them are over 100, 200 years old. And that's why they're there, and it's like a breathing museum, to be honest.
We were already right in the heart of history.
So I have to say that I am in complete awe of this place. I mean, we were just walking around when we saw that there's a chapel right here inside the house.
We used to have temple in a house, so Portuguese will have their chapels, so that you can come together, pray together, and then you can light the candle anytime.
Every wall, every corner was a history lesson.
For every Portuguese house used to have a beautiful ballroom, so we have a ballroom over here. And the antique furniture, which is all used by Dr. T.V. Kona.
We're just standing here, but mentally I'm being transported back in time.
Here we have 100 years old piano, which is also used by Dr. T.V. Kona family. So you can also try your hands on piano.
I knew I had to try my hand at it. I think those 10 minutes for me where I was just playing the piano, I was so immersed in the experience in itself, and I loved it. I loved every second of it. We also ended up playing a very fun game of pool, something that I'd literally never imagined I'd be doing.
I was extremely confident that I was going to win this no matter what.
But I let Krishna have a go at it first, because I always believe that if you follow someone, who's worse than you, you always look good. All you need to do is learn how to play and win.
Okay, fine, I didn't win that one. She wanted a trophy for it, for God's sakes.
Yeah. If I ever had to quote, it would be never miss a good sunset. This time we decided to find a completely brand new spot to witness the sunset. And that was the Three Kings Church, which by the way is also known as the Haunted Church.
So, Akanksha, this is the Three Kings Church. And legend has it that once upon a time there were three Portuguese kings who were always at loggerheads with each other, fighting for supremacy. And one fine day, one of those kings invited the other two kings for dinner and poisoned their food and killed them.
Oh, so he put a literal end to the fight.
Put a little end to the fight. And then the fear was that the subjects who were faithful to those kings would come and attack him and kill him. And then he got paranoid and he also consumed the same poison and committed suicide. And all three of them were buried right beneath this church. Their spirits continue to haunt this church, and not just haunt, but protect this place as well.
Krishna, I absolutely love your enthusiasm and it was a great story. I have to break it to you that it's an urban legend.
Okay, let's keep it this way. You believe it as an urban legend, I'll believe it as the story.
Whatever floats your boat. Our day started in the wee hours of the morning where we headed out to a local fish market. But I had to step aside and let Krishna take the brunt because I'm someone who cannot stand the smell of fish.
Chaz, we are at the most famous fish market in Goa.
If you're a Goan, your day is incomplete without a fish. This is very famous tiger prawns, the rock crabs.
These are river crabs?
No, the sea crabs, the sea rock crabs.
Hi chef, so you're finally here. I was waiting for you at the vegetable and fruit market all this while. And honestly, looking at the colorful fruits, vegetables and the fragrance is just getting me hungrier. So please tell me, what is the Goan essence that we can find in these vegetables and what is your favorite Goan dish to cook with these?
Okay, so firstly we'll talk about this tamri bhaji. So locally it is also called as tamri bhaji, but it is also called as Amarnath meats and lal saag. It's very bright in color, and even you can see, like the fins are very fine. So this reflects the fish is very fresh. They're also called as banana chilies.
Banana chili.
This you can see is very Goan and very local over here. This is mackerel, also locally called as bangra. Artha kilo. They're done with the mackerel. I'll take that.
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Okay, we are making two dishes. So one is going to be your pick, the bangra rava fry, which is my personal favorite. And with this red spinach leaves, we are going to make the traditional tamri bhaji, which is normally made at the Goan household. Yeah.
I am sous chef or assistant chef number 1, and she's sous chef or assistant chef number 2. So please.
Yeah, I'll be great to have these two, so much talented young sous chefs with me. For you, like as just you have the pick with bangra, I just want you to, just cut this bangra, like give some impressions on this with a knife.
1. Alright, I'm doing it right?
Yeah, you're doing it absolutely right.
Thank you, chef. 2 and 3.
So you have to add some rishado masala into it, to get it the spice.
I have to say that rishado masala is one of my most favorite things about some of the Goan dishes. It's so good, so flavorful. I love it. Okay, so chef, I think I need some tasks now.
I would like you to chop some onions for me for the tamri bhaji. Just give one touch of mine with a little bit of salt in it. Now we require some amount of patience. So let's just start making the tamri bhaji first of all till the time fish is getting marinated. Some oil for some mustard seeds.
All right.
After that, we'll add some curry leaves.
Ooh, I love curry leaves.
This is some chopped ginger for the freshness. Some chilies. It's gonna be as per your taste level. And then your chopped onions.
Perfect. Fireworks have begun. Got it now, chef.
Now we are all set to put the fresh bright red color tamri bhaji right inside the pan.
They look so good already. Yeah, I love coconut, so I'm going to add a dash of extra, like another spoon to it. I'm sorry, but I have a competitive streak. I think I'm going to take a minute to go and plate this. Okay, while you can continue on with your cooking, I won't disturb you.
So my macaroni is nice and
marinated.
What do we do with it?
Now we're gonna add some crunch into it. For that, we're gonna use rava, suji. You have to coat it in the semolina properly so that we can get some crispier thing on the outside and juicy and spicy thing on the inside. Here we go. So I guess the minute has been passed, and I feel this fish is ready to be served.
We are ready with our plated dishes. It's your turn to do the honors. Please taste it, chef. I'll tell you how to have it. Just squeeze a little lemon.
Yeah. You know the trick. It's more like a cherry on the cake, a lemon on the fish.
Oh, not bad.
Not bad. All right. A little bite of the chili.
And now it's time to present my dish to chef.
So the moment of truth.
We also need to eat a bite on the side to keep ourselves busy. Our mind is running.
Well, it's very difficult to decide. This has been cooked really well, and it's exactly cooked as how I cook it. This is gonna be my favorite dish, but this would be the winner.
I want to go back to what chef just said. He just said that this has been cooked exactly the way chef cooked it.
I'm missing for you.
I truly appreciate this gesture, chef. It was an experience like no other. From the market to plate has been incredible. I definitely have to say that I'm going to have a very, very hard time picking my favorite side of Goa. What is going to be yours? These last few days have been nothing short of a dream. And honestly, Goa in the monsoons is a gift that keeps giving. We have done everything from going to a coconut plantation, to cycling on an island that I'd never heard of, to watching crocodiles wade their way into water, even learning how to fish. Exploring Goa has just made me realize that there is so much to offer. The postcard hideaway property is honestly turning out to be one of my most favorite postcard properties here. Every corner, every turn, every wall that you'd see over here is inspired by nature. And we were taken around the property in a buggy, and you're surrounded by the mountains, the mist, the clouds. Everything here is an ode to our planet. So very close to the property was a spice farm, and that's where we were headed. We were greeted by Mr. Chinmay. Awesome, what are we looking at over here?
Something you consume it every day.
Could it be my favorite drink? Choice of beverage in the morning.
Yeah.
Coffee is what you both are alluding to, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
This is a Robusta variety, which came from Ethiopia, with some Arabica, which came from Yemen.
And also, this is an organic farm.
Yeah, that's right. It's not only organic, one step further organic is all natural farming. This is natural farming. So natural farming, whatever waste we get from the farm used as a fertilizer, and pest controlled naturally.
So you basically allow it to exist in its
Our job is to watch it and harvest it. Here we grow tree spices. So nutmeg, clove, cardamom, cinnamon, star anise.
You know, people keep saying things like plain vanilla, plain vanilla. There's nothing plain about vanilla, is it?
So vanilla is the second most expensive spice after saffron. Mother country is Madagascar. Came in India recently, maybe 60, 70 years back. has become second expensive spice because of a lengthy process. Now, as you can see, all the creepers, we have to keep it on our eye level. We tied some pipes because when it makes flowers, each and every flower we have to pollinate it by hand. And for that, we get only one chance. In a bunch, every day, only one flower will bloom.
This is unimaginable to me. I mean, how much time would this possibly take?
Yeah, it takes maximum 5 to 7 seconds to pollinate that flower, but we have to do it on the same day because by evening, flower fell down. So there was a second. Then we have to wait for almost 10 months to get ready for harvest. And then it needed a 2-month in-house drying process. So it needs nearly 12 to 14 month long process. That's why this has become second expensive.
Wow.
Tree spices can grow only under shade. And we have to create that shade. So first coconut tree will come. Under that, supari tree will come, and then tree spices comes. Basically, bush spices which grows in the north of India like cumin, coriander, fenugreek, mustard seed, haldi. These are bush spices. Can grow in a dry climates very well.
Correct.
So north of India grows bush spices, south of India grows tree spices. So in में उसको खड़ा मसाला बोलते हैं.
Oh, that's how it becomes khada masala.
Yeah. Tree spice. That's a nutmeg.
Oh, wow.
But from nutmeg, we get two kinds of spices. Mace, it's called Javitri in Hindi, and nut. So two spices come from the same plant. Outer shell is also used to make a pickle and candy. So one of the byproduct which we make.
I've never had nutmeg candy before.
Yeah, it's not, it's like amla candy.
Okay.
Nutmeg candy. This is good medicine also.
Okay.
Nutmeg is #1 medicine to stop diarrhea. It can hold it in 2 hours. We are near black gold, around 400-500 years back. Britishers came here for this because at that time there was one status symbol in the Western countries. A person who was having salt and pepper on a table considered as a rich person. And they saw opportunity to earn money, that's why they came here in search of pepper. First person who came in India to search pepper was Christopher Columbus. He made total around 4 attempts to find out India and pepper. When we dry them in a sunlight, it will become black. From same we make white pepper also.
Okay.
So it is dipped in the water for 2 weeks. It's a fermentation. After fermentation, skin comes off and inside seed is white, which is used like exotic pepper. These are Indian native bee. इसका नाम है Apis indica serena. यह है honeycomb. Honeycomb का स्ट्रक्चर आपने देखा तो हेक्सागोनल होता है. Flexible and strongest structure on earth. तो साइंटिस्ट लोग इनसे सीख के एरोप्लेन विंग्स में यूज किया है to hold aeroplane in the air.
You only learn these things when you're traveling. You're seeing this. You're talking to people who come from a completely different walk of life. I mean, Mr. Chinmay has been doing this for years. Then we get back to the hotel. Chef pick up a few spices and then whip up a beautiful Goan thali for us.
Got no agenda, babe. You and me. Those eyes are
And he had used all the spices that we were seeing that very morning in the food.
everything. Your lips are making more.
And it was delicious, colorful, super flavorsome. I think for me, it was one of my most favorite meals I have ever had. After a few days of hectic traveling, exploring, I think I deserved a break. So I decided to explore the spa here at the Postcard Hideaway. All you need to do is walk over, right amidst nature, and you have a spa there ready to treat you and spoil you with all its luxury. I thrive outdoors and I love hiking, and Netravali is the perfect place to do both. So we went out on a waterfall hike, enjoyed all the slush. It is monsoons, it is nature. You've got to let it be, let it act in its own force and just enjoy it.
Exploring Goa in the monsoons has just shown me that there is so much more to Goa than what you hear about all the time.
This also was a place really promoted for learning literature. This you can see is very Goan and very local over here, mackerel, also locally called as Bangla.
See, this is 350 years old property.
And exploring Goa through the postcard properties was the perfect combination because you had luxury, you had nature, and you had adventure, all waiting for you, creating a perfect synergy together.
From Fragile 5 to Top 5, from a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Presenting the second edition of TV9, What India Thinks Today. Summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. Listen to Prime Minister Modi unveil his vision for Viksit Bharat at NEWS9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, Enabling Dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन.
वर्ष 2070 तक भारत नेट जीरो का लक्ष्य हासिल करेगा.
There's certainly a wall of capital coming into the clean tech, climate tech space, not just in India but across the world.
This and more, streaming on world's first news OTT, News9 Plus. Download now.
A very warm welcome to all News9 viewers. I'm Neha Bhan. Let's take a look at some of the top stories making headlines this hour. But before we begin, the countdown for News9's big event is over. The News9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit is being organized by the TV9 Group, and this edition of the summit is unmissable because the keynote address is by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What India Thinks Today Summit starts from today and will continue through the 26th and 27th.
From Fragile 5 to Top 5, from a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Presenting the second edition of TV9, What India Thinks Today. Summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. Listen to Prime Minister Modi unveil his vision for Viksit Bharat at NEWS9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन. Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the Dwarkadish temple in Bet Dwarka, where he was seen performing puja and darshan. The Prime Minister, in fact, after the temple visit, did deep sea diving of Gujarat's coast and prayed at the site where the submerged city of Dwarka is.
सुबह ही मुझे ऐसा एक और अनुभव हुआ. मैंने वो पल बिताए जो जीवन भर मेरे साथ रहने वाले हैं. मैंने गहरे समुद्र के भीतर जाकर प्राचीन द्वारिका जी के दर्शन किए. कहते हैं भगवान विश्वकर्मा ने खुद इस द्वारिका नगरी का निर्माण किया था. द्वारका नगरी भारत में श्रेष्ठ नगर, उसका आयोजन, उसका विकास का एक उत्तम उदाहरण था. आज जब मैं गहरे समुद्र के भीतर द्वारिका जी के दर्शन कर रहा था तो मैं पुरातन वही भव्यता, वही दिव्यता मनोमन अनुभव कर रहा था.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi dedicated to the nation Sudarshan Setu connecting Okha mainland and Bet Dwarka island in Gujarat. It is built at a cost of around 980 crore rupees and is the longest cable-stayed bridge in the country of around 2.32 kilometers. Sudarshan Setu boasts a unique design featuring a footpath adorned with verses from Srimad Bhagavad Gita and images of Bhagwan Shri Krishna on both sides. It also has solar panels installed on the upper portion of the footpath, generating 1 megawatt of electricity. This bridge will ease the transportation and significantly reduce the time of devotees travelling between Dwarka and Bet Dwarka.
मुझे सुदर्शन सेतु के लोकार्पण का भी सौभाग्य मिला है. 6 साल पहले मुझे इस सेतु के शिलान्यास का अवसर मिला था. ये सेतु ओखा को बेट द्वारका द्वीप से जोड़ेगा. ये सेतु द्वारकाधीश के दर्शन भी आसान बनाएगा और यहां की दिव्यता को भी 4 चांद लगा देगा.
The Prime Minister's itinerary included a visit to the Dwarkadish temple and the inauguration of several development projects totaling over 4,150 crore rupees in Dwarka. Among these initiatives is the unveiling of 6 new AIIMS facilities, including AIIMS Rajkot for the nation's benefit. Additionally, the Prime Minister will inaugurate a pipeline project at Vadinar, entailing the replacement of existing offshore lines and the relocation of the entire system to a new nearby location. He'll also dedicate rail electrification projects such as Rajkot Okha, Rajkot Jaisalmer Somnath and Jaisalmer Vans Jalia lines to the nation. Further, the Prime Minister will lay the foundation stones for various projects, including the widening of the Dharoji Jamkhandorna Kalawat section of NH 927D, the Regional Science Centre in Jamnagar, and the installation of flue gas desulfurization system of Sika Thermal Power Station, Jamnagar, among others. Moreover, Prime Minister will initiate the groundwork for over 200 healthcare infrastructure projects spread across 23 states and union territories. Moving on, fire broke out in a cracker factory, causing major blast in Uttar Pradesh's Kaushambi. As per media reports, 4 people have died and at least 5 people were injured in the blast. Police said that the factory was far away from the residential area and that they had the license to manufacture and sell.
देखिए, ये भरवारी में एक पटाखा फैक्ट्री में आग लगी है और अभी तक की जो जानकारी है उसमें 4 कैजुअल्टी हुई हैं, कुछ लोग घायल हैं और एक आध उसमें सीरियस भी हैं, उनको हॉस्पिटल भिजवाया गया है। यहाँ जो ये पटाखा फैक्ट्री है रिहायशी इलाके से काफ़ी बाहर है, आप देख रहे होंगे, अलग है, इसलिए किसी रिहायशी उसका नहीं, लेकिन जो लोग यहाँ अंदर काम कर रहे थे उन्हीं की कैजुअल्टी हुई है। फिलहाल हम लोग अभी रेस्क्यू कर रहे हैं और जैसा अपडेट रहेगा आपको बताएंगे। नहीं, इसके पास बनाने का और बेचने का लाइसेंस है। घायल भी कई हैं, 4-6 घायल हैं। रुकिए, फायर ब्रिगेड आ जाए, फिर देख करके कराते हैं खाली कर।
We slip into a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस। बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया। अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट। नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स। प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का। स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी। सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में। सर्वोकॉन।
Hello and welcome. Cultural diplomacy is an important dimension of a country's soft power. The impact of India's soft power was felt long before the term was even popularized in the 21st century. Indian arts, culture, spiritualism have attracted people from all around the world for centuries. Now, under Prime Minister Modi, the new philosophical core of India's foreign policy can be defined as the Panchamrit policy. The 5 pillars are Samman or dignity, Samvad or dialogue, Samriddhi, prosperity, Suraksha, security, and finally Sanskriti or cultural linkages. Now, Sanskriti or culture is one of the themes of the TV9 Global Summit, India poised for the next big leap, Neha?
India poised for the next big leap indeed, Sandeep. Well, we are doing a series of special shows in the run-up to the big NEWS9 Global Summit that's coming up this weekend. And on this particular show, we are going to highlight one of the big themes of this Global Summit, which, Sandeep, is India's soft power and smart power. Now, as you mentioned, that, you know, this is something that the world has seen for a long time now. But I certainly believe that the one big leap that India did take on this front was last year with its G20 presidency. You know, a lot of people felt that that was India's big moment in the sunlight. And India made the most of this opportunity because, you know, the USP of that 1 year when India held the G20 presidency was that it was unlike any other. And this is something that's been acknowledged by all the visiting dignitaries who came to India. The government of India went out of its way to sell it as a people's presidency. It wasn't just a bunch of world leaders coming together and talking about, you know, global relations. This was actually an opportunity for the people of India to get involved. The government decided to take it to small towns, small cities. They were massive,
Jammu and Kashmir,
including Jammu and Kashmir, a place where you couldn't have imagined an international event on such a scale taking place with global dignitaries coming. And that was India's true, you know, cultural heritage and smart power on display. You know, if I could just bring in my colleagues Kartik Malhotra and Kartikeya Sharma into this conversation at this point. Kartik, if I could come to you. You know, as Sandeep rightly pointed out, India's soft power is something we've talked about for eons now. You know, for a long time we've been saying Bollywood has been India's biggest cultural export. Look how popular it is, how big India's cinematic stars are, from Raj Kapoor to Amitabh Bachchan to Shah Rukh Khan. But now we're at a stage where we've gone far beyond just Bollywood being popular or, you know, us being a major cricketing power in the world. We've gone way beyond that in the Modi era, haven't we?
I think there are a couple of issues here. One, what is a soft power? Is it a product or a process? One. Do you pursue soft power consciously? There are people who believe that Modi's answer or Modi's approach towards soft power is a little bit like smart power, a bit of hard power and a bit of soft power. The book which Jaishankar wrote, there was a very smart line which said that we prepared for the change in Delhi, and I was asked to take care of the arrangements for the rally which took place in the stadium. But the message was, and now you see, we see the soft power just in context of diaspora and Indian audience. The message from the Prime Minister's office then, or before he, before everything was finalized, that it should make noise in Washington first and then in Delhi. So he utilized soft power differently. So I would say that yes, India has been practicing soft power even before Prime Minister Modi, Nehru, Bandung Conference, democracy, the third world, Africa unity. They have been part and parcel of soft power. But I think what we have excelled in context of non-hard power is that we are only sending boots on the ground when it comes to UN. But we don't do that by making allies or through alliances or through strategic partnership in which boots are required. So Indian soft power process is slightly different from other countries. It's just not cinema related. It's more about schools, it's more about building of dams like Salma Dam in Afghanistan. It's like building hospitals, or for example,
or even the parliament in Kabul.
Yes, parliament in Kabul, or taking care of Angkor Wat through ASI.
No, in fact, Kartika, as we are speaking, there is an Indian delegation that's flying into Bangkok with the relics of the Buddha. There's a special pavilion being built there in Bangkok to exhibit these relics for a month, and that was done at a special request of the Thai government and possibly the king himself. And we know the deep cultural connect between India and Thailand. So that's a very big impact of our soft power. And literally, like you mentioned, we've been a soft power for centuries.
Absolutely. You see, that is Ramayana and Buddhist circuit, the cultural issues. But soft power is, I would say, is a complex process because soft power also has its limitations. I know we are, our topic is to approach the possibilities of soft power. But soft power also has its challenges. And the challenge is, soft power does not alter the behavior of your neighbor. How much we did for Afghanistan did not alter the behavior of Taliban. How much we did for Nepal did not alter the behavior of the Nepalese government.
They might the Taliban might love Hindi films and K3G and all, but they that won't stop them from launching a suicide bomb attack at our embassy in Kabul.
Karthik, I was wondering, what your thoughts on this are. We're talking about how India has always been big on a soft power. But have we fully leveraged it? Yes, for example, today the United Nations and countries around the world observe the International Yoga Day on the 21st of June at the initiative of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Great win of our soft power. But do you believe that we've fully leveraged it?
So, Neha, what I'd like to add here is primarily something which all of you have already spoken about. And I think this confluence of soft and hard power, which Karthikeya rightly called smart power, is something which we have to look at it in its entirety. You cannot really have soft power as the only weapon in your arsenal to win popular opinion within India or outside India. Similarly, you can't have only hard power and pretend like, let's say, Putin, or pretend like, all other dictatorship countries out there, that as long as you have the military muscle or you have the economic muscle or both of these, you can go ahead and win every battle. I think the battle of opinion is what soft power endeavors to win for a nation or for a community or for a leader. Now, coming specifically to Prime Minister Modi, I think if I can inject a little bit of humor in this conversation, good old days, Jerry Maguire, you had me at high. I think for me, the biggest exposition of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's sort of leveraging of soft power was he had me at Mitron.
Right.
I mean, how often do we really see state heads, leaders of countries as diverse, as vast as India, to refer to countrymen as friends? Yes. So I think at some point we've got to see that there is, of course, Prime Minister Modi's own charisma, his own aspirations for the country, and his own exposition and expression of those aspirations, and really talking to the community. As a student of marketing and communication, I think at some point, any leader who takes to a dais at any point wants to drive home a communication which very clearly tells the person who's the receiver of that communication what is in it for them.
Yes.
And what is in it for them, the answer is not always military hard power. The answer may not always be an economic benefit. But the message that you want to showcase is that, yeah, I'm a leader or I'm a government or I'm heading a government which is there working in your interest. So soft power plays out as well domestically as it plays out internationally. You mentioned Raj Kapoor, Amitabh Bachchan, Shah Rukh Khan. I think in the last 10 years, we've seen the only symbol of India's soft power being exposed globally is not Amitabh Bachchan, late Raj Kapoor, or even Shah Rukh Khan right now. There is just one name which is resonating with the diaspora and with anybody outside of the diaspora internationally, and we know what that name is. That name is M-O-D-I, Modi.
I agree. Modi, absolutely. No, it's good points there, Karthik. The fact that there has been a deliberate attempt on the part of the government and of Prime Minister Modi to channelize this soft power, in reaching out to the diaspora and to the foreign countries. Earlier, there was never this thing. Like in the 60s, let's not forget the hippie movement. You've had Maharishi Mahesh, yoga and all of that. No, nothing on the part of the government. It all happened by itself.
See, government thought of soft power. That is why we had Indian Council of Cultural Relations. So it's not as if the soft power was not there. I think there is
more cultural diplomacy. I think it was
called. In 50s, 60s, and 70s, you had soft power in context of what government wanted to do, and then you had independent entities like Bollywood, classical music, Spickmaker doing something.
Don't forget the concert for Bangladesh in 1971.
Or 80s under Indira and Rajiv Gandhi, where
Festival of India.
The Festival of India. I think there is a...
Or the Beatles being influenced by...
Yeah, but that's completely non-government approach. That was by itself.
But that's more part of, the way West framed in India, like a she, oriental, timeless, exotic, changeless, non-material,
and I would say it was seen as the land of snake charmers.
Snake charmers
so
and
the Prime Minister says, now Prime Minister has about, he said we are mouse charmers, we are not snake charmers. So that's more of Orientalism. But I think the larger shift which has taken place under Prime Minister Modi is, under Nehru, which was continued by Congress, was more around the symbols of Ahimsa, Gandhi, and primarily democracy. The shift, the content shift under Modi is India being a civilizational state. Now, that content is being reflected through various things. That content is being reflected through yoga. That content is being reflected through places of tourism that are being promoted. Every tourist circuit is being promoted. But there's a special emphasis relationship with Kashi, that cultural relationship. And the push that India is a old nation, a young country with timeless ancient values. That is why you have Singal in Parliament today.
Yes.
That is why you have Singal in Parliament today. That is why...
Just below the Ashoka Chakra, another big symbol.
Absolutely.
So you're saying this is this marriage of India being an ancient civilization with also being, the fastest growing economy in the world.
That is the power of the market. I'm saying that in the soft power, Prime Minister has changed the content part also. Forms are there, tourism is there, Incredible India is there, everyone is aware of those things, as you mentioned G20, but G20 is also to do with the collapse of United Nations and Prime Minister's understanding that he needs to move the levers of the world through G20, there's another strong, so G20 also has another element, soft plus hard power, because UN has failed, or you can say that the powers have failed UN. But then Prime Minister has also changed the content of soft power, which is India being a civilizational state. And if you go through his speeches, rallies, the words he has started to use, for example, Ram Raj in Parliament, or before the session.
India is now Bharat.
Bharat. India being a civilizational state is being pursued very strongly. Even in Jaishankar's book, and I'll close my argument there, he says that, we also inherit Western terminology, crossing the Rubicon, Trojan horse. He says, no one says Panipat movement, the Awadh syndrome.
Absolutely.
And Awadh syndrome best. And he quotes the famous film of Satyajit Ray.
Yes. And no, in fact, in Marathi, it's there in Marathi, the Panipat syndrome, Panipat Jhale. It means we, experienced a catastrophic defeat.
And
That's
there's something funny about this.
Language.
Since we're
like
talking
Nakba
about
in Arabic for Palestine.
For Palestine. Yes.
Right,
at the G20 summit, Sandeep, we all saw this, that, the Prime Minister's, for example, name card actually said Prime Minister of Bharat.
Yes.
The invite that was sent out to the foreign dignitaries by the President of India said Bharat.
Right.
And, the slogan was Vasudev Kutumbakam, the world is one family, something India's espoused for a very long time. But would you believe China had an objection to it? They actually raised an objection
Sanskrit
to it.
Is not a language that's recognized
Sanskrit
by the
is
United
not a
Nations.
recognized UN language, is what they said.
Again, that is issue the civilizational soft power. But I think there's another very strong wheel of this soft power, Karthik. And that soft power is our techies abroad. That soft power is the nature of our economy. Some people can say it's not hardware, it's the software. But the software is also a soft power, isn't it?
I mean, see, you've had techies ever since the IT revolution started, and early 1980s is actually when we saw this bunch of Indian IT companies, largely service providers, Infosys, HCL, Wipro, etc., take on to this IT revolution which was kick-starting. But again, I think, if you look at it from the context of techies abroad and the stereotypes that have been associated with Indian techies abroad, that is not something that we as a nation have challenged, which is where soft power needs to play a crucial role. I'm not really, don't get me wrong, I don't want to say that, there should be more censorship of the kind of content which is making waves internationally. But again, to give you examples from popular culture, let's look at the film that Sridevi acted in, English.
Yes.
I think it fairly beautifully, in my opinion, married the phenomena of Indian leadership, a woman who's trying to make a living in a country where Hindi is not a language well understood, and really wants to learn that language and make an impression at the wedding which was coming up. But a completely contrarian example to that could be the very popular sitcom series called The Big Bang Theory.
Yes.
I mean, why is Raj Nair, whatever his screen name is, somebody who pretty much shows the world what India is not? You have a man who's unable to speak to a woman without having a beer, or you have a man who's actually, not confident about his origins and the stereotypes that are associated with his character, his parents wanting him to get married early. These are things that we need to start challenging with the kind of content that we put out in the international market and in the domestic market as well.
I try and convert almost everything in a kind of a mathematical formula.
You should always stretch more than you can reach.
Listening is very important.
Because if you don't listen, how would you know what the problem is?
Everybody who's working in and around me, their personal well-being is also a responsibility that I carry.
Great leaders have shared vision.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
Karthik, speaking of smart power and what you just mentioned, let's watch a glimpse of our documentary Indian Ascent, which was shot where we spoke with a galaxy of global leaders on how the world sees India.
The sheer scale of India. This is the largest country in the world.
The fastest growing economy, so there's huge fascination and excitement.
It all depends on the leadership and what they're doing for the public and the people.
It's only Modi magic.
He makes other countries stand up and listen. This is the way he's been able to communicate.
Our relationship is prime for a momentous future. That future is today.
People called him a chaiwala. Look at him now. He's running a big country.
I do not think the United States can think of moving forward without India along its side.
There you have it. Deepak Patel, would you believe it? New Zealand spinner and now a very active member of India's diaspora, speaking up for India there. You were there at the Gujarat summit.
Yes, you see, yes, I was there at the Gujarat summit, and there is a word for soft power. And I think it sums it up. It's attractiveness. So, and soft power is a combination of a lot of things. Soft power should not result in an impression of cultural or economic supremacy. I mean to say, if you want to use soft power of culture, it should breed familiarity, but it should not breed inferiority complex. Yes. Then the purpose fails. That is why I said, is it a product or a process? I think it's better as a process. So that attractiveness should be there. So soft power has lot of like tourism is one. I think the another part of soft power is the food. We underestimate the power of that. Yes. Not because
chicken tikka masala.
I think we have gone beyond chicken tikka masala. I think we have gone beyond chicken tikka masala. Right. But the irony was that what people thought was an Indian curry in MasterChef was being represented by an expat Bangladeshi in Australia.
Right. So, that's a different story.
That's a different
South Asian story.
That's a South Asian story, and that was the whole trip about that she's a Bangladeshi in Australia representing the so-called, because everyone's saying this is Indian curry being Indian food. So you have food, the familiarity with food. Like what is Italian soft power apart from amor? It's Italian food.
Yes.
It's Italian food. Or what is sushi? It's a cultural symbol.
True.
I mean to say, sushi was just not food in India. Sushi was, 10 years ago, was class in India.
Right.
15 years ago, if you said sushi, it meant that you were coming from there.
Yes.
So
today it's takeaway.
Today it's on Zomato. So I think there are multiple strands, or like classical music, dance. Those are various strands of soft power. Issue is, how have we harnessed it? I think the takeaway from Modi is, again I would say, his diaspora approach.
Yes.
I think that is something which is very, very important to his soft power. Through them, he makes a difference to the capitals they live, people. And second, it makes an impact back home. So there are two things happening. One is the heft and the second is the pride. Right. So heft and pride become two fulcrums of soft power because you don't really require boots on the ground.
Yes.
Can I in fact just build on that? Earlier Karthik referred to marketing and communication. I have to say that When it comes to marketing and communication, there's nobody better than Prime Minister Modi. Yeah. He is a marketing genius. Yep. He has sort of revolutionized political communication.
I mean,
the way he reaches out to people. Howdy Modi. These are events that had never been seen under any other Prime Minister before. You know, even recently when the French President was here in town, Prime Minister Modi and he held a roadshow together in Jaipur. Right. You know, you and I earlier were talking, Sandeep, about how diplomacy has been taken outside of the capital. Yes. The Prime Minister has repeatedly taken the Chinese president, for example, to Ahmedabad, to Mamlapuram, the French president going to Jaipur. That happened with the G20 presidency. And going back to the masterful oratory that he has this command
there is a reason you have to understand in the West. People win elections. And what they don't get, and there is a word in Hindi for that, Lokpriya Neta. Now you can argue and you know, a critique can be that, you know, all the Lokpriya Netas are in dictatorial countries, you know. This public expression for the love of the leader, like North Korea to, you know, even Putin cannot do it. But for them to see that in a democracy,
someone who has to get elected every 5 years.
Elected 5 years is something which they cannot fathom, you know.
When was the last time that a politician, leave alone the Prime Minister of a country, was referred to as a rock star? I have not seen that in my lifetime before. Every time you were talking about his Diaspora Connect, which is unprecedented and unmatched. Right. Sandeep, we've seen this. Every time he's addressing the diaspora, whether in the United States or Australia, he gets a rock star reception.
He gets a rock star reception.
People
he does it in Madison Square Garden.
Huge numbers. Imagine to address you know, a sold out Madison Square Garden. You've had situations where President Biden has told him, dude, you're so popular, you'll get me into trouble. I'm getting way too many calls. Everybody wants to...
getting into trouble anyway. No, but that's interesting. You know, Madison Square Garden is where you had the concert for Bangladesh in 1970. George Harrison organized it.
Exactly.
And half a century later, you have an Indian Prime Minister there.
So it's not for that reason that they call him a rock star.
The rock star analogy is absolutely right. But, you know, if I were to take it one step further, I think Modi is pretty much the multiplex film. There is something in it for everybody. There are 4 theatres, 5 theatres, 6 theatres, 8 theatres. You will have different forms of Modi playing out to different galleries. And that is what lends him that popularity, that credibility, and that appreciation from the diaspora, from the non-diaspora settled abroad, from affluent Indians, from those who live in the farm sector. Maybe farmer protest right now is an aberration, but pretty much all the castes within India that Modi has spoken about, and all the castes that rest outside of India, you know, he gets a resounding welcome everywhere.
It's interesting. So, you know, that leads me to another question to Kartikeya, because you track the Congress and politics so closely. There have pretty much been only 3 Indian Prime Ministers with this kind of charisma. Before Prime Minister Modi, there was Mrs. Indira Gandhi, and before that, there was Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. How is the Modi charisma different from his predecessors?
I think there are a couple of things. Jawaharlal Nehru was successor of Mahatma Gandhi, and the sort of the values he tried to bring united the entire nation behind him. For example, he is the first Prime Minister to have fought an election on secularism. On communal harmony. I don't think any election barring 52 was on communal harmony. So people loved him for who he was, despite making big mistakes.
Right.
Indira Gandhi was apogee of nationalist politics, you know, powerful India.
Right.
Prime Minister Modi, I would say, is more about aspirational India. But I would again say that time has come that the comparison of Modi will not be made with Indira Gandhi. It will be made with Jawaharlal Nehru. And I'll give you the reason. There is no Indira Gandhi School of Foreign Policy.
Yes.
There is no Indira Gandhi School of Governance. That cannot be, because emergency has really started the record of Indira Gandhi. There is no Indira Gandhi School of Governance. But there is a Nehruvian way of life. Yes. There is a Nehruvian aspect of foreign policy. There is a Nehruvian understanding of the Indian society, which is lecite. Hard secularism of the French type. Here is a civilizational man. So the comparison will be with both of them, but entirely 2 different poles.
And exactly. I think, so Panchamrit replacing Panchsheel.
I would say that Nehru was far more inspired by Buddhist motifs.
Right.
If you read Nehru, he is drawing a lot of inspirations from various religions.
Right.
Various religions. Prime Minister's inspiration flows from Vasudev Kutumbakam.
Yeah.
You know, if I can borrow something that you mentioned, you know, the comparisons, Kartikeya, you know, I think it's important to point out that while you say that Prime Minister Modi is there for an aspiring India, I think the template for that was also set by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in taking India to commanding heights.
Right.
But I think the difference there being that you know, the kind of education, the kind of scholarly image that Pandit Nehru had, he could use a term called commanding heights and not allow it to resonate with the mass in the country. Prime Minister Modi, 75 years later, uses the term Vikasit Bharat, which everybody understands. They are pretty much saying the same thing. They are talking about industrialization, they are talking about an aspirational India, taking India to its ultimate destiny of development. But
Again,
I think it's just
branding.
terminology. So it
Make
boils
in
down to
India,
branding.
you know, Digital India, Khelo India, the branding that's happened in the Modi era. I think it's just taken India's soft power to a whole new level.
And even communicating, you're right, Neha. I think, you know, you're also, I mean, what is soft power? At the end of the day, it is the communication, right? One form of communication. You're communicating foreign policy, you're communicating military power, you're communicating economic prowess. But at the end of the day, it's all a function of communication.
It is. But
Even communicating,
sorry, sir, go ahead.
So I'm saying even communicating on the achievements of the Indian economy is pretty much soft power. You are attaining a certain rate of growth, but giving it those lofty numbers, 7 trillion, 30 trillion.
Or that will be a developed nation by 2047.
By 2047, you know, just contextualizing it for the person to understand and imbibe and giving a number or giving a vision to that aspiration, a very definite vision, is pretty much in the realm of smart power, as Kartikeya mentioned. It is economic power and soft power being communicated.
I'll give you two instances, personalized one. When you feel the soft power or the attractiveness of a country. I was traveling from Kabul to Mazar-e-Sharif, but this was before Taliban took over. The Chancery was attacked in 2011. So I was stuck outside. Mazar-e-Sharif is the southern steppe of Afghanistan. So if it rains, it becomes a slush. So I was stuck. There were no roads then. So, you know, and I was getting irritated because the next day I had to shoot and come back to Kabul the next day. So it takes 9 hours from Kabul to Mazar-e-Sharif. So I had to shoot and then get up early in the morning and come back because Shri Shankar Menon was landing that day. And day after tomorrow there was a press conference. So before I could take out my passport, he said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm an Indian." He said, "That's okay. You can leave." So that is soft power, but then you would say that that's not Afghanistan state, there are Tajiks and Hazaras. But that's soft power. The second,
that's universal, even the Pashtuns would say the same to you.
The second instance was that I was traveling through Aleppo. And somehow the driver got lost and he took a route where the Chechens, Hezbollah and some other Shia proxy militia by Iran, they were manning the checkpost. And in Syria, you have the system, you travel 5 kilometers, you stop and there will be a checkpost and they will ratify the number of the car for the movement. So it's that militarized. So I think the guy did not pick up the phone, so he said, "Okay, you stand here." And I was worried because if I don't reach, then it's too dangerous, even at this point of time, and this was in 2019. It was cold, it was in January, and I thought, yeah, what is happening? So the conversation started with Shah Rukh Khan, then conversation went to Kareena Kapoor, then conversation went to Salman Khan, and then conversation went to a couple of other Khans.
Bollywood was still soft power. It was a definition of Bollywood.
And after that, they inquired about the affairs. They inquired about the affairs of all the Khans, and after they had the fill, they let me go.
Right.
Without calling back.
So that was the password, right? Make sure he's an Indian. He knows his Bollywood.
So they let me go. And this is like an honest reportage, and I wrote about it.
Right.
I wrote about it. I think that's the power.
Yeah. In fact,
let me go.
Neha, when I was in Afghanistan, 2001 again, I have that story as well. The only two things that I carried other than my passport was US dollars, of course. That's the currency there, and audio cassettes, Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum. I can tell you that the K3G cassettes work far better than the US dollars, especially at checkpoints. They could not believe there was a movie with Shah Rukh Khan, Hrithik Roshan, Amitabh Bachchan and Karishma Kapoor. Kareena Kapoor. So that's how it is. It's just opened up gates and, you know, it's unbelievable, the power of things when you see it yourself.
Film and entertainment is definitely one of the levers for any country to build its brand.
We are getting global. I feel that we're just on the takeoff.
More and more films are becoming language agnostic.
Content is a universal language.
There's one audience in the world.
Absolutely. End of the day, we all are like brothers who have mutual respect for each other from a different land.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
Coming back to the other more tangible outcomes that we've seen of late, Neha, you spoke with Amitabh Kant, the G20 Sherpa. What did he tell you?
You know, we talked, of course, about how big an opportunity it was for India on the global stage, and also the challenges, of course, that come with shouldering such a big responsibility. Right. But I think the one thing that really leapt out at me in that conversation was when he repeatedly said that we are executing the vision of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and his vision is that this is going to be a people's presidency. Right. We're going to take it to the people of India. We're going to take it outside of Delhi, like I said earlier, to small towns, smaller cities, tier 2, tier 3 cities, all the way from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. There were some 200 events, cultural events, where India's cultural heritage was on display, and culinary heritage, and everything coming together beautifully with participation from the Indian people. And he said this is unlike any other presidency. It's never happened before, but we're going to set a very high bar for those who follow us.
In fact, let's watch that interview that you did of Amitabh Kant.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe that India can evolve a consensus and bring all the G20 nations together on the global challenges that we currently face, addressing issues like climate change, food security, energy security crisis, supply chain disruptions? You talked about the need for the world to move towards a more inclusive and sustainable growth and development model. How much of a role do you think India is likely to play through the G20 summit?
No, India is playing a very critical role. India will evolve a consensus on all these issues, on all developmental issues, including growth, including financial inclusion, including climate, including many of these areas. We'll evolve a consensus. That's our job as leaders of G20 to evolve, and we'll fully succeed in that.
The People's Presidency, as Amitabh Kant called it. Karthikeya, you're both doing a session with Amitabh Kant at the Global Summit. What are you going to be asking him? Give us an insight.
Well, I think that is something that we'd rather wait for the 25th of this month. And let's not really get the cat out of the bag just as yet.
That's being secretive.
but I have one question for him. Challenges to soft power in times of war. Right. Because the soft power gets tested when you have hard powers fighting with each other. So when you have a Ukrainian front, the front in Azerbaijan open, then you have the Red Sea front. I call it a different front.
The Iran front.
Iranian front. Then you have the war in Gaza, which is taking place.
Israel, my God.
Taiwan.
Yeah.
Because soft power is about people-to-people contact.
And can I just add something to that, Karthik? If you have the time, please ask one question to him on my behalf. How on earth did you get all countries to agree on a joint statement, the New Delhi Declaration, with no reference made to Russia?
Absolutely. And for example, soft power. What was Vajpayee's policy on Kashmir? Soft power. Yes. It failed because of the position of the Pakistani army. Our FMR and Act East Asia policy, which is soft power. What tourism? You drive from Moreh and you go to Vietnam. That is soft power. Kaladan project, soft power. But the hard issues of a war in Myanmar has led to the collapse of the FMR, free movement regime. Right. And now we have a fence. So soft power is being challenged globally because of very divisive politics. Right. So there are challenges to soft power. I would like to really ask him that how will India negotiate it? Because India, there is one continuity. People don't understand. People think that there's everything about Prime Minister in context of discontinuity, but the Prime Minister's continuity in foreign policies, he's never off the book. He's not like any other politician. Right. He's always, he goes by the brief, one. Yes. And secondly, he has not got into any military alliance.
Yes.
That has been, I would say, kernel of the Indian foreign policy.
But it's a continuation of Indian
continuation
policy, yes.
From Panditji to Narendra Modi. Even Quad is not a military alliance. Every time we say it's not a military alliance.
Yes.
So in this context, how are we going to negotiate our soft power, smart power? Because hard power alliances are the biggest obstacle to movement of people. Capital moves.
Yes.
But it does not allow movement of people.
Right.
And maybe this is the reason, sorry Sandeep, that India is one country that can claim to be actually on great terms with countries that are currently engaged in war.
Absolutely.
Whether you talk about Russia and Ukraine, I mean, if there's one leader who's picked up the phone and spoken to both President Zelensky and President Putin, it is Prime Minister Modi. Talking about the Israel-Hamas war, India can easily claim to have excellent ties with Israel, and we have great relations with the Arab world. The Prime Minister was there in Qatar and the UAE just last week, inaugurating Abu Dhabi's first Hindu temple, the UAE President referring to him as a brother.
Yes.
And I think this speaks to the point that Karthik just made, the fact that we're not part of any military alliances.
I met the Prime Minister personally once. It was in 2015, I remember. It was the small meetings of 15 and 20 journalists organized by then, now late Arun Jaitley. A lot of people are asking different questions. He said, you're not asking me the question. So I always keep that in mind when someone says, what will Prime Minister do? He said, you are not asking me about reforms in UN. Why aren't we sitting there? So I would say that the Prime Minister's vision for India is bigger than what people think where India should be. So in context of what India thinks today, I would frame it through somewhere between Vishwa Guru and Vishwa Maitri.
Right.
If I have to give that answer to you, Vishwa Guru and Vishwa Maitri, because of what we did during COVID, we shared the vaccine, and Vishwa Guru as someone who can give direction, a sort of a thought direction, not a hard military direction, a thought direction. And I locate his thought direction also in one thing. We have a functional democracy, which is the best thing about this country. Post-colonial nations don't have functional democracies. Pakistan, Afghanistan, Nepal, I don't count Bhutan, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Look at what has happened in Indonesia.
Exactly.
Joko Widodo's son is fighting with Prabowo, Gibran.
It's already begun. Fun and games.
So, and after Trump, what he did at the Capitol, his supporters, India is the beacon of democracy.
Yes.
With our own problems and failings,
yes,
with our little Chandigarhs,
right,
but we can still say we are the best.
We are the best.
I think it's not just the democracy, it's also the economic prowess at play, Karthik.
Market.
And that is something which I think is, I'm not sure if that is something that Prime Minister Modi would want to refer to, and if that is something that he would want to remind people of. But broadly, I think...
But that's his power, I agree with you. That's his power.
I'll tell you, there was, when India in the 1980s and early 1990s was growing at a growth rate of under 4%.
Yes.
There was a term for it. Yes. There was a term for it, which was called the Hindu rate of growth.
Yes.
Right. Today, the rest of the world, the developed economies are growing at that, pre-liberalization Hindu rate of growth.
Right.
And look at India's true Hindu rate of growth in 2024.
Right.
Absolutely. That is something that we really need to exercise.
Yeah.
Terminologies, acronyms that Prime Minister Modi excels at, and really talk about Hindu rate of growth 2.0.
In fact, I was discussing this with a diplomat guest on my show yesterday, Sandeep, and I said, what do you think gives India the courage to speak its mind in no uncertain terms, the way it's doing now? For example, Jaishankar repeatedly defending India-Russia ties, taking jibes at the West, saying this is a relationship that we stand by, and the fact that we now have this India first approach. What gives the Prime Minister the confidence? Is it the fact that he has a massive mandate and majority at home, or is it India's economic heft? It certainly is a combination of both those factors.
It's a combination of Maitri and Vishwa Guru, the Maitri and the Vishwa Guru combination. India's smart power, never been a better time for it as we are poised for the next big leap. That's the theme of our What India Thinks Today Global Summit. Thank you, Karthik and Neha. We're counting down to the TV9 What India Thinks Today Global Summit. Stay tuned as we bring you the latest in the run-up to the biggest and boldest summit yet. Season 2 of Dialogue with Barun Das has just been uploaded on the NEWS9 Plus app. We leave you with a glimpse of this cerebral conversation with German football legend Oliver Kahn, where the Bundesliga player speaks of how he didn't want to be, surprise, surprise, a footballer. Download and watch the entire series. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Duologue.
Yes,
Oliver.
thank you very much. Thanks for having me here.
Oliver, it's a small confession. I've been hosting guests from various fields. All of them are legends in their own rights in Duologue Season 1, now also in Season 2. But I've never felt overwhelmed. And this is the first time I'm feeling overwhelmed because I feel that I'm talking to a true legend, a living legend, and a GOAT, greatest of all time. And what makes me feel very special about you, somewhere when I was growing up looking at you, and then finally I had come into corporate world and I lead a team in a very competitive market, very small compared to what you have achieved or what you have done. But I had the feeling that you are very lonely at the top. And as a goalkeeper, you are the last line of defense. And often it is said that you are the first line of offense. But being the last line of defense is an extremely lonely job. And you are not going to be thanked about the right things that you have done too often. But you're going to be pointed fingers at for any mistake that you have done.
Especially from your teammates then, and the audience.
Yes, and therefore, the place that you stand, isn't it very lonely? Not only while as a goalkeeper, but then you have moved into being the Bayern CEO, you're now an entrepreneur. But have you chosen that? Have you always been a loner as an individual?
Well, yes, there are similarities. There are similarities between being an entrepreneur or being a CEO for Bayern Munich and being a goalkeeper. And this is really a very lonely moment for a goalkeeper. If you concede a goal, and you're looking at your teammates, and your teammates, they are looking at you like, oh, what are you doing there? What are you doing there? And then your teammates, they turn and go back to the midfield, and you have to go into the goal and take the ball out of the net and bring the ball back in play. And this is quite not an easy moment. You feel really very lonely because the crowd is cheering. You see, they are celebrating that you conceded a goal. Your teammates are walking away from you. And that is very, very special. And that's harsh for a goalkeeper. But if you compare this situation with leadership positions in management or working as an entrepreneur, I think it's quite different.
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel lonely if you have to take decisions, if you have to take hard decisions, but that's what you are responsible for. But on the other hand, I made the experience working as entrepreneur or CEO that I have my team, I have a good team, and I can work with them together. And I'm not conceding any goal at all there. Yeah. But yes, you're right. It's always a big responsibility to take decisions and the right decisions.
Yes, in no stretch of imagination, Oliver, I'll compare being a GOAT, greatest of all time under the bars, and the role of a CEO. There are many leading CEOs in the world now. Many of the tech companies have Indians heading their companies. But being under the bar, in football, which is arguably the most watched game in the world, most followed game in the world, most popular game in the world, and being a goalkeeper under the bar, representing a team which is supposed to be the winner, which is supposed to be the number one, can never be compared. So life of a goalkeeper is something which has always intrigued me. You know, as I say in management or anywhere else, you've three things which you apply as a leader. You have skill, you have knowledge, and you have attitude. So in a corporate world, as we grow from the junior level to a higher level, the attitude and knowledge, they seem to be more important. Their weightage increases. When you're at a junior level of management, then your skill counts a lot. So it changes. But as a goalkeeper, if you have to say skill, knowledge, and attitude, for being Oliver Kahn, how do you think which aspect of this had been very important? That is a very intriguing thought that I've lost sleep over many nights.
I think this is the most interesting question in sport, or for an athlete in sport. What is more important? You know, your skills from a physical aspect, or is the mental aspect,
which is attitude?
Yeah, which is attitude. Is the mental aspect very important? Well, it's both. It's both. In sports, it's both. It's very important that you are physical on the highest level, and you should be talented. From my example, I was not highly talented.
Oh, that makes sense too.
Absolutely.
Oh,
I
wow.
was not a highly talented guy. There were a lot of other goalkeepers when I was young, which were much more better than me.
Huh.
And I learned when I was young that when I'm willing to work, you know, when I'm willing, to work on my skills and making a little bit more than my competitors, then I can overtake them after a while. And this is what I call the attitude, the working ethic. I think I had a very high working ethic, but I love to be a goalkeeper. I love to be on the field. I love to make special goalkeeping sessions. That is the physical side. But believe me, it's a big difference when you come into a stadium and you enter the stadium, you enter the pitch, and there are 100,000 people, and you are in a Champions League final or you are in a World Cup final. This is the highest level of pressure and adrenaline you can imagine. And only the guys with the strongest heads can solve or can handle this really hard situations.
Why is the state not looking at putting an embargo on that?
As a Telangana person, I will not accept.
How do ordinary folks deal with this?
Hello and a very warm welcome to all News9 viewers. I'm Neha Bhan. Let's take a look at some of the top stories making headlines this hour. But before we begin, the countdown for News9's big event is over. The News9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit is being organized by the TV9 Group, and this edition of the summit is unmissable because the keynote address is by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What India Thinks Today Summit starts from today and will continue through the 26th and 27th.
From Fragile 5 to Top 5, from a laggard to a leader, India under Modi has reimagined the world order. Presenting the second edition of TV9, What India Thinks Today. Summit theme, India poised for the next big leap. Listen to Prime Minister Modi unveil his vision for Viksit Bharat at NEWS9 Global Summit, a TV9 network initiative.
Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, Enabling Dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन. Presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, Enabling Dreams. Co-powered by Sugar Free, एक छोटा सा चेंज फॉर फिटनेस. बनेगा तो बढ़ेगा इंडिया. अल्ट्राटेक देश का नंबर 1 सीमेंट. नो स्ट्रेस फिनोलेक्स. प्रिया गोल्ड बटर डिलाइट बिस्किट्स कलौंजी के साथ मक्खन का तड़का. स्पेशल पार्टनर प्रभु जी, मिठाई हो या नमकीन, बस मौका चाहिए जी. सर्वोकॉन ट्रांसफॉर्मर एंड स्टेबलाइजर, रखे सब कंट्रोल में. सर्वोकॉन.
As Israel continues with its offensive, plumes of smoke rises over Gaza while gunfire is being reported from southern Israel. Nearly 30,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli strikes on the Gaza Strip since the 7th of October, the Gaza Health Ministry confirmed. Gaza Health Authorities said 97 people were confirmed killed and 130 wounded in the last 24 hours of Israeli assaults, but most victims were still under rubble or in areas rescuers could not reach. Yemen's Houthis targeted a US-flagged owned and operated oil tanker in the Gulf of Aden, the Iran-aligned group's military confirmed on the 25th of February after US and British forces said they launched another round of strikes against militant targets in Yemen. Take a look.
The Houthi military said on Sunday they targeted an American oil tanker in the Gulf of Aden in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza, coming as US and British forces said they carried out another round of strikes against the Yemeni militants on Saturday. In a televised speech, a military spokesman for the Iran-backed Houthis, Yahya Saraya, said their navy targeted the US-flagged, owned and operated commercial ship MV Tom Thor, while the Air Force targeted American warships in the Red Sea with drones. The Yemeni armed forces will not stop unless the aggression stops and the siege on the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip is lifted, he said. The US Central Command said in a statement on X its forces shot down an anti-ship ballistic missile that was likely targeting the oil tanker, adding that the vessel was not damaged. Britain's Defence Ministry released video on Saturday said to show Typhoon fighter jets and Voyager tanker aircraft in operation for the latest round of joint military action against the Houthis. Countries involved said in a joint statement the strikes were aimed at 18 militant targets across 8 locations in Yemen. The United States and Britain have redesignated the Houthis as a terrorist group after they began targeting commercial vessels in November to protest Israel's war on Gaza. The US has carried out near-daily strikes against the Houthis, but have so far failed to halt the attacks, which have upset global trade and raised shipping rates.
Switching our focus away from Israel-Hamas, Donald Trump decisively defeated Nikki Haley in South Carolina's Republican contest. This victory extends Trump's winning streak as he advances towards securing a third consecutive presidential nomination and a potential rematch with Democratic President Joe Biden. Despite facing a litany of criminal charges, Trump was widely expected to win the southern state. Opinion polls consistently showed him holding a sizable lead over Nikki Haley, who's a native of South Carolina and served 2 terms as governor. Having dominated all 5 contests so far, including Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, the U.S. Virgin Islands and now South Carolina, Trump has left Haley with virtually no viable path to the Republican nomination. Let's listen into what the former United States President, had to say.
That is really something. This was a little sooner than we anticipated. It was an even bigger win than we anticipated. And I was just informed that we got double the number of votes that has ever been received in the great state of South Carolina. So that's pretty good. So it's a record ×2. And America first. First of all, my family, Melania, Barron, Tiffany and Michael, they're so supportive. But now there's a spirit that I have never seen. We ran 2 great races, but there's never been a spirit like this. And I just want to say that I have never seen the Republican Party so unified as it is right now.
Despite having a home state advantage, Nikki Haley couldn't secure her first win in the Republican presidential primaries as South Carolina voters overwhelmingly chose Donald Trump. Haley has vowed to remain in the race through Super Tuesday on the 5th of March, hoping to give moderate Republicans and independents time to coalesce around her increasingly long-shot candidacy. Despite receiving support from many big Republican donors who oppose Trump's return to the White House, Haley has so far failed to persuade Republican primary voters, even those in South Carolina who know her best. While Haley may be positioning herself for a future White House bid in 2028, she remains in the race partly to be the alternative to Trump if he has to drop out due to legal challenges or health issues. The next major round of voting takes place on the 5th of March when 15 states and 1 U.S. territory award a significant number of delegates. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed the nation from the Hostomel airfield, the site where Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began 2 years ago. In his speech, Zelensky vowed victory and fair peace and thanked the Ukrainian people for their bravery and sacrifices made during the last 2 years. Listen in.
Слава Україні! Я знаходжусь зараз в Гостомелі. Саме звідси мало розпочатись те саме взяти Київ і Україну за 3 дні. Можна сказати одним реченням. 2 роки тому ми вогнем зустрічали тут ворожий десант. 2 роки по тому ми зустрічаємо тут наших друзів, наших партнерів.
The body of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who died unexpectedly in prison 9 days ago, was handed to his mother.
The body of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who died unexpectedly in prison on February 16th, was handed over to his mother on Saturday, 9 days later, in the remote Arctic city of Salakard. That's according to Navalny's spokeswoman, who posted on X that it was uncertain whether Russian authorities would let his relatives hold a funeral the way the family wants and the way Alexei deserves.
Отдайте тело моего мужа.
In a video posted to YouTube less than 24 hours before, Navalny's widow, Yulia Navalnaya, demanded the release of her husband's body and accused Russian President Vladimir Putin, whom she called demonic, of torturing her husband's corpse.
You are mocking the remains of the deceased. It is already impossible to come up with more devilry.
You violated every law, both human and divine.
Navalnaya said she would continue the fight against Putin's regime and called him a fake for often professing his Christian faith. Navalny's family and supporters have accused Putin of having him killed, an accusation that the Kremlin has rejected. Navalny survived a poisoning attempt in 2020 and years of harsh treatment in prison, including long spells in solitary confinement. His team said on X on Thursday that his death certificate says he died of natural causes. On Friday, Navalny's mother said that Russian investigators were refusing to release her son's body from a morgue in Samarkand until she agreed to lay him to rest without a public funeral. Navalny aides on Saturday said authorities had threatened to bury him in the remote prison colony where he died unless his family agreed to their conditions.
Moving on now, farmers in central Greece are still struggling to recover after unprecedented flooding last year. Much of the area remains submerged, and the situation is fueling anger among farmers who, like many across Europe and elsewhere, have found their livelihoods under threat from rising costs and climate change.
These fruitless almond trees belong to farmer Babis Evangelinos. He's one of the many farmers in central Greece still reeling from unprecedented flooding last year. The situation is disappointing, he says. I could never have imagined I would have to board a boat to get to see my land. His small plot is on the Thessaly Plain, a key breadbasket in Greece. It normally accounts for a quarter of the country's agricultural produce. But last year, storms submerged about 35,000 acres in the area near Lake Karla. One estimate suggests it could take up to 2 years for the water to subside. The flooding has raised questions about the Mediterranean country's ability to cope with an increasingly erratic climate. Last year, wildfires scorched the north. Then, Storm Daniel dumped 18 months' worth of rain in a matter of days. It and another storm, Elias, slammed into Evangelinos' small plot. Tens of thousands of acres of cotton fields, almond trees, and grazing land were submerged when nearly 18 billion cubic feet of water poured into the area. The work of a lifetime has been destroyed. Lost in 3-4 days of rain, he says. Like in India, France, and Poland, farmers here want more help. Thousands of them descended on Athens. Beyond climate change, they're also worried about rising costs, foreign competition, and what they see as a lack of government support. So far, the government has offered up the equivalent of about $160 million in compensation. Another roughly $120 million is set to come in July. There have been other gestures too, like discounts on power bills and a diesel tax rebate, but after a decade-long financial crisis, the government is cash-strapped. It's unclear if it will offer more. What's key, according to Thessaly Governor Dimitris Koretas, is pumping the water out, and fast. Local authorities want to start in one area in April. There are a few thousand families living here, he says. Do we want them to go? As for Evangelinos, he had been banking on harvesting about 11 U.S. tons of almonds this season. He's managed less than half of that and isn't sure how he'll pay for his 2 daughters' university expenses. But Evangelinos says he's not giving up. If needed, he wants to uproot damaged trees and plant new ones, if the soil is fit for cultivation.
The Hautacam ski resort in southwest France has had a mostly snowless winter. In January, the resort rebranded itself for the Hautacam Plage on social media channels, showing deck chairs and barbecues instead of white slopes and hot chocolate.
It's not the typical ski resort experience. Bikes on zip lines and outdoor rides. Here in the French Pyrenees, a recurring absence of snow means uncertain times for businesses that revolve around ski hills. And while tourists may still remark at the view,
C'était super.
it's left resort staff wondering about their livelihood.
In the future, will this become the only recipe for our resort in winter? I don't know. It's a difficult question to answer.
Marie-Florentine Hulin is the marketing and communications manager of the Otakam ski resort in Beauchamp, where they've opted not to use artificial snow machines.
We usually have heavy snowfalls in January, which allows us to open the 4 weeks of February. This year, there is really no snow at all. We only opened our ski slopes for 2 days. Maybe next year we will have a meter of snow in January, which will allow us to guarantee 4 weeks of the ski resort being open. But we are still going with trends, which are still about the scarcity of snow in the end.
But while visitors are enjoying the alternative activities, warming weather systems and a shorter season are testing the survival of a myriad of businesses. The local ski school is closed, and ski rental shops are seeing fewer customers. Josiane Semp owns a rental shop in the area.
If we keep having seasons like this one, we'll have to stop. We won't be able to go on. We'll need to think of something else.
France's Public Audit Office warned this month that, in the face of climate change, most resorts were likely to feel the economic impacts by 2050, with areas south of the Alps hit hardest. At Hautakam's restaurant, visitors eat lunch outdoors, while server Leo Villewant tries to keep a positive attitude.
We feel like we're not in control, that we're losing the snow little by little, and the coming years will be difficult too. So we try to find other things.
Residents like Stéphane Rémy are taking a pragmatic approach.
The snow situation is likely to get worse. We know that. So we might as well adapt ourselves to this and find other activities in nature, such as cycling or hiking.
S'adapter vers des activités nature, que ce soit du vélo, que ce soit la marche.
The countdown for News9's big event is over. The News9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit is being organized by the TV9 Group, and this edition of the summit is unmissable because the keynote address is by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What India Thinks Today Summit starts from today and will continue through 26th and 27th. In fact, let's quickly take you to the venue where the summit is being held. Let's cut across.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Please be seated. We will be beginning the TV9 What India Thinks Today inaugural session in just a few minutes from now. Request you all to kindly be seated. We will be starting very, very shortly. Thank you.
The countdown for News9's big event is over. The News9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit is being organized by the TV9 Group, and this edition of the summit is simply unmissable because the keynote address will be delivered by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The summit starts from today and will continue through the 26th and 27th as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly take your seats. We will be beginning with the inaugural of TV9 What India Thinks Today very, very shortly. May I request you all to kindly take your seats.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, check, hello, check, hello. Check, check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check.
For those who have just joined us, the countdown for News 9's big event is over. The News 9 Global Summit about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. Right on your screens, the MD and CEO, Mr. Barun Das, along with Union Minister Anurag Thakur. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap. The What India Thinks Today Summit being organized by the TV9 group. This is the second edition, and this edition of the summit is simply unmissable because the keynote address will be delivered by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself. The What India Thinks Today Summit starts from today and will continue through the 26th and 27th of this month.
Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to settle down. We will be beginning very, very shortly. Requesting all those walking around to please take your positions. Please find chairs to sit down. We will be beginning in just moments from now. Requesting all of you to please take your seats.
check, 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 check. ठीक है? Check. Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, just about 2 minutes or so left before we start the inaugural of TV9 What India Thinks Today. May I request you all to kindly take your seats. Unfortunately, a lot of cameras here and the view gets obstructed if people don't take their seats. So I'm humbly requesting everybody to please find chairs and sit down for clearing the camera field. Thank you so much.
The second season of TV9 Network's What India Thinks Today will begin just in a short while from now. The theme for this year is India poised for the next big leap. Several politicians, celebrities and dignitaries will be a part of this event. They will voice their opinion in this 3-day global summit. The NEWS9 Global Summit is about the new India that is recognized as a rising economic power and a major global player. The theme of the summit is how India is poised for the next big leap, and the What India Thinks Today summit is being organized by the TV9 group, and this edition is unmissable because the keynote address will be delivered by none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
And finally, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get started with the inaugural of TV9 What India Thinks Today. Please give it up for your hosts for this evening, TV9's Neha Khanna and Krishna Kumar.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the second edition of TV9 What India Thinks Today. India's mega thought fest is back indeed, and it's bigger, bolder and brighter this year, mirroring the new India story, really, isn't it, Neha?
Mirroring the new India story, no doubt about that. It is going to be action-packed, I can tell you that, for the next 3 days.
Yes.
And of course, the one big thing that everyone is looking forward to is the keynote address, which will be delivered, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow evening by none other than the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for that. Of course, we're all building up towards that, but let's not forget, we have some very special guests already in the house. We're going to get them on stage, get him on stage to be specific. But quickly, before we go for that, we are going to tell you what India Thinks Today is all about. What India thinks about is very important at a time like this, which is a moment of greatness for India. India is on the cusp of greatness, and it is thought platforms like this, global thought platforms, hosted by none other than the biggest news network of the country, isn't it, Neha?
Absolutely, the second edition of TV9 What India Thinks Today Summit, the NEWS9 Global Summit that has brought together, even in the past, the best of thought leaders from all walks of life. And ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to witness over the next 3 days is going to be truly special. We're going to have newsmakers, we're going to have thought leaders, we're going to have policy makers, and like I said, the biggest name of them all, the one man everyone wants to listen to, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, will be in our midst to deliver the keynote address tomorrow evening.
Right, and we have, before we get to that, we have a bunch of people that we are honoring with our Nakshatra Samman Awards tonight. And today, the inaugural of What India Thinks Today, second edition, is all about India's soft power. And right now, we are counting down to those awards. We are counting down to some very interesting sessions we have in store, beginning with a big name who is going to be part of the first session. That, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than, okay, we're going to hold on and not tell you the name of the person.
Let's not give it away so early, Krishna.
Yes, absolutely. We have to build it up to that. We have a very special guest already amidst us who will be taking the stage in moments from now. But through the course of the evening, we will be discussing all about India's soft power, from the vibrant tapestry of Indian movies and music to India's vibrant tapestry of sporting achievements. Bear in mind, once upon a time, India was just a cricketing nation. Not anymore, because of some very important efforts taken by some very important gentlemen who's made sure...
Who is in our midst right now.
Who's our midst right now, who's making sure that India wins accolades, India wins goals across sporting arenas, and India has been celebrating that as well. So we will be talking about our achievements across sporting arenas, movies, music, and all the soft power that is pushing brand India forward on a global platform, isn't it, Neha?
In fact, Krishna, we are not just calling it India's soft power, we are calling it India's smart power.
Yeah.
Because that's really how it is now. Gone are the days when Bollywood was India's biggest global export. We have gone way beyond that. Our musicians, our artists are doing us proud. They're winning Oscars, they're winning Grammys, and ladies and gentlemen, in our midst, we have today at least two gentlemen who've won multiple Grammys for India and done us proud on so many occasions.
Right. Before we get to all of that, let's begin with where we have to begin. We are a team of over 3,000 people here at the TV9 network putting together the What India Thinks Today Summit. But one man has been leading us from the front, and that is none other than our MD and CEO, Mr. Barun Das. Requesting Mr. Barun Das to come on stage, and also please put your hands together for Shri Anurag Thakur, who also joins us for our first session. Requesting both these gentlemen to please take the stage, and requesting Mr. Barun Das to first present Shri Anurag Thakur ji with a stole. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Right. Please, requesting Shri Anurag Thakur ji to please sit down, and requesting Mr. Barun Das to please deliver our welcome address for the second edition of What India Thinks Today. Barun ji, all yours.
Thank you, Neha and Krishna. The Union Minister of Sports, Youth Affairs and Information and Broadcasting, Sri Anurag Thakur ji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural. Today is the curtain raiser of the second edition of TV9 What India Thinks Today Summit. Over the next 2 days, we will be hosting several international thought leaders and cabinet ministers and industry captains discussing India's next big leap in the arena of geoeconomics and geopolitics. And most notably, we have the summit keynote scheduled for tomorrow evening at 8 p.m., which will be delivered by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. But this evening we are here to celebrate the curtain raiser with a subject very close to my heart. I must mention that this evening is going to be special because apart from glamour and glitz, it will be an evening of gravitas. You must have already spotted in the hall many well-known faces from the world of sports and entertainment. They are here tonight for a purpose. They are here tonight to discuss a bold vision for India, not as an economic or military power, but as a soft power. Our deliberations this evening will focus on the idea of soft power for hard gains. So what's soft power? A phrase used extensively these days. The American political scientist Joseph Nye defines soft power as a country's ability to influence others through attraction and persuasion rather than coercion and force. As he says, seduction is always more effective than coercion. Like the American dream is sold across the world to a large extent via Hollywood. Similarly, countries like Brazil and Argentina, they have earned a name for themselves in the world through their excellence on the soccer field. That is the context of soft power this evening. India has always been known as the land of yoga, Vedas, and Ayurveda, and more recently, as home to some most spectacular cinematic storytelling in the world. The home of Bollywood, but of late also Sandalwood, Collywood, Tollywood, all hail Nattu Nattu. At the same time, our prowess as a sporting nation is on the rise. While our cricketers have been doing us proud for some decades now, there are other sports where India is making its mark in the global arena, thanks to the grit, ambition, and tenacity of some extraordinary sports star, and the vision of our Prime Minister, and of course, the able administration of our Sports Minister. Badminton, tennis, shooting, wrestling, boxing, athletics are some such sports. Thank you, Anurag ji. Now, as India rises in the global pecking order, earning a place for itself at the high table, there is immense opportunity for India to add to this heft through excellence in sports, movies, and music. After all, the perception of India is the sum of how the world sees us. If we as a country create more winners, like powerful cerebral content and winning champions, then we can rise faster in the world order. We can make greater hard gains, be it trade of goods or services. Let us not forget that in 2016, when Israel and Palestine agreed to give peace a chance, it was at the behest of celebrities like Roger Waters of Pink Floyd, John Bon Jovi, and Cristiano Ronaldo. The peace may not have lasted, but people-to-people goodwill remains a far better alternative to bombs and guns. This evening, over several conversations, we'll hear policymakers, celebrities, sports champions, and brand gurus develop a roadmap to further burnish brand India. Of course, no evening like this one can be complete without some celebrations. So therefore, tonight we will also be honoring a few extraordinary men and women from the world of sports and entertainment with TV9 Network's Nakshatra Samman Awards. So ladies and gentlemen, we have an exciting evening ahead of us. Let's kickstart it right away. Thank you once again for being us here. Namaskar.
Thank you, Barun, for that. Requesting both Mr. Barun Das and Shri Anurag Thakur to please stay on stage. And before we go further, we have to talk about the sponsors for the day, isn't it, Neha?
Absolutely. Let's remind all of you that TV9 What India Thinks Today is presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, co-powered by Zydus Wellness, Ultratech, Priya Gold and Finolex Cables. A premier global platform that not just takes stock of India and where it has reached, but also sets the agenda for the path ahead.
And with that, it's time now to invite upon stage Mr. Abhay Bhutada, Managing Director of Poonawalla FinCorp, for a special address.
Good evening, everyone. I think what India thinks today, I cannot just share my thoughts in 2-3 minutes, but considering the time limit, we'll have to speed up, and I will try to share in as much as possible in minimum time. So I'm privileged to be here at the TV network What India Thinks Global Summit 2024. I express my gratitude to Shri Anurag Thakurji, the Honorable Minister for Information and Broadcasting and Youth Affairs and Sports, for gracing this occasion with his esteemed presence. I also express my gratitude to Shri Barun Das ji and his entire TV9 team for organizing such a special and unique event. This is a great initiative by TV9 which brings all the visionaries, policymakers, influencers from around the globe under the one roof to have a constructive dialogue for the growth and development of our nation. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India has undergone a profound digital transformation, creating a market for digital and tech solutions. Honorable Prime Minister's far-sighted approach has propelled India to be a global hub of innovation and technology, harnessing the power of digital solution to drive inclusive growth. India is prominently re-emerging to regain its place on global economic platform and on its way to become the third largest economy. India's digital revolution, led by path-breaking initiatives like Digital India, has transformed the nation into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy with more human-centric approach to the development. The Atal Innovation Mission has prompted a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship, driving job creation and economic growth. With the focus on digitization, innovation, building digital infrastructure, and adoption of emerging technologies, I am confident that we will be able to achieve the vision of Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Apart from providing conducive business environment, safety and security of individuals is very important to us. No nation can progress without robust law and order. I acknowledge and appreciate the strong leadership of our Honorable Home Minister, Shri Amit Shah ji, for his bold steps to protect the nation and its citizens for maintenance of security, peace and harmony. I also acknowledge Shri Anurag Thakur ji, who has been instrumental in creating awareness amongst the youth for various other sports. Under his guidance, Khelo India initiative and Target Olympic Podium scheme has revolutionized India's sports landscape and increased participation amongst the youth. These initiatives have helped in identifying deserving athletes who can win the medals in the Olympics and increase our medal tally. Digital payment ecosystem in India has also shown significant growth in recent years, driven by a combination of government initiatives, rise of e-commerce, increase in internet, smartphone usage. Key initiatives such as Pradhan Mantri Dhan Jana Yojana, UPI, BHIM have emerged as a game changer in the digital payment landscape. These initiatives have enabled seamless real-time digital transaction, paving the way for a cashless economy. Various digital initiatives of our government are positively helping every fraction of our society to aspire, grow, and fulfill their dream. Let me share with you, I also come from a place like Latur. I have witnessed the digitization, how demolished the barriers and given the wings to every small town citizen like me to grow and contribute towards the nation building. To me, this is a real testament of Sankalp Se Siddhi, and millions of Indians like me feel confident than ever that we as a nation has all the potential to become the Vishwaguru. At Poonawalla FinCorp, we believe in having complete transparency in our dealing, as we understand and value the trust of the customers upon us. Through deep investment in technology and innovation at the core, we strive to create endless possibilities each time and partner in the growth journey of our customer. Trust, integrity, transparency, and excellence are at the core of our institution. Our long-term corporate goals focus on enhancing shareholder value and safeguarding stakeholders' interests. As I conclude, I am confident that dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji will reaffirm India's status as a global powerhouse with a focus on innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital development. Once again, I thank you TV9 team for conceptualizing this event and allowing me to share my thoughts. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Bhutra, for that special address. And we are all set to kick things off for today. But before that, since we're talking about kicking things off, I'm going to request a very special gentleman to take the stage and present us with a memento, requesting Mr. Pierre Neuberg of Bundesliga to please take the stage and present a memento to our MD and CEO and Shri Anurag Thakurji as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get on with the show. Now today is all about India's surging soft power, India's growing global clout, powered by everything from its vibrant tapestry of movies and music to its phenomenal sporting achievements.
That's right, and that's why the inaugural is called Soft Power, Hard Gains. And with that, we are officially all set after Bundesliga as well to kick things off on the inaugural, isn't it, Neha?
Haha, nice wordplay there, Krishna, with terminology from the world of sports, because our first session, ladies and gentlemen, is titled Gearing Up for Sports Ascendancy. Even as the Indian cricket team dominates the world of cricket, India has long gone from being a one-sport nation. Today, India is a force to reckon with in a range of sporting arenas. And one man is playing a crucial role in that evolution. Take a look.
One spear can pierce through the world. One fall can... It dreams of a billion.
Right, we will, pretty much get on with things because we have the two gentlemen on stage already who are going to be the main gentleman of this session who will be telling us all about it. That is Mr. Barun Das and of course Shri Anurag Thakur. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a huge round of applause, requesting TV9 Network's Meha Bharadwaj and Sumaira to please take the stage and conduct this session and get the ball rolling. Ladies, all yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's the first session, so it better be good because it'll set the tone for what's to come. But in our experience, when we're talking about sports and entertainment, it's never dull. So we're gearing up for sports ascendancy, and who better than Shri Anurag Thakur, somebody who understands sports, somebody who is, who's played cricket himself, and also now somebody who is the sports minister of the country. I also have our MD and CEO, somebody who understands the business of sports, Mr. Barun Das here. So without further ado, let me get straight into this conversation. There's Pulela Gopichand here as well. At some point, we are going to involve him in this discussion as well. But let's start with Mr. Thakur. Sir, the buzzword today is soft power. Mr. Thakur, and sports is an integral part of it, sir. Cricket, we know, is already a superpower in the country. How can we bring in the lessons that we've learned from cricket to make other sports as successful?
Thank you for starting the session. And let me just say this, that if you look at 1983, before that, even in cricket, you didn't have enough money. When the Indian cricket team won, even the BCCI didn't have enough money to pay them or to celebrate in a big way. But when they fought the case against Prasar Bharati and won the case, that is where they won the telecast rights and the game changed. Then the money came into the field of cricket, and that is how the Indian Cricket Board, the BCCI, how they done well with the professional working of BCCI for the last so many years. And over the last 2-3 decades, we have seen one after another cricketer who have come up on the international stage and done extremely well. So in cricket, we had a lot of stars to look up to. And today in other sports also, we have a lot of stars we can look up to. So I think the time has started when the country, the mindset has changed, the way Prime Minister Modi said, "Kheloge to khiloge." It's all about participation, it's all about your involvement in sports rather than just thinking about winning and all that. On one hand, the government has increased the sports budget 3 times in the last 10 years. Apart than that, we have spent close to 3,000 crore rupees on creating about 300 sports infrastructure. Apart than that, we have a lot of other schemes for the benefit of players, so that they can perform well rather than worry about their facilities, how they can train, where they can train, who will fund for that. Now that is not the worry today. They all need to think about training hard and performing at the national and at the international stage. And that is why India has won for the first time ever 100+ medals in the Asian Games.
अनुराग जी, क्योंकि सॉफ्ट पावर की बात हो रही है और वो बज़वर्ड है आज का, तो इसी से जुड़ा एक और सवाल ये कि हमारी भारत की जो इस समय दुनिया में जो स्थान है, जो जगह है और जहां हम पहुंच रहे हैं, जहां हम पहुंचने का लक्ष्य रखते हैं, सॉफ्ट पावर से हार्ड गेन्स संभव हैं?
मुझे लगता है गेन के बारे में क्यों सोचते हो? मैंने एक शब्द अपने पिछले उत्तर में कहा, खेलोगे तो खेलोगे। आपको तो अपना कर्तव्य निभाना है, कर्म करने, बाकी फल की चिंता नहीं करनी है। और आज का भारत अपने कर्म कर रहा है, फल अपने आप मिल रहे हैं। कहां 10वीं लड़खड़ाती चरमराती अर्थव्यवस्था थी, आज दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था हम बनकर खड़े हो गए हैं। और जब मोदी जी तीसरी बार आएंगे तो विल बिकम द 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड। सो हमें अपने एफर्ट्स में कोई कमी नहीं करनी चाहिए। इसलिए मैं कई बार खिलाड़ियों से भी कहता हूं कि आपको अपना जो पार्ट है वो प्ले करना है, मुझे अपना करना है। एक समय था जब खिलाड़ी को लगता था कि परिवार में अगर कोई रिक्शा चलाने वाला है, मान लो पिता कोई चाय बेचने वाला है, कोई सब्जी बेचने वाला है, तो उसका बच्चा यहां तक कैसे पहुंचेगा। आज मैं आप सबकी जानकारी के लिए बताना चाहता हूं, आज खेलो इंडिया अभियान के बाद, टॉप स्कीम के बाद, टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम स्कीम में बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग सारा खर्चा भारत सरकार वहन करती है। और जो एलीट एथलीट है उसको 6 लाख रुपया साल का जेब खर्च अलग से देती है खेलने के लिए, ट्रेनिंग करने के लिए। और इसी तरह से जो डेवलपमेंट एथलीट है उसको 3 लाख जेब खर्च अलग से देती है। और बाकी सारा बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग देश और विदेश का सारा खर्चा भारत सरकार करती है। फिर आता है खेलो इंडिया एक्रेडिटेड एकेडमी। मान लीजिए पुलेला गोपीचंद की एकेडमी चलती है, वहां पे किसी खिलाड़ी को जाके सिलेक्शन होकर ट्रायल दिया, खेले, तो उनको 5 लाख रुपया बोर्डिंग, लॉजिंग, ट्रेनिंग के लिए और 1,20,000 रुपया जेब खर्च के लिए अलग से मिलता है। ऐसे 3,000 खिलाड़ियों को प्राइवेट एकेडमीज में भारत सरकार फंड कर रही है ताकि पूर्व खिलाड़ी उनको अच्छी ट्रेनिंग दे सकें और भारत के लिए खेल सकें। लगभग 23 नेशनल सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बना दिए हैं। 69 साइट ट्रेनिंग सेंटर हैं और आज़ादी के जब हम 75 वर्ष मना रहे थे साल पहले, तो मैंने कहा था 750 हम खेलो इंडिया सेंटर बनाएंगे। आज मैं इस मंच पे कह रहा हूं 750 नहीं, 750 नहीं, 1075 1075 हमने पूरे कर दिए। So that is the speed, size and scale at which we are working today. अभी बहुत आगे जाना है। राज्य की सरकारें भी अगर, क्योंकि स्पोर्ट्स इज स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, अगर राज्य की सरकारें थोड़ी मदद करेंगी, थोड़ा और अच्छा करेंगी, तो भारत जैसे देश में 36 स्टेट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज में से अगर 20 भी अच्छा कर लें, तो मैं कह सकता हूं जो लक्ष्य मैंने 2036 के लिए रखा है कि इंडिया दुनिया की पहली 10 मेडल विनिंग कंट्रीज में से एक हो और 2047 तक हम दुनिया के पहले 5 देशों में हो जो मेडल जीतने वालों में हैं।
Now, we'll talk about that bid for Olympics for 2036, sir, but let's also get Barun to talk to us about soft power. You had that in your keynote address, sir. I want to ask you, what is the role that media can play in building a brand for India when it comes to that being used as soft power?
Thank you, Meha. I think fundamentally, media exists without any specific objective. Media is supposed to be a social catalyst. I mean, if you talk about news media. So we reflect the society and we act as a social catalyst. But as part of the largest news network of a country, what I see is that as far as sports and entertainment is concerned, it's an exciting time for India, like in many other spheres. First of all, I think the winner is first born in the mind, and then you have to have an intent to win, which is what I think the Prime Minister's leadership and Anurag's guidance had happened and instituted in India, there, where Indians want to win, which is what, as a media custodian, as a largest news network, we should try and reflect. There are excellences which we are saying. Obviously, what keeps coming to my mind is Gopi, who's sitting here, good friend. He's shown that he was possibly the second All England champion after about 29 years or so. He won it all by himself. But then he decided that he'll create many champions. So he set up that academy. And then, as Anuragji said, that the nation is supporting, the administration and the government is supporting that. So this acts as a very, I think it's a self-fueling positive spiral which will only grow from now.
See, as far as the media is concerned, let me add something to that. When I used to play cricket, rather than the money or the cash prize, it is the next day news in the newspapers, which is to encourage like sports person like us, कि अच्छा अखबार में नाम छप गया, अब देश में हमें लोग जानते हैं. तो मीडिया एक बहुत बड़ा रोल अदा कर सकता है, वो पैसों से बहुत बड़ा है, आपको पहचान दिलाने का.
Right. Sir, I will just, absolutely. This is a very good point that unless and until we bring that to limelight, we celebrate those successes, the successes will remain confined to some corners here and there. So that definitely is the role that media has to play.
अनुराग जी, और अभी क्योंकि आपने कहा कि जब आप क्रिकेट खेलते थे, तो ये एक सवाल जरूर सबके मन में आता है कि क्रिकेट भी आपका पैशन है, पॉलिटिक्स भी आपका पैशन है, तो एक पैशन को छोड़कर दूसरे पैशन को चुना है या वो साथ साथ कैसे, मतलब क्रिकेट को छोड़ा कैसे, राजनीति की तरफ ज्यादा पैशनेट कैसे हो गए? देखिए, छोड़ना कोई नहीं चाहता. मैं पंजाब की और नॉर्थ जोन की टीम का कैप्टन था, ऑल इंडिया चैंपियन रहे, अंडर 16, अंडर 19, नॉर्थ जोन अंडर 19, ऑल इंडिया चैंपियन, अंडर 19 कैंप से लेकर रणजी ट्रॉफी तक सब खेले. लेकिन बहुत छोटी उम्र में छोड़ना पड़ गया, परिवार की परिस्थितियां ऐसी थी. लेकिन जब मैं 25 साल की उम्र में हिमाचल क्रिकेट संघ का अध्यक्ष बना, तब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती थी कि स्टेट में एक भी ग्राउंड नहीं है, कोई बड़ा मैच नहीं होता, कोई मैच जीता नहीं. एट द एज ऑफ 26, I built that Dharamshala Cricket Stadium without any government, without even a single penny from any government, neither central nor the state government. तो एक जुनून था कुछ करने का, वापस गेम को देने का. और जब वहाँ अच्छा किया, तो उसमें राजनीति आ गई, राजनीति लोग आ गए.
और मैं जो राजनीति से 100 कदम दूर था, मेरे लिए भी राजनीति के द्वार खुल गए। आज मैं आपके सामने चौथी बार का लोकसभा एमपी बैठा हूं। वो स्टेडियम नहीं बनाया होता तो शायद यहां नहीं होता। तो ईश्वर ने आपके लिए कहां लेके जाना उसके रास्ते बना के रखे हैं। आपको केवल अपना कर्म करना है। मैंने पहले भी कहा, मैं क्रिकेट खेलना चाहता था, मेरे पिता मुझे फौजी बनाना चाहते थे, वो खुद प्रोफेसर थे, मेरे दादा परदादा फौजी थे। मैं तीसरी बार सांसद बना, तब जाके मैंने 2016 में टेरिटोरियल आर्मी में मैं लेफ्टिनेंट बना। अब मैं कैप्टन हूं। अब मैंने मेजर का एग्जाम दिया, देखता हूं पास हो गया तो थोड़ी दिनों में मेजर भी बन जाऊंगा। तो आप कहां जा सकते हो कोई पता नहीं चलता। तो जहां पे भी आप हो, वो आप काम अच्छे करते रहें।
Sir, Paris Olympics is 5 months away. This is a headline question now. What are you expecting from our Indian athletes? Are we going to better Tokyo?
If you look at Tokyo Olympics, we were facing the COVID-19 pandemic at that time. It was very hard to train the players locally or maybe overseas. But we provided them all kind of help. Look at Mirabai Chanu. She got injured in India. Within 24 hours, she was given the US visa. We sent her coach and physio with her. After that, the visa was stopped and the entry was banned into US also. So she trained in US for 6 months. Many of our athletes were training overseas in Europe. She flew directly from US to Japan in Tokyo. And the first medal won for India at Tokyo Olympic was by Mirabai Chanu. So that is how the government of India helped her with funding her recovery and everything, and she won us the medal. So मैं यही कहता हूं कि तब आपने सोचा नहीं था, लेकिन हमने आज तक के सबसे ज्यादा मेडल टोक्यो ओलंपिक्स में जीते। उसके बाद कॉमनवेल्थ गेम में हमने 61 मेडल जीते। उससे पहले पैरालंपिक्स में 19 मेडल जीते, डेफ ओलंपिक्स में 28 मेडल जीते। और जब हम एशियन गेम्स में जाने लगे, तब मैंने कहा था इस बार 100 पार। तो सबको लगा नेता है, नेता जैसा भाषण दे दिया, इस बार 100 पार होगा नहीं होगा। बट मुझे विश्वास था मेरे खिलाड़ियों पर, जो हमने सुविधाएं दी थी। और इस बार भारत ने 107 मेडल जीते हैं एशियन गेम्स में। और जब पैरा एशियन गेम्स में हमारी टीम गई, तब मैंने कहा एबल एथलीट्स का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ोगे? कैन यू ब्रेक द एबल एथलीट्स रिकॉर्ड? दे सेड ऑफ कोर्स यस। और उनका कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल देखने वाला था। और हमारे पैरा एथलीट्स ने पैरा एशियन गेम्स में 111 मेडल जीतने का काम किया है। तो मुझे तो विश्वास है, मैं आपके दर्शकों से पूछ लेता हूं, आपको विश्वास है पेरिस ओलंपिक में टोक्यो ओलंपिक से बेहतर जीतेंगे अवार्ड्स?
आई विल टेक द लिबर्टी, क्योंकि अनुराग जी मौजूद है और अनुराग जी ने कहा कि उन्होंने 100 पार का स्लोगन दे दिया था। तो क्योंकि आप यहाँ हैं तो राजनीति से भी जुड़े 2-1 सवाल जरूर पूछ लूँ मैं आपसे। 400 पार का नारा भी दे दिया है अब की बार, लेकिन वो जो सामने गठबंधन है, वो जो लग रहा था कि इकट्ठा नहीं हो रहा है, अब इकट्ठा होता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है। गठबंधन दिल्ली में भी हो गया है, आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस के बीच में गठबंधन, बाकी गुजरात में हो गया है, हरियाणा में हो गया है। ऐसे ही इकट्ठा होते जा रहे हैं। लग रहा है पश्चिम बंगाल में भी शायद कुछ बात बन जाएगी। तो ये इकट्ठा होने में कुछ फर्क पड़ेगा वो 400 पार के नारे पर?
0 + 0 कितना होता है? ये कोई पहली बार इकट्ठे हुए हैं? ये कोई पहली बार इकट्ठे नहीं हुए। मैं आपके याद करवाऊं, 2017 में उत्तर प्रदेश का विधानसभा चुनाव था, 2022 में यूपी का विधानसभा चुनाव था, 2019 का लोकसभा चुनाव था। ऐसे कई चुनावों में ये महागठबंधन जो काफी ठग, यानी कि जिनके बाकी तरह के आरोप भ्रष्टाचार के लगे हैं, कोई बेल पर है, कोई जेल में है, वो सब लोग इकट्ठे हुए हैं। लेकिन ये चाहते क्या है? They want to scratch each other's back just to support them because they are facing the corruption cases. और ये भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप जो सह रहे हैं, और श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी, सोनिया गांधी जी भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में बेल पर हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो सबको ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट बांटते थे, वो 7 बार ईडी के समन आने के बाद भी आज जाते नहीं। लेकिन जब राजनीति में नहीं थे तब ज्ञान बांटते थे कि कांग्रेस वालों को भ्रष्टाचार के चलते बाहर करो। जितने ईमानदारी के सर्टिफिकेट इन्होंने अपने हेल्थ मिनिस्टर को दिए, वो 1.5 साल जेल में रहे। इन्होंने अपने शराब घोटाले वाले मंत्री को दिए वो जेल में है, उप मुख्यमंत्री वो हैं, अपने सांसद को ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट दिया, सब लोग जेल में हैं, किसी को बेल भी नहीं मिली। तो आप लोगों के पास मोदी के खिलाफ क्या लेके जा रहे हो? क्या आपके पास ईमानदारी है? मैं गर्व के साथ सीना चौड़ा करके और सिर उठाकर कह सकता हूं, 2014 में हमने कहा था भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त शासन देंगे। आज 10 साल के बाद मैं कहता हूं 10 पैसे का भी भ्रष्टाचार भारत में नहीं हुआ, तो मोदी सरकार में ईमानदारी के साथ हमने काम किया है और आगे भी करेंगे। लेकिन देश में जो 70 साल में इन्होंने नींव डाल रखी भ्रष्टाचार की, वो सिस्टम में खत्म करते करते समय लगेगा। लेकिन आज मैं अपनी सरकार के बारे में तो कह सकता हूं, ईमानदारी के साथ मंत्री से लेकर प्रधानमंत्री ने काम किया है। दूसरा, आज हम भारत को, आपने बार बार सॉफ्ट पावर की बात कही, आप किसी भी पावर की बात कर लें, सॉफ्ट पावर की बात कर लें, हार्ड पावर की बात करें, इकोनॉमिक पावर की बात करें, आज हर क्षेत्र में भारत आगे जा रहा है। सॉफ्ट पावर में स्पोर्ट्स से लेके सिनेमा तक, कल्चर से लेके स्पेस तक हमारा बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। हमारी फिल्में, हम दुनिया के सबसे बड़े फिल्म निर्माता वाले देश हैं, लेकिन बड़े पर्दे वाली फिल्में हमारी दुनिया में जाके अच्छी नहीं करती थी। बट देयर इज नथिंग रीजनल टुडे। If your content is good, it quickly becomes from regional to national, then to international. And that is how RRR has won the award. That is how Elephant Whisperer has won the award at the Oscars level. एक नहीं अनेक प्लेटफॉर्म पर भारत के कंटेंट ने अपनी धूम मचाई है और आप मेरी बात मान के रखिए, अगले 10 वर्षों में इंडिया विल बी द कंटेंट हब ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, विल बी द कंटेंट कॉन्टिनेंट, इफ आई हैव टू से दिस। और ये मैं बहुत गंभीरता से इसलिए कह रहा हूं, टेक्नोलॉजी का जो रोल है, आज भारत में पोस्ट प्रोडक्शन की बहुत सारी संभावनाएं बनी हैं। हमारे यहाँ पे स्टोरी टेलिंग की कंट्री, बहुत सारे अवसर हैं नए कंटेंट क्रिएट करके देने का। ओटीटी ने एक नया अवसर खोले हैं। दूसरा मैं कहना चाहता हूं, स्पोर्ट्स में हमने अच्छा किया। ये तीसरा, स्पेस की दुनिया में जापान और यूएस अब पहुंचा है। हमारे भारत ने चंद्रयान मिशन की सफलता करके साउथ पोल पर चंद्रमा के तिरंगा झंडा फहरा दिया है। ये भारत ने किया है स्पेस सेक्टर में भी। अब कोई सेक्टर आप लेंगे इकोनॉमी से लेके, बाकी हम अच्छा ही कर रहे हैं। और मैं उत्तर यही देना चाहता हूं, जब हम अच्छा कर रहे हैं तो मुझे लगता है लोग भी अच्छा ही रिजल्ट देंगे, वोट भी अच्छा ही डालेंगे।
So you monitor what we watch as the Minister for Information and Broadcasting. What is it that you watch?
आप एक युद्ध से दूसरे युद्ध चले जाते हो, कभी यूक्रेन कभी इजराइल का दिखाते हो, लेकिन मैं यही कहता हूं, युद्ध के समय भी दुनिया भर की सप्लाई चेन डिसरप्ट हुई, लेकिन उस समय भी भारत ने जो फर्म स्टैंड लिया, चाहे ऑयल बाइंग का था, गैस का था, भारत ने अपना स्टैंड क्लियर किया कि हमारे लिए प्राथमिकता भारत की 140 करोड़ की जनता है। तो दुनिया को झुकना पड़ा और भारत की बात को मानना पड़ा। दूसरा, कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक के समय दुनिया के ऊपर अगर हम निर्भर रहते तो शायद 140 करोड़ भारतीयों को 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन नहीं लगती। आज अगर 220 करोड़ वैक्सीन मुफ्त में लगी है और 80 करोड़ लोगों को मुफ्त में अनाज मिला है और अगले 5 साल की गारंटी भी मोदी की गारंटी है और 4 करोड़ पक्के मकान, 10 करोड़ बहनों को रसोई गैस का सिलेंडर, 12 करोड़ शौचालय टॉयलेट्स मिले, 13 करोड़ घरों को नल से जल मिला, 60 करोड़ लोगों को आयुष्मान भारत के 5 लाख का इलाज हर साल मुफ्त मिलता है, तो मैं ये कह सकता हूं ये तभी होता है जब सरकार डिलीवर करने वाली आती है। और आपका कंटेंट मैं टीवी पर देखता हूं, आप अच्छी स्टोरीज भी दिखाते हैं कि मोदी सरकार ने कैसे अच्छा काम किया है।
Then let's also involve Varun in this. He's feeling a little left out. Let's talk about fitness, Varun. I know that you, Mr. Thakur, you guys are fitness enthusiasts. You're passionate sports lovers. I've got to ask you this. India being one of the youngest populations, right? Average age of an Indian is 29. How can we make sports an intrinsic part of our culture across age groups? Varun, your thoughts on that?
It's a difficult question. I haven't thought about it. Let me just think on the go. I think sports is not really a discipline.
According to me, sports is an attitude. Like some time back, even today, if I have to recruit even a top management person, in his resume, I look through whether he's played any games and sports or not. So I believe that we have a great opportunity to grab if we can inculcate sports to be an attitude in our country's citizens, which is what's happening now. Now, if you see what IPL has done, today you have one full, almost if you replace the 11 top players of Indian cricket team, you have another 11 filling up. India would produce so many pace bowlers, a series of them we've never thought. That's what IPL has done. And IPL also has inculcated appetite in youth. As I always maintain that there's no harm in earning fame and money, provided you have put in effort for it and you have the competence for it. So that is what is the opportunity to be grabbed. And badminton is another game where I think today there would be several players in top 50 which we've never seen. This sensitivity, when we celebrate these winning moments in media across the country, that's what drives the youth of a country to excel and to be accolated, to be celebrated, to be awarded. So that's what India's moment is all about.
Okay, I've been asked to wrap up, but the journalist in me wants to ask you one last question, sir. Prime Minister Modi has spoken about the bid to Olympics for 2036. Is India ready? Are we ready to host an event of that scale in our country? And if we are, what city could that be in?
I think Prime Minister Modi made it very clear during the IOC session in Mumbai that India is very serious to host the 2036 Summer Olympics, and before that we want to host the 2030 Youth Olympics. And I have a reason to say so. If you look at India today, in the last 10 years, from fragile 5, we have become the fifth largest economy of the world. On the other hand, if you look at Self-Reliant India campaign, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, from being the second largest importer of the mobile phones, India has become the second largest manufacturer of the mobile phones. From 85% of the toys being imported from overseas, now India has 90% of the toys production made in India and exporting to the world. From being the largest importer of the defense equipment, India has 1 lakh crore defense production last year, and which had 16,000 crore rupees export as well. So if you look at sector to sector, India is doing extremely well. Economy-wise, we are the 5th largest. In the next 5 years, we're going to be the 3rd largest. By 2036, Indian economy will be much larger. On the other hand, in India, if you look at the capex, the investment on the capital expenditure, it has gone up. Last year it was 10 lakh crore rupees. This year it is 11,111 crore rupees. That means 11 lakh crore plus will be spent to create infra. On the other hand, the cities are growing, the infrastructure is growing. From 74 airports, we are 150 airports today. The sports infra is also becoming better and better with each passing day. We have the 1.4 billion population, out of which 65% is below the age of 35 years. That clearly shows 1/6 of the humanity, that's 1/6 of the total population of the world lives in India. So what could be a bigger market? We have 1 billion mobile phones, smartphones. We have 1 billion internet connections. We have the largest population to see the Olympic sport last time. And this time it makes more sense for the IOC to give 2036 Olympics to none other than Bharat, our India.
So that will be a very serious bid. Okay, we have been asked that this is a wrap from us for now. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister, for joining us. Thank you, Barun, for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for TV9's Meha and Smair, and of course, requesting Shri Anurag ji and Mr. Barun Das to please stay on stage and move toward the awards section of the stage, because it is time now for our Nakshatra Samman Awards, the first set of Nakshatra Samman Awards for the night, isn't it, Neha?
That's correct, Krishna. Now, as India gears up for sports ascendancy,
requesting sir, Anurag ji and Barun sir to please move on to the awards section of the stage.
thank you very much, gentlemen. All right, now as India gears up for sports ascendancy, the importance of infrastructure development remains supreme. And Shri Anurag Thakur has been instrumental in developing sporting infrastructure across India, which has helped Indians from humble backgrounds to excel in a wide range of sports going way beyond cricket. This is clearly mirrored in the Nakshatra Samman winners from the world of sports.
That's right. The stories of all those sporting winners of Nakshatra Samman, from an athlete, Harmilan Bands, to badminton player Anmol Kharb, to para-cricketer Amar Hussain Lone, to professional shooter Sift Kaur Samra. They are all success stories built by the creation of infrastructure in India. As they say, banega to badhega India, isn't it, Neha?
Absolutely, no two ways about it. Well, we will be felicitating all the sports Nakshatra Samman winners later tonight. But for now, let's get on with our first set of Nakshatra Samman with some very special winners. Time now to celebrate an actress who has been enthralling us with her performances for decades now. From the silver screen to OTT. She is the original must girl. She was the heartthrob of the 1990s and 2000s, is once again ruling our hearts thanks to OTT. She's performed some breakout roles that thrilled the public and critics alike. She's given power-packed performances, and now she is reinventing herself for the new age entertainment space. Ladies and gentlemen, the TV9 network Nakshatra Samman goes to the ever-shining star Raveena Tandon.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Raveena Tandon, requesting her to please come on stage to collect the award from Shri Anurag Thakurji and Mr. Barun Das.
Thank you very much, Raveena, for being here with us.
All right, if we can ask her a quick question. Yeah, she has a mic. She has a mic.
Okay, sure.
Raveena, we have a quick question to ask you. You know, just realized you've been winning an award from your first performance. You won a Best Debutante award. From then for the movies to now OTT. And now this is the Nakshatra Samman. Can you tell us what does it feel like to keep coming up on award stages like this all the time?
First of all, thank you and a very good afternoon and a good evening to all of you here. I was just partially sitting there and hearing this very interesting conversation happening right now on stage, and I'm looking forward to my session as well. But nonetheless, thank you very much for this honor, and it always feels great from then, like you said. Anuragji just said that why are we relegated to only 1990s heartthrobs, whereas we women now are still very relevant,
You
still
very
working,
much a heartthrob even
and
today,
still leading.
Raveena.
we are very much there and we're here to stay forever and ever. But nonetheless, thank you so much for this, and it feels great always to be appreciated, whether it was the first debut award or it is now this very ever-shining star award. I just completely love this, and thank you again. And like I said, I'm looking forward to being up there with you guys very soon.
Can't wait, Ravina.
We can't wait.
And that award couldn't have been named better for somebody like you. Ever shining star. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Ravina Tandon. All right. So that's the first big Nakshatra Samman award for the evening. But time now to move on to the other big winner in the first set of awards. With that, we're also thanking Shri Anurag Thakurji for taking time out to be with us. Thank you so much for being with us here at TV9, What India Thinks Today.
Thanks very much once again to Ravina Tandon, to Barun Das and to Shri Anurag Thakur for being here in our midst. Of course, everyone's looking forward to Ravina's session. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the next session of TV9 What India Thinks Today, presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, co-powered by Zydus Wellness, Ultra Tech, Priya Gold and Finolex Cables, where we will continue to stick with the world of sports.
Absolutely, Neha. The next session is titled Sports Burnishing, an opportunity for New India. And it's all about how sport can be used as a fuel that can make brand India burn brighter in all its glory.
And we have a very special panel of guests lined up for this session, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Pulela Gopichand, former All-England champion and national badminton coach.
Please take a seat, sir. Up next, we have Latika Khaneja, CEO, Collage Sports Management. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Latika Khaneja.
All right, next up, we have with us Pierre Norbert, CCO, Bundesliga.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Pierre Norbert. Guten Tag, Pierre. Please take the stage. And finally, we have Markus Kretschmer, former CEO, FK Austria Vienna, requesting him to please take the stage.
Thank you so much to all of you for being here with us, and this session is going to be moderated by business strategist and marketing veteran Mr. Lloyd Matthias and TV9 Network's Shweta Kothari. If we could request both of them to take the floor, please.
All right, I think before we begin, may I also please call on Subhranshu Singh, Chief Marketing Officer, CVBU at Tata Motors. Subhranshu? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, absolute pleasure to be here. But before I kick off on what is in the session, I am a storyteller. I'm a journalist. So I'm going to begin with a story. There's a boy I know about 300 kilometers from here who wanted to be a footballer. He decided that at the age of 16, he will move out because the city that he is in does not possibly offer a turf or sporting professionals who will help him achieve his dreams. He comes from a middle-class family. So he moves to the next best possible place, which is Chandigarh. From Chandigarh, he gets trained. Now, it takes money, of course, to be trained. If you want to be a footballer in India, you know that there's not enough coaching facilities available, and he gets that right kind of coaching and the right kind of turf in Chandigarh. At this time, he's trained. He's told he has potential. So then he decides to go to Bengaluru. Bengaluru is where he starts his sort of professional football training as well as his journey. Now it's already been 3 years in the process. He's now 21 years old. A lot of people are telling him that his time is over. A lot of others are telling him, don't listen to them. Your story is still unending. It's unfinished. It's not written off just as yet. Now this is a story of a typical new India, where parents are not scared to send their children away because they believe sports has a future. At the same time, this is also a story of an audacious young person who is willing to put off his studies because he understands that his home city does not offer him that kind of facility, and move out of his comfort zone to different cities at a very young, tender age of 16 years old. Now this happens to be my brother, and I'm very fortunate to be sitting here, but this, as I said, is also a story of every other young Indian family, as well as a person who has willingness to do something, perhaps is not able to do so in absence of enough facilities, even though he has potential. As I said, his story is still unfinished, so we don't know, he may just be a professional footballer. But as we kickstart this session, the first big question I believe we have in front of us is that we want sports to have to be synonymous to brand India. I want to come to you, Lloyd, and since you're my co-panelist, and I think maybe you can take it off to other panelists here, how close are we to achieving that dream of India going beyond cricket and also building an image of a sporting nation?
Thank you, Shweta. And I think we've got a great set of panel who should be answering this. But if I could just say one thing, I think the last decade truly has seen Indian sport come of age. As many people would say, for a long time we were a one-trick pony, right? Cricket was Indian sport. I think clearly what we've seen in the last decade is the coming of age of many other sports. Of course, athletics with Neerav Chopra was a big turning point, but across chess, across badminton, across the whole range of sports, I think today India has become a major force. And I think that has been one significant achievement. And clearly, just given the size of the growing Indian economy, I think you could say we're punching below our weight. I think that's slowly correcting itself. And I hope through the course of this session, we'll actually be able to probe deeper into this aspect.
I think no better than Pullela to answer that question. Pullela, do you still think we are punching below our weight? Do you think we are getting there just as yet? We heard Sports Minister just before the session, and he talked about how India has had a pivotal journey in sports in the last decade, and I believe a lot of you agree that there have been significant changes. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think the last 10 years have been phenomenal in Indian sport. I think the way the growth has been is enormous. The inspiration has been fantastic. No time before has the Prime Minister of the country spoken about sports so much. No time before has a Prime News Channel kicked off with sport as one of its major events. So I think we are looking at sport as a primary news making, as a primary decision making, people taking up sport. And I think I'll get back to your brother's story in that one bit, because what has happened is this huge inspiration, and also what the sports minister spoke about, Khelo India and all of that, has made kids in the country aspire, parents in the country think that this dream is possible. And they have taken up sport very, very rigorously. What is also happening is that kids, players are taking up sport, leaving education. Your brother left it at 16, so he at least has some leeway. But for some, it's happening at 9. And that is a big case of concern, wherein we have, because at the end of the day, sport has only a very thin margin of people. We have people speaking about how, and I don't know if I can articulate it very well, but we are talking about how there are 6,000 kids across various sports who are giving 6 lakhs a month and 3 lakhs a month and stuff. But in reality, what happens to the 5,600 people who don't make it? Where are they going for their jobs? Are they skilled enough for their next journey? I think this is a big case of concern. For me, who has seen the entire ecosystem of sport, for me, I think if you fail at 21, and if you have the education and the skill set, like I really loved when Barun said, I will pick people who have played sport. But what happens if that guy doesn't have any education at all? And this is a cause of concern. So at 30, if you're a world champion, you have another 30 years to live, and you don't have the skill sets for the next set of your life, what happens to you? So these are more of the concerns, because we have grown too fast as a country in sport. We are still pushing forward in big force, and that is amazing. On that side of the story, I'm super excited, and it should continue. But I think we need to look at the entire ecosystem, because all it takes is one generation of failed sports person to show that the society, to show to the society, or the society will see it and say, there's no use playing sport. So you don't want that to happen.
So great to know that things are changing, and thank you for sharing that candidly, Gopi. I want to go across to Latika, and I know Latika from a different era, the late 90s, when I headed marketing at Pepsi, and we used to go to Latika because she managed a whole bunch of Super A cricketers. Virendra Sehwag, I remember a long conversation with her. And then somewhere in the mid-2000s or 2005 thereabouts, she got into other sports. You, I think, signed on Abhinav Bindra and then subsequently other sports. So Latika, is it really changing when it comes to support to other sports? Or are we still predominantly a one-sport nation?
Well, fortunately, nothing ever happened to the primary sport. It only grew in size, stature. The leagues came on and gave a livelihood to so many more cricketers. So in every possible way, it's given money to coaches, to professionals, to marketing people, to people who genuinely wanted to make a career in sport. So let's not denounce cricket at the cost of other sports. We can definitely have everything coexisting. And in the 2 odd decades that I have been involved in this, definitely other sports have come a very, very long way. So I don't think we can say that other sports do not get their recognition. They definitely do. And I think it's all a part of the evolution. The boost has to come from private participation. The boost has to come from media, from channels, from various formats. And the more people who are involved in sport, the more are these solutions going to come out, because the sportsman has to play his sport. For everyone else to figure out how to make a livelihood for them, that is the job of marketing, of business. And I think everyone needs to redirect their energies, and examples of that would be the ISL League, the Pro Kabaddi tournament, the various other tournaments that have come up in the country, because we are a huge population and any amount of entertainment is never going to be enough. So we need to work on that.
Absolutely. Pierre, thank you for coming to India.
My pleasure.
Well, I think as a country which is known for its cricketing fanfare and the currency that it has, the biggest sporting currency that it has, and it has continued to bank on it for a very long time, is cricket. We want to change that image. We want to go beyond cricket, and we are moving those strides. I mean, we've discussed all of that, and we will continue to. But as far as football is concerned, as you have been associated with one of the biggest football leagues in the world, how do we build an ecosystem where we can help nurture talent from the very grassroots level?
So first and foremost, thanks for having me, and really impressed by this event. It's a great experience. And secondly, we should maybe touch base on your brother's career path for the future. Coming back to your question, how to build an ecosystem. Frankly, having tried to dig a bit deeper into the current situation of India's sports and your youth development system, I think let's say the foundation and the idea is exactly right. Looking at the idea of the Kilo India system, this is exactly what makes, I think, European sports successful. And then speaking maybe for Germany, because representing the second biggest football league in the world from Germany, this is how we build our ecosystem in terms of football, but also in sports. But it took a long time, right? It started right after World War II, like, it took us several decades in order to, lay the foundation of something we then, were able to earn the credits from at a later stage. So I think that's the one part. The second part is, as Barun and the Minister of Sports exactly pointed out, it's about the events, getting the right events in. And yes, I think the ambition to have the Olympics 2036 is perfect, but there are so many other major events you could have and which could really help and make India benefit from. That's exactly the right way to do in order to get the attention from international, but especially also to build fandom and talent nationally.
Thank you.
Sorry, Lloyd. As far as fandom is concerned, with a show of hands, how many of you watch football? Religiously watch football? All right, I think those are half the hands down, but a lot of people are football lovers in the country. Even then, for some matter, and I spoke to my, sports editor right before I got on this panel, because sporting is a self-admission, not something that I've done for a very long time. So she said that despite repeated efforts, for some reason, it just does not make enough money. So, there is the value proposition, there's the economic sense to it, which happens to be missing. And we were discussing this before, we came on the panel, that it's a classic chicken and egg situation to me. What do you do first? You pump in money, but then you also need enough reception, you also need enough revenues. But when the revenues only will come in when people are actually interested in watching. How do you break away from that conundrum?
I think never an easy situation, and a great question that, Shweta. I think the challenge is that today, with an increasing activist economy where shareholders want good returns, I think business leaders are tasked with ensuring they put their money where they get the best returns so that their companies prosper and shareholders get returns. Having said which, I think one big change that has happened is the government of India mandates that every company spends 2% of its post-tax profits on corporate social responsibility. I think where corporate India or India Inc. needs to look is virtually none of that gets into sport. Sport is considered too much of a, shall we say, a nice to do or a luxury. A lot of it goes into important issues like education and health. But I think the enablement of 2% of post-tax profits of a company for sports, I think is a great step in that direction.
Absolutely.
I think for that, the government needs to be applauded.
Absolutely.
Maybe I would like just to add, looking at the stats we are working with, we see that almost 25% of the Indian population is interested in football, of which more than 40% are between 16 and 34, which means that, I don't know if everybody is within that target or age group, but it seems like that football is, heavily growing in the younger target groups, which is great for us. We see our ratings on Sony more or less doubling each year. So you could sense an increasing demand for football, obviously in a very cricket-dominated market.
Absolutely. We have a very diverse group here, but I want to come to you, Marcus. I understand you are actively engaging with India to facilitate, young people especially, who want training in football, to have a free flow from one country to another, where they can get the right sort of training and then come back and perform in India. Talk to us a little bit about what you're doing with the government and with Indian institutions.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. Great to be here. It's my first time in India and I'm really impressed. Yeah, we started in last June with one of my companies. I was for nearly 24 years CEO of an Austrian football club. We played also international. But then I started my own business and we said, okay, how can we support also other countries in this kind of soccer? And together with a friend from Switzerland and Germany, we founded a company. And we have, as a project, 3 issues. Because the one you said, and I guess this is the key for the Indian population, is the young population, young people working on sports, training in sports in school. And what we want to provide is that regularly, not only one time, Indian kids who are selected here, who are trained here, can come for, let's say, 2 weeks to Austria, to Germany, to Switzerland, have training there, play there against youth academies with the support like German Bundesliga, but also we talk to Austrian Bundesliga, to Swiss League, to give them a goal. And the second thing is also coach the coaches, bringing also coaches there, giving them the possibility to support. And don't forget, sports is a business, sports is an industry. So we also created programs, for example, for young doctors, for young lawyers from India who wants to work in sports. And I guess the know-how we have, especially in this region, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, within the last years with hosting the FIFA and UEFA, for example, in Switzerland, is a big possibility for young Indians, for young management people also to come there. Not only the children who want to play soccer, but also young students to come to Europe and also in the other direction. Very important.
Thank you, Marcus. I want to come to my friend Subhrangshu, and he's CMO at Tata Motors. And the Tatas, as we all know, have always been invested in sport, even long before CSR and such things came in. I remember back in the 80s, the Tata Football Academy bought in Pele's Cosmos, and this was another era. But the Tatas have consciously worked closely with sports, and not just at the macro levels. But as a marketer and a business person, Subhrangshu, do you think corporate India does enough for sport? Not just in a manner of the kind of returns they get, but also in terms of what needs to be done to build sports, the whole sports ecosystem in the country?
Well, purely as a marketer, I can say that the short answer is yes, because today the media ecosystem all put together in terms of monetary value is growing at about 15 to 16%, whereas the economy has grown by 7 to 8%. So you have the answer, it's a double the clock rate. But we must realize, you mentioned CSR and other efforts to promote sports, including the trebling of the budget from the government side. But as a marketer, I'm looking to reach them, audiences, premium advertising audiences. So there are three large trends which have shaped the sports ecosystem. One is India is getting more affluent. Even at 7%, we double the GDP every 10 years. Naturally, it leads to leisure, it leads to recreation, it leads to India pride, which is a very important thing. The second thing that's happened is digital and television have merged in many ways. Social networking became social media at the same time that television started getting more and more aggressively about premier events. So from a business standpoint, why we are interested in sports is to reach the right audiences, give them what is really pure play reality TV. There is an event happening, there is an undecided conclusion to it. There is a large fan audience, there are committed eyeballs. And that's very precious and advertising which you don't miss. But with the emergence of digital going into live broadcasting in sport, they're actually moving away from digital because it's not about cheaper click streams, it's not about take action now, it's about creating something that has cultural cachet, something that has uniqueness, finesse and elevation. So that cultural sensibility and preciousness is incredibly important, and if a brand is meaningfully associated with a sport, it can really do magic for that brand.
Terrific. I want to quickly get Gopi in, and as a sports superstar who brought us a lot of glory in a, shall we say, a less enabling atmosphere. And now as a sporting parent, your daughter Gayatri has achieved remarkably. What is your one big ask from policy makers, policy enablers, and from the corporate establishment? I mean, we've got Mr. Kant, we've got lots of big decision makers here. What do you think we need to do better to accelerate India's sporting prowess?
I think from policy makers, there is maybe two things which I would think is important. And way back I'd heard about Modiji talking about a bridge being made. He said somebody who's making the bridge is different, somebody who owns, like the municipality owns it, the railways has to build it, the roads have to be, they're different people. So in a similar sense, for performance, there are too many people involved. There is associations, there's government, there's private parties, there's managers, there's the whole lot of ecosystem. So I think that needs to be streamlined. Because on one side is the corporate side, the marketing side, the entire ecosystem of very different things. But performance is purely another ball game. It needs a set of people who are really committed, whether it's players, whether it's coaches and support staff, and an ecosystem which builds performance. We need to keep that isolated from the rest of it. So I would really look at policy and say, boss, get this done for us.
Okay.
The second thing for me which would be important is that what happens to, because there are thousands and thousands of people who are taking up sport, a very small percentage of them are successful. What happens to the huge number which we don't make it? How are we going to ensure that their lives are secure? So this would be also something which I would want to really look at sports policy. And one legislation which I would really love to see is government telling that we are not under bureaucrats. Sports administration is not under politicians, but sports is managed by professionals and people who know stuff and who are sports persons. That, from a legislation point, I would really want to see.
All right, fair enough. Latika, I think 2 to 3 very important points that Gopi made there. One, of course, is that sports should be managed by professionals. And the other is what happens to those who don't really succeed. If they don't have enough education, what are the leeways for them? As far as your understanding of managing sports for years now is concerned, what is your big ask of the government? What should they do now, especially at a time when India is aspiring to host Olympics? Let's address that as well. How do we up that performance?
The whole question of sports marketing, and a lot of foreign universities do offer courses in sports marketing or sports management. And a lot of children are very interested because they automatically assume that an interest in sports translates into some sort of skill at management, which is not necessarily true. The evolution of jobs which run parallel to it. Now, people who are in sports, sports coaches, sports association, people to manage the associations, people to manage the sport. But that is primarily, I think, to start a sport with the whole intent of making a career out of it and having 3 different options is not really the way it's going to be. Sport has to be played for sport's sake. And then as opportunities come up, I mean, to have a policy where you say employ a whole lot of people and say the sports ministry and all of that is a very counterproductive thing to do. I think everyone has to play sports without the intention of turning into an elite sportsman. Play sports for the many, many psychological, physical, emotional benefits it gives you. And if from there you find that it carves out a career for you, I don't think the government can get involved in actually mapping IPL was like, okay, they were elite sportsmen, some of them made a career in IPL, and now there is 100 different leagues all over the world where they can participate.
Right.
But that comes from the love of the sport. This generation that is playing these leagues and all today in Australia and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, they didn't know these opportunities were ever going to come up.
Absolutely.
So play for the sake of playing, enjoy your sport, excel at it as much as you can. But if you really think that there has to be a second grade to the whole thing, most old sports people become coaches, they become administrators, they become, all my boys have become commentators now, which was unknown in the 90s. I mean, that they would have a career in commentary. Let life take you where it goes. I mean, to make a policy and say if you don't make the League A, you'll do this, you'll do that. Things will sort themselves out as they go along.
Thank you very much for that. Unfortunately, we've run out of time on this session, but thank you very much, all of you, for taking time out, for being here with us today. An absolutely wonderful session on what the future of sports is looking like. It is nice, it is bright. There's a lot of work that has been done in the last 10 years, perhaps lots more to do upcoming in the next 10. Thank you very much, all of you, for being a very patient audience. Thank you.
All right, requesting all the panelists to please stay on stage because we will be presenting them with a stole and a gift from Da Milano. Requesting all the panelists to please stay on stage. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all the panelists on stage. And of course, Mr. Lloyd Matthias and TV9's Shweta as well, for all of them. Requesting the presentation of the stall and Da Milano right away, please. We can click photographs until then, please.
Could we request to all the guests, the speakers, to come forward for a photo op?
and with that, yes, we are presenting all the gifts with for the panelists with Damalano and the stole as well.
A little something for all our speakers to remember this evening by.
Yes, of course. And with that, we move on. And we're requesting Mr. Pulela Gopichand to please stay on stage to present the next set of Nakshatra Samman winners. And some of them are from the world of sport as well. So, and we're requesting Mr. Amitabh Kant to please take stage. We have Mr. Amitabh Kant with us, ladies and gentlemen. Huge round of applause for Mr. Amitabh Kant, requesting him to first present these awards and we're requesting them to take the stage at the award stage.
We're requesting Mr. Gopi Chand and Mr. Amitabh Kant
to please take the
award stage.
To please take the award stage. Nakshatra Samman winner in this set, since we have Mr. Pulela Gopichand on stage, is somebody from the world of badminton. India's next smash hit prodigy is making her opponents sweat. Her spirited performance clinched Asian glory, and now the world is at her feet. At just the age of 17, this teen sensation is out to set some new records. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Anmol Karp. Requesting Anmol Karp to please take the stage and receive the award from Mr. Amitabh Kant and Mr. Pulela Gopichand. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Anmol Karp. Right. Anmol, please don't leave the stage. We have a question for you. The mic is being passed on to you. I have a very simple question to ask. From the time you picked up that badminton racket, today, Mr. Pulela Gopichand, no less, is presenting you the Nakshatra Samman Award. What does that feel like?
I'm feeling very happy and I'm feeling very proud that I'm standing here and receiving a award from him. It's a very big thing for me because he's like the god for Indian badminton, so I'm very happy.
The god of Indian badminton himself presenting the award to Anmol Karp. Who could be the future goddess? Anmol, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Time now for the next award. Neha, we have a very special flautist Grammy Award winner, don't we?
Absolutely. His melodies speak to the soul. A Bansuri maestro, ladies and gentlemen, who knows how to keep his audience spellbound, transcending boundaries, touching hearts with his ethereal music. his brilliance shines even brighter on the world stage. The TV9 network Nakshatra Samman goes to the global star Rakesh Chaurasia.
Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mr. Rakesh Chaurasia.
Could we please have Mr. Rakesh Chaurasia on stage?
All right. We will be passing on the award to Mr. Rakesh Chaurasia, but we have one more Nakshatra Samman award to be given, requesting Mr. Pulaya Gopichan and Mr. Amitabh Kant to stay with us. And that is, again, from the world of sport, a very, very, very special sporting person, somebody who surmounted all odds to play the game of cricket and play it like a champion. India's para-cricketing champion, Jammu and Kashmir's para-cricket team captain. Our next Nakshatra Samman goes to Amir Hussain Lone. Huge round of applause for Mr. Amir Hussain Lone. We do understand Mr. Amir Hussain Lone is here with his family, ladies and gentlemen.
So wonderful to see the wife and the proud kid accompanying Mr. Chaurasia. I beg your pardon, Mr. Lone. That's a great family picture and indeed a very, very special moment.
A special cricketer and a special award, ladies and gentlemen. Even as India is dominating England in the Test cricket, there you go. India is making new strides in the world of para-cricket with the likes of Amir Hussain Lone. His bravery and his tenacity has brought him to this stage, and it will take him to many, many more stages after this. We here at the TV9 network are extremely happy to present him with this award. Thank you, Amir Hussain Lone and family. And of course, thank you, Mr. Pulaya Gopichan and Mr. Amitabh Kant for giving this award. Requesting Mr. Amitabh Kant to not quickly leave us. He has just joined us. Mr. Amitabh Kant, please stay with us. We will be bringing you on stage for that fascinating discussion we're going to be having with you.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after that award ceremony, it's time for our next session on TV9, What India Thinks Today, presented by Poonawalla FinCorp, special partner, Servacon. It's called Brand India, Leveraging Soft Power.
Right. And talking about branding, Neha, taglines are crucial for branding. And around 35 years ago, a very famous tagline was born. It was meant to promote the state of Kerala's tourism initiative. It was called God's Own Country. I can't help but think how apt it still is. And it can be used for not just one state in India, but for Brand India as a whole, isn't it, Neha?
I couldn't agree more with you, Krishna. And we have the man who was instrumental in the creation of that iconic tagline right in our midst this evening, ladies and gentlemen. India's might as a nation is not only in terms of its hard power, that's economic prowess or its strong government, it goes far beyond that. And who better to talk about leveraging India's soft power than our next guest?
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Mr. Amitabh Kant.
India's G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant.
Requesting him to
please have you on stage, sir, for the next session. And to conduct this session, let's invite on stage TV9 Network's Kartik Malhotra and Kartikesh Sharma.
All right, gentlemen, all yours.
As the name of the session is Brand India and Soft Power, I will not waste time and straight away ask questions to Mr. Kant. He doesn't need any introduction, but what is a soft power? How is it different from hard power? Prime Minister Narendra Modi has used parts of hard power, parts of soft power, which we call smart power. Is it Vasudev Kutumbakam? Is it Incredible India, the man who is sitting here who made the campaign? Or is it about Samman, Samvad, Samriddhi, Sanskriti, Evam Suraksha, which is part of our approach? Is it spirituality? As Barun very rightly pointed out, is it about that attractiveness, pride in India's ancient past, which is part of the Prime Minister's public diplomacy? Is it cultural circuit? Is it Ramayana circuit? Is it diaspora politics? Or is it plain, simple developmental work of Indian government, which is making schools, dams, not putting boots on ground? It's democracy, not dictatorship. So let me begin straight away, sir. You shepherded G20. Was it soft power? Was it hard power? Or was it smart power?
I think it was a blend of both the soft and the hard power. The soft power in terms of doing the G20 in over 220 different cities of India, doing it in several states of India, almost all the states and union territories of India, going back and using all our inherent cultural content. Every state brought its great art, culture, music all together, and ensuring that we are able to improve our cities during G20 in terms of drainage, sewage, solid waste, and also project India as Vasudev Kutumbakam, that is one earth, one family, one future. Because of our civilizational strength, that is, we may be, the whole world may have different political ideologies, may have different political leanings, different geographical boundaries, but we all come from one cosmos, and that cosmic power we use to really differentiate India from the rest of the world during G20.
Sir, I want to spend some more time on G20, and of course you have literally shepherded the whole G20 initiative, and in fact it went well beyond a festival. Festivals have a start time and an end time, and streets are decorated for a while. But look at New Delhi right now, for example. We are still dotted with G20. G20, thanks to you, has pretty much become part of the DNA of the country right now. Now, I want to understand from you in the context of soft power. Is soft power anything more than great packaging over a product that already is robust?
So, it's soft power is a concept which was used by an American professor.
1990.
Yeah, Joseph Nye, and he used it to say that it's not America which is famous because of its hard power, because of its economic strength, but it's famous because of its huge ability to have an impact on the minds of people across the world. And that's because of the brands it has created. In the Indian context during G20, we were able to straddle different worlds. We were able to bring G7 together. We were able to bring all the emerging markets together. We were able to bring Russia, China all together. On all 83 paras, bring consensus on all paras. It demonstrated India's great ability to work with all countries of the world and bring consensus. The important thing about multilateral is nothing works without a consensus. To bring consensus on issues of development, on issues of sustainable development.
Would you call it diplomacy, sir? Would you call it soft power? What is that thin line between diplomacy and soft power?
So the thin line was, it was a great combination of India's hard power, the fact that India was growing at rapid rates. It was a great combination of unique political leadership. If it wasn't for the stature and the great standing of the Prime Minister, it would have been very difficult to get consensus in the Russia-Ukraine para. It was, the great hard power of the fact that, we had demonstrated India's digital strength through the digital public infrastructure. everybody has a digital identity. We do 46% of the real-time fast payment. The world accepted that it's leapfrog technologically in many parts, many areas of growth and progress.
Okay. You made the Incredible India campaign. You rebuild the imagination around tourism. So there are two questions. One, when we talk about soft power, what are its core? And the secondly, do you feel that we have gone beyond chicken tikka masala in context of, imagining India in terms of food? Because ultimately food is also part of, greater lifestyle cultural projection when it comes to projecting the attractiveness of a country.
So, the important thing is that you need to differentiate yourself in whatever you do. So when I started working on Kerala as a destination, Kerala was known for one product, and which was the Kovalam beach. And we went back to...
And the banana chips, sir.
Yeah, banana chips at that time. But
Since you mentioned chicken tikka masala.
we went back to the roots of Kerala. We went back to its traditional products. We went back to the inherent strength of its backwaters. We went back to its houseboats where not a single nail is used. We went back to Ayurveda. We went back to its mother of martial arts, Kalripet. We went back to its traditional architecture, Nalkittam, houses which have a unique spiritual strength. We went back, we restored all its traditional art forms from Tayyam to Kathakali to Mohiniyattam. And later when I came here and did the Incredible India brand, we went back to Ayurveda, we went back to yoga, we went back to meditation. So you need to there are 250 destinations competing with each other in the tourism marketplace. How do you differentiate yourself from the rest? You can never do it by aping the West.
Sir, but in the context of India, sorry to cut you short, is that an opportunity or a challenge that we are so diverse? Is it easy, or, I'm sure it's not easy, but is it even plausible to create a unique identity for brand India given the diversity?
Yeah, so the challenge is that India is bigger than 24 countries of Europe, plus another
so is it a challenge or an opportunity?
So the challenge is that actually every state of India, every single state of India and the union territories of India have a unique opportunity to create their own brands in the global market space. And tourism can grow and prosper much like what Rajasthan has done, much like what Kashmir has done, much like what Kerala has done. If every state of India becomes a global tourism brand, India's tourism will grow by 10x simply by doing that. So, tourism is the biggest job creator. Its multiplier impact is enormous. And every state of India must take this opportunity of really driving travel and tourism.
So ODOP, should that now progress from one district, one product to one district, one tourism? Is there merit in considering a services-based argument for ODOP?
So I don't think there's merit in one district, one tourism, but there's definitely merit in one state, one tourism, because tourism is a private sector play. So, from the time you arrive to the time you depart, you get in touch with a number of private sector players. So you need to work in cohesion with all of them, and therefore you need to create state brands. And these are very large states. Look at Uttar Pradesh. If it was a country, it would be the 5th largest country in the world. So, you have enormous strengths of... Bihar, for instance, can be a great Buddhism destination. UP can be a great Ramayan circuit. Even Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand have tremendous potential.
Mr. Kant, can you take us through the distinct effort made by Prime Minister Modi? A lot of Prime Ministers have addressed the issue of diaspora. There are two types of diaspora: economic opportunity diaspora, and one diaspora is a result of colonialism, indentured labor, Mauritius, Suriname, even Myanmar. These are the places where people remember what it meant to be an Indian in India, in Bharat. So when we look for the Bhartiyata, and I'm not using the word Indian, Bhartiyata, Prime Minister Modi made a special effort in the last 9.5 years of his tenure to marshal that diaspora. How has that worked for creating a new brand Bharat and for marshalling those resources for betterment of Bharat?
So one, let me first say that there's been an enormous, huge effort by the Prime Minister on his every single trip to mobilize, to actually communicate one-to-one with India's diaspora and create a sense of pride, great sense of honor, a great sense of giving them the feeling that what India has achieved in the last 9 years. And it's important to convey to them what India has achieved. That we've done, it's important to understand what India has done in terms of size and scale. We've done 40 million houses in the last 8 years, which is like making one Australia. We've done 110 million toilets, which is like making one Germany. We've done 253 million piped water connection, which is like providing a piped water connection to everyone in Brazil. We've done 80,000 kilometers of road. That's 3 times the diameter of the earth. And we do 46% of the real-time fast payments in the world. We did last year, we did 126 billion real-time fast payment on the mobile, on the go. Without going to a bank or without using an ATM machine. China was next with 26 billion. That was the difference. The difference was 105 billion between India and China. Now, how do you convey this? The Prime Minister has used this opportunity to actually communicate directly with Indian diaspora, and they've now understood how India has grown and prospered. And that is why the Bank of International Settlement said that what India has achieved in the last 8 years would have actually taken India 50 years to achieve. Now, you've conveyed that to the Indian diaspora through this communication, direct communication between the Prime Minister and the non-resident Indians.
So is that soft power? I want to come back to the subject. Does soft power have the potential to exist minus hard power? And that brings me back to the packaging analogy that I had given you earlier. You've got to have a solid product that you can package and you can communicate. So is the role of soft power limited to communicating the story of our achievements?
So the important thing to understand is what the Prime Minister is saying, that we need to grow rapidly into a $10 trillion economy by 2035, become a $35 trillion economy by 2047. This is important.
That's right.
That is, economic growth is critical. Economic growth is critical because you need to raise the per capita income of every individual. When you do that, automatically your hard power grows. Soft power is critical because you need to converge and integrate your hard power with your culture, your civilization, your music. I mean, look at what has happened in the Grammy Award. You had 5 Grammy Awards this year. Look at what Ricky Cage has done to India. Zakir won 3 awards. Ricky Cage has been winning Grammy Awards. So these are the people who add to India's soft power. They are really the brand ambassadors of India.
Prime Minister has also defined, I wanted to take us through that because the Prime Minister's understanding of soft power is also around India being a civilizational state, a young country and an old nation. It also centers around great pride in our ancient values. It's about Bharatiyata. Can you take us through that journey? You have been part of the Incredible India Project, Startup India Project, Make in India Project. It rests on one simple word, Bharatiyata.
So there are two dimensions to it. First of all, we must understand that we are a very young India. The demographics of India are in our favor. That's our average age of the population is 28 right now. Even when we are 147, the average age will be about 34, 35. Even then, we'll be the youngest nation in the world. Second is that there is a huge civilizational strength to India. When India got colonized in 1700, India's contribution to global GDP was 24%. By the time we became independent, it had come down to 5%. What the Prime Minister is saying is that during our Amrit Kal period, we should accelerate the pace of our growth because we have very low dependency burden as far as demographics is concerned. That, to my mind, can never happen till you don't have a sense of pride, a great sense of honor about your own civilizational strength. That can never come from really copying the West. And that means that you must have a sense of pride of your own culture, your own art, your own music, and actually saying that this is India's civilization. Every young Indian must have a sense of pride on its own civilization. And when you have that inherent strength, you will drive India's growth story will be driven.
Sir, is pride enough? And I know that there is, of course, the $35 trillion target by 2047. You also just refer to that. And you're saying that you need better growth, faster growth to translate to better per capita income. But even at $35 trillion, you will have a per capita GDP, which would still be a fraction of what the developed world, gives its people today, given the vast size of our population. Obviously, we have our challenges, and with those challenges, we've got to grow even faster than, despite being the fastest economy of the world, is not enough for a country like India. So civilizational strength and attributes aside, there has got to be some scope of soft power, which I see being deployed by Prime Minister Modi, by the entire cabinet, and luminaries like you who worked on the India story for so long, where even hard economic issues like GDP are now pretty much, on the lips of every Indian. It's not something that was construed as a very hardcore economic subject. Today, thanks to perhaps soft power, these very hardcore economic concepts are now absolute lexical usage.
So just a couple of points. First, if you're a $35 trillion economy by 2047 means that you would have taken the per capita income of every Indian to close to about $17,500.
Compared to US, which still has about $76,000 per capita GDP.
Yeah. You see,
not comparing, just giving statistics.
It's very important to understand that we are a country of 1.4 billion people. That means you would have transformed the lives of 1.4 billion people in the world. That's important. Second is that India has got into a lot of sunrise areas of growth. This has never happened historically. If you look at it, it's never happened in India's history that you've started looking at electric mobility, you've started looking at battery storage, you're looking at semiconductors, you're doing mobile manufacturing.
Apple and Samsung, I think they're producing a lot more in India than China.
All these new areas of growth. And the third very critical thing is that if you look at the last 2 decades, all technological innovations that come from the western part of the world, whether it was Apple, Google, Meta, Amazon, and in China from Tencent and Alibaba, what India did was to create this open source, open API, globally interoperable model by which everybody can do a digital transaction. The private sector competes with global players. PhonePe competes with Google Pay here. And you have a number of unicorns. You have over 120 unicorns now giving you, what are they doing? They are giving you wealth creation. 35% of your stock market is being created by Zerodha, Gross, Upstock. You have young startups like GoDigit and Acco who are giving you insurance in 1 minute. So what has happened is that in India, on the mobile, on the go, you can do fast payment, you can do wealth creation, you can do credit, you can do insurance, all in 30 seconds to 1 minute. This doesn't happen anywhere in the world. Nowhere in the world does this happen.
Okay.
And nowhere in the world has any country lifted, what has India done? It has lifted 25 million people above the poverty line in the last 9 years. Nowhere else in the world has this happened. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
2 quick questions. One I have wrestled with. Is soft power a process or a product? And the second thing is, sir, if you look at the soft power approach of India, often we have seen that the soft power, because we have looked into the potentials of soft power in terms of branding. Second question is also about the challenges. It fails to change the behavior of the neighboring state because of political instability. Look at Afghanistan. We built schools, we built Salma Dam. The behavior did not change. Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee's initiative of Kashmiriyat, free trade, movement of people, it didn't really change the sentiment of the Pakistani army. Or the Act East Asia policy from Narasimha Rao to Act East Asia of Prime Minister Modi. Now there's a fence coming up because the state is collapsing. So 2 questions. Is soft power product or a process? And secondly, how do we deal in this context of soft power that just doesn't change the behavior of our neighboring countries?
So first of all, without getting into theoretical proposition, let me say that soft power is both a process, because it's evolutionary in nature. To build a brand is a time-taking process. And it eventually becomes a product. So India needs to build a lot of global brands. India's private sector needs to build a huge number of global brands so that they will add value to India's soft power in the long run. And the second, my response to your question is that we should continue to work very hard. We are living in a very complex neighborhood. No other country in the world has the neighborhood which India has in terms of Afghanistan, Pakistan, China. We should continue our efforts in good neighborly relations with everyone. And that is a process which will take time. And you will have political turmoil in neighborhoods all the time. Irrespective of this, we should continue to build person-to-person relationship.
You know, before the session was starting, both me, he's Karthik and I'm Karthike. You know, we were talking about the investment which Prime Minister makes in context of tourism. You know, today he went for a deep sea dive at Beth Dwarka Sudarshan Setu. Prime Minister's investment in tourism is path-breaking. He makes it a point. Can you take us through what are the reasons why he's making such a personal investment when it comes to our own country?
And if I can just add one little 2 cents to that question, are we likely to see tourism don the flavor of nationalism, #Lakshadweep, or temple tourism, #Ayodhya?
So firstly, I don't think I've come across any speech of the Prime Minister where he hasn't dwelt at length on the tourism aspect and the immense potential of tourism. And that is simply because he believes that the cultural strength, the civilizational impact, the tourism products which India has, no other country in the world has. And he believes that this can be the biggest driver of India's growth. It can be the biggest employment creator. For every direct job that you create in tourism, you create 7 indirect jobs. So every state, and I repeat that, it's a biggest opportunity for job creation. India can create 25 million jobs in the next 5 years through travel and tourism sector. This is a potential which Prime Minister believes in, and he's driving the states to push for tourism. And that is why, you know, wherever he goes, his first focus is on travel and tourism.
Sir, can't refrain from asking, what is it going to take to literally build Lakshadweep, connectivity to Lakshadweep, the entire infrastructure in Lakshadweep, and really make it a real threatening challenge to a country like Maldives?
So first and foremost, Lakshadweep is very, very fragile. It can't be mass tourism. The islands have very limited capacity. So you need to do carrying capacity of the islands, which Lakshadweep Island has done. It has bid out certain islands, defining the carrying capacity of these islands. We cannot make the mistakes which Maldives has made, which Mauritius has made.
Right.
Our tourism there has to be very, very carrying capacity based. It has to be very high value, low mass destination in these islands. It has to be based around sustainability. And sustainability has very, very high value in today's world.
Mr. Kant, we are talking about soft power, and not to talk about cinema would be a crime.
Absolutely.
It would be a crime not to talk about cinema. So when we talk about soft power, what's the tip of the spear? Is it culture, yoga, Hollywood, food, tourism? How would you rate them, sir?
So India's soft power is a combination of many factors. It's cricket, it's India's unique culture, it's Bollywood, it's Tollywood, it's all your great cinema from southern part of India, which is extremely creative and is brilliant. You know, some of the most outstanding producers, directors all come from southern part of India, in addition to Bollywood, which is totally astounding. But all this, India's traditional art forms, India's culture, all this combined together makes a very, very powerful soft power of India. All of this put together. And when you combine this with the hard power of India, which is growing at about 7.3% and accelerating to 9 to 10%, this great combination of hard and soft power together is what drives India's growth story forward.
Just one final question, sir, on cinema itself. Do you think, again, given the diversity that Indian cinema has, is it in our interest to create a brand India, brand Indian cinema, bereft of the binaries of Bollywood, Tollywood, etc.?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I don't agree with that because Bollywood by itself is a very powerful brand. The Tamil Nadu film world is a very powerful brand. The Malayalam cinema is a very powerful brand. Telugu cinema is a very powerful brand.
So is there no space for creating a unified Indian cinema identity?
No, it's like a mother brand being India and allowing the states to build their respective tourism brand, like Kerala is God's own country. You know, the important thing we must all understand that there is a mother brand which is Incredible India, as far as the tourism world is concerned. But we are a very large country. You know, if you're bigger than 24 countries of Europe, the number of products are so vast and varied. Allow the states to build their own brands. And that's important. That's what the Prime Minister is saying when he goes to Gujarat. Allow Dwarka. Dwarka itself is a great brand. I mean, Ayodhya is a great brand. I mean, Ayodhya can be one of the greatest Ramayana circuit brands in the world. Why diffuse it? So allow each of these brands to be built. We should have the confidence of India to allow brands to be built globally.
Competitive federalism in tourism. Competitive federalism in tourism.
And on this note, I would like to thank you and say that I think the sum and total of things is that it's the combination of the hard and the soft power which has been done under Prime Minister Modi's tenure, which is smart power, is the most defining thing.
Exactly. And, you know, it's never soft power in isolation. It's a combination of both economic growth. We should have the absolute ambition to grow at 9 to 10%, to be for the next 3 decades, to be a $35 trillion economy. We must build on our civilizational strength to build the soft power. And the third point that he made, make the states compete. The first year we did this in ease of doing business, Gujarat came number 1. Next year, Andhra beat Gujarat. Third year, Telangana beat Andhra and Gujarat. But the good thing was that the mineral-rich states of Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, they scrapped a lot of rules, regulation to come 4th and 5th. And if the mineral-rich states of the eastern part of India start growing, India will grow not at 9 to 10%, India will grow at 11%.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Mr. Amitabh Kant. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on What India Thinks Today.
All right, requesting Mr. Amitabh Kant to please stay on stage. We have to present him with some mementos. We have the Pashamkara stole, and of course we have the gift hamper from Da Milano. Meanwhile, the photographs can be taken, requesting the stole and the Da Milano gift hamper to be brought on stage to be presented to Mr. Amitabh Kant. Mr. Amitabh Kant, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here on TV9. What India Thinks Today. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mr. Amitabh Kant.
All right, Krishna, what do we have next?
Well. That was a fascinating conversation with Mr. Amitabh Kant. People are still looking at him even as he takes our leave, because that's how engrossing and engaging that particular conversation was. We have a lot of them lined up.
Absolutely, Krishna.
More lined up for the day. But before requesting everybody to take their seats, because we have something very important that we want to talk about. And that is the conversations that we have on TV9 Group's English news platform. The world's first news OTT, NEWS9 Plus. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. TV9 Group's bold foray into English news begins with the world's first news OTT, which is NEWS9 Plus. And it has some fascinating conversations in the form of its flagship show. The flagship show, ladies and gentlemen, on NEWS9 Plus is Duologue. If you're wondering what Duologue is, take a look at this.
Start with the end in mind. You need to know where you want to reach. Every morning that we wake up, we are exercising our choice. The destiny is decided. The results are known that I'm going to win. Life of a goalkeeper is something which has always intrigued me. When you come into a stadium, this is the highest level of pressure. When I set out to do something, I decide in my mind that failure is not an option.
What you feel very strongly about, those are the stories to tell.
I have a mind which is absolutely restless. Mind and body are entangled sensations. That brings me back to golf. It's an amazing game.
This is not a perfect game. You only learn from them.
If you have a formula to a success, then you can replicate it.
I feel this is my first step. I'm starting now.
Winner is first born in the mind. I think, therefore I am. We are all about our mind.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Duologue. We were all about our mind, the most cerebral talk show. As you can see, we here at TV9 are fantastic at creating conversations, and those conversations on Duologue Season 2, they are fascinating. They've just dropped on India and the world's first news OTT, which is NEWS9 Plus. So clearly, Mr. Varun Das is not just driving the network forward, he's driving the downloads forward as well with the flagship show, Duologue. Some amazing guests, as you've seen, Jeev Milkha Singh, Oliver Khan, Dr. Deepak Chopra. We're talking about filmmaker Rakesh Oprakash Mehra and a star like Allu Arjun. All of them on Season 2 of Duologue, which you will get to see only on NEWS9 Plus. So make sure you download NEWS9 Plus and catch India's most cerebral talk show, award-winning one of that. And with that, it's time now to move on to our next session.
That's right, Krishna. I mean, we've been talking about soft power. What a great conversation there with India's G20 Sherpa as well. But this next session, ladies and gentlemen, is all about women power. There are nearly 70 crore women in India.
That's right, 70 crore. Nearly half of the 140-odd crore population, Kabir. Now, when we as a nation are so keen on leveraging all different kinds of power, soft power, hard power, smart power, all of these at our disposal, how can we not talk about our biggest superpower, our Nari Shakti? Take a look at that.
Shattering stereotypes, breaking barriers. The world is coming full circle, where women are taking center stage. A new hero is emerging, rising to the challenge. The female protagonist empowers a generation. As real life gets all too real, and real life gets imprinted in reels, India's new hero shines as a symbol of change. From boardrooms to battlefields, from classrooms to courtrooms, when women begin to rewrite the narrative, India scripts its destiny. Let's salute the female protagonist, the new hero.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this session is called Female Protagonist, the New Hero, and there are two parts to this session. That's right?
That's right, Kabir. There are two parts to this session, and strangely, it's called Female Protagonist, the New Hero, and two men are introducing it, the irony of it all. And the first part of this session involves a very special woman. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and invite Ms. Ravina Tandon on stage. And to host this session, we have another very special woman.
TV9 Network's Sudha Sadanan, please get up here on stage to conduct this session. Over to you, ladies.
Of mine, can you hear me? These colleagues of mine, Krishna and Kabir, the two Ks, actually stole my line. I was going to say hard power, soft power, but woman's power, it's incomparable. Won't you agree? And considering we teach you your first word as women to say ma,
or amma,
you need to owe it to us. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for women's power.
Sorry, Amma.
All right. Many congratulations, Ravina, for the Nakshatra Award. And I don't think I would like to slot you in any era. I think you are eternal as an artist. And artists really don't have any kind of from this to this. They live forever, and that's what art is all about. Yes? Thank you. All right. So, generally when we speak about cinema, when we speak about films, we keep it to great directors. Of course, there are great directors. But like I said, our first teacher at home is the mother, always. Now, Ravina, you come from a fantastic film family. Ravi Tandonji, your father, I remember all the films, Khud Garz, Khel Khel Mein, Majboor, shows that I only saw films, did nothing else. Also, your uncle, McMohan, the famous Sambha from Sholay, iconic. Who doesn't know him? But I have read an interview by Ravi ji where he said, all that is fine, she had talent, बहुत talented ladki thi. Lekin it was the mother, Veena ji, which I do not think many people know about this. These are little nuggets that one needs to know. Isn't that right, Ravina?
I think I agree with you because you are right. My dad would never refrain from mentioning my mother every time when it came to giving her due credit for the upbringing, because ultimately and honestly, especially being experienced, I have 2 grown-up children now. I have 2 adoptive and I have 2 biological children as well. I do think that the upbringing, the major part contributing towards any child's nourishment, nurturing, and their upbringing is the mother. And same way, I think it was my mum who played a very integral part as far as I'm concerned. And like you yourself did quote my father.
Yeah.
पापा ने यही कहा था शायद इंटरव्यू में जो आपने मुझे बताया कि it was all in the genes.
And that's because of dancing. Talk a little about that. Was she a trained dancer? How did that happen? Did it come to you genetically? Or did she actually teach you and you didn't even realize कि ये बात के लिए हो रहा है?
I think it was genetics because कहीं ना कहीं मम्मी ने तो 15 साल किया हुआ था बिरजू महाराज के अंडर कथक, तो उनमें always एक artistic था ही trait, and वो कहीं ना कहीं शायद हमारे खून में भी आ गया very naturally. So I think it was genetics, क्योंकि जब मैंने अपना करियर का शुरुआत किया तो बिल्कुल ऐसे नहीं था कि ट्रेनिंग ली और मम्मी ने ट्रेनिंग दिया, इन्होंने ट्रेनिंग दिया, कुछ एक्चुअली अनहर्ड था कि मैं फिल्म ज्वाइन करूंगी, बिकॉज किसी के जहन में आया भी नहीं था कि आई एम गोइंग टू जॉइन द मूवीज वन डे, एंड इट जस्ट काइंड ऑफ जस्ट हैपेंड फॉर मी. सो दैट इज हाउ इट वाज.
Lovely. So you see, there is one, these days the most popular thing is Nepo kids, we keep hearing it. But the point is that here is somebody who's from a film family and well spun, bilkul घुस जाओ फिल्म में, उस टाइप की फैमिली.
आप नेपो किड्स की बात करेंगे तो हमारी आधी पॉलिटिक्स, आधी इंडस्ट्री खत्म हो जाएगी.
लेकिन आपका जहाँ तक ताल्लुक है, what I'm coming to, Ravina,
जहाँ तक आप हमारे देश की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर नेपोटिज्म की बात करेंगे.
But you joined Genesis. I mean, you see, you did not say, okay, I'm going to now join cinema. So I want to then, your first film happens in 1991, which is Patthar Ke Phool. Tell us a bit about that. Were you just picked up from there? You were working with Prahlad Kakkar. Talk about that.
Well, शुरुआत तो वैसे ही हुई थी. I was doing my post and pre-production work with Prahlad Kakkar. I was his assistant. And everyone used to tell me, you're not cut out for being behind the screen. You need to be in front of the screen. And that's how the journey started. And one day I was just offered this one big film. And I just said yes to it. It was actually very interesting the way I started.
Yeah.
I had been offered a lot of movies and I had been constantly saying no because I actually wanted to get into direction.
Right.
I had not thought of acting because a lot of actors, probably since they're children, they want to grow up to become actors, right? I did not want to get into acting. And I never looked at myself in the mirror and said, oh my God, I'm going to be a star one day. Because if you'd look at me when I was 13 or 14, you would not even turn around and say, oh my God, this one's going to be a star. I was this round, roly-poly kid with oil in my hair and 2 plaits and doing my 8th and 9th standard. But interestingly so, I said no to a lot of films initially. And Salman Khan's film, that was his first film, was a very big hit, Maine Pyar Kiya. And soon after that, I was offered his second film because somehow people had seen me in the advertising world.
Okay.
And they kind of approached me for his second film. And I remember going, I was in my FIJC and I went to college canteen mein and I told my friends, guess what? I've been offered a film with Salman Khan. And they were like, are you serious? They were like, हाथ जोड़ के यार तू इस फिल्म को हाँ कर दे उसके बाद तू फिल्में कर नहीं कर we don't care, we just want to come and sit on your shooting and meet Salman Khan. And that's how I signed my first film, just because my friends wanted to meet and hang with Salman Khan.
Right. And you know,
that is exactly how I planned my career.
And you know, today we talk about swag, we talk about women, which is so fantastic, women on bikes and everything. Correct me if I'm wrong, here is a woman we see who went to Mithibai College in an open jeep. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yes, you are absolutely right. I also do believe that how much ever I do contribute, to be fair to all the fantastic men sitting here in our audience, that even though I contribute a 70% of upbringing to my mum and to all the mothers that are there who nurture and nourish their kids, I do believe that behind every strong daughter is an doting and a strong father.
Love.
I totally believe, and this is for all the men out here, because it was my dad who taught me literally how to change car tires, to drive, to ride a bike, and I was absolutely allowed to do everything that my brother did. In every way. If he's learning to change this tire and he's going to wash the cars on Sunday, you're going to wash the cars as well. And you're not going to drive a car till you don't know, what is under the hood in that car.
Right.
Because tomorrow you're stranded anywhere, you're stuck anywhere. I don't want you calling anyone for help. You need to be standing on your own feet or literally, sitting down and changing that tire yourself. You're not going to call anyone. You are going to be there dependent on yourself to do whatever you have to do on your own.
Fantastic.
And that's how he brought me up.
Let's talk about the transition in your craft. So we know, from Mohra, we know Sheher Ki Ladki, we know Andaz Apna Apna, people laughed with you, sat there, Then the transition happened and we saw you in Shul, the wife of a cop. And I can never forget the scene when Manoj Bajpayee, the door opens and you faces him after he's lost your child, lost as in lost forever. Then there is of course Daman, there is of course Ghulam-e-Mustafa, there is Aks. Tell us about that. Did you make a conscious decision, Ravina, that this is, now I'm getting all these female-oriented films where I can be somebody else in every film and I'm going to do it? How did this transition happen?
I think in every actor's life, or I think in every artist's life, you evolve along the way. And that's exactly what happened to me. There was a point, yes, where I was playing the young, rich, spoiled brat. And all I changed was not my dialogues, but just my costumes for the next film. So it was literally doing the same role in every second film. Nonetheless, there came a point where I said, yes, now it's the time where I want to do something more substantial. I want to do something that challenges me as an actor, that challenges me as what my craft is. And I'll tell you another very interesting thing. I consciously did it at the peak of my career where I had commercial success.
Yeah.
And even keeping that in mind, where people thought, oh, if you're, in those days there was the art cinema, realistic cinema, and then commercial cinema.
Yes.
So in those days it was, oh, if you leaned towards, leaned a little more towards art cinema, you were the arty-farty types, and oh, you're giving up on your commercial success.
Right.
So for me, it was a conscious effort to do that quite in the beginning of my career. And honestly, in the 90s, or a little before the 90s, in the 80s probably, that was, I think, when I was also too young, but one would hear, the generation before me, the heroines and the actresses, they mostly had to hang up their boots, या तो वो retire कर जाते थे जब उनकी शादियां हो जाती थी, क्योंकि हमारी audiences शायद शादीशुदा औरतें accept नहीं करती थी.
Right.
और जब हमारे heroes, जो साथी कलाकार थे, उनको वो समय मिल जाता था by the time they were in their middle ages to hone their skills, to become fantastic actors, to master their craft. They got that time to evolve.
Right.
Whereas when the time came for our women in the industry to be great at their work, to be masters of their craft, they were told to retire.
Right.
That is something which I never understood. Which now, we have the strength, we have the independence, and we have different various platforms.
So Ravina, are you saying in cinema or in OTT where you've really done very well? We've seen, Karma Calling is one. I've seen promos of that. I'm really waiting. It's coming sometime in March, if I'm not wrong. But what about, you've done a lot of other OTTs as well. Do you think it's OTT or cinema? Both give you the opportunity.
I think both. Yeah. I think the basic viewpoint or the awareness that is there in our audience today. एक तो exposure इतना हुआ है हमारे audiences को global cinema में through via OTT, via various festivals कि अब हर तरीके के cultures, हर तरीके के फिल्में हमारी audiences देखती हैं. तो accepting ज़्यादा है. I'm sure a lot of my colleagues in this room and ex-colleagues who are now, strong political leaders here, my friend Khushbu's here in the audience, whom I completely love. But she will agree to what I'm saying, that by the time, actresses reached that point where they had to hone their skills, they were asked to retire. But now we have that strength, whether it's through cinema. I did a film called KGF 2.
Yes,
which today is the 4th highest grossing film in the Indian history of films.
Right.
So that was a huge hit.
Yeah.
So whether it is cinema that gave me a role like something what I could do in KGF2, or there was an Aranyak, or now there is Karma Calling. Soon there will be a Patna Shukla. I've just, going ahead with another couple of films now. I've done a Gurchadi with Sanju. I'm doing with Sanju, Sunil Shetty and Akshay, I'm doing Welcome 3. So it's all these, this time where I think women have actually come onto their own in our industry as well.
Yes.
And we have actually stood our ground and said, hello, we ain't retiring.
We ain't retiring. I think we need a round of applause. And from all the men, more than the women here, that, we ain't retiring, we ain't going anywhere, we're staying right here. Let's talk about tropes now, stereotypes. And go back to the time, Khushbu, I mean, it all happened in our, where you had either a Devi or a Dayan. There was nothing in between. So a Devi would be this, a woman clad in a sari and not knowing that we can be very wicked. But then, also the stereotypical thing that you can't take such a woman home. Don't you think at least that thing has been blurred, Ravina?
I'll actually little cut you midway in this, because I think I broke that stereotype with a film called Daman.
Yes.
For which I won the national award.
Kalpana Lajmi.
Yes. Kalpana Lajmi.
Yes.
And at a time when you rightfully said, when our films were depicting ke bhala hai, bura hai, jaisa bhi hai, mera pati, mera devta hai, we were depicting that. And even though the villain was the worst person that you saw on screen, but the hero's बहन would always stand in front and said, "Goli, pehle mujhe lagegi, phir mere suhag ko." Whereas I probably would have stepped and said, "Go get him, dude." It's like, but nonetheless, jokes apart, we did make a film called Daman in the year 2000, which spoke about marital rape and domestic violence, which till date is being debated in the Supreme Court.
That's right, marital rape, yes.
And we still haven't passed that law, which I'm hoping that we do soon, because there are a lot of stereotypes to be broken. Because earlier on, everyone was कि ठीक है, whatever the जो भी झगड़े हैं, जो भी violence है, वो घर की चार दीवारी से बाहर नहीं जाए. And women were victimized throughout. And that is exactly what that woman, the movie Daman spoke about in the year in 2000.
Right.
And we are in 2024.
Right. Yes.
24 years down the line, I still feel that that topic is still so relevant, that we are still talking about women not being able to come out and are constantly quiet on being victimized, whether it is domestic violence or it is rape or it is every horrific form of abuse.
All right, so, India poised for the next big leap. We have shining examples of women. I mean, if I name all of them, it's going to take at least 15 minutes. But I'm going to take two names. Indra Nooyi is one, and the other is Meera Nair, and comes from your field. Great filmmaker, started way back. Salam Bombay was what, like 35 years ago, right? I want to ask you that, what does it take? I mean, we are one nation which makes the largest number of films and fantastic cinema. Look at where our cinema has gone. What do you think will take? How do you look at the future for our cinema to be right on top, doing even better than this? Because sky is the limit, Ravina Tandon.
I definitely feel that as far as our Indian cinema is concerned, where I do see that, I do see in today's day and age a very united front.
Right.
So we have strong films coming from every part of our country, north, south, east, west. And it is pretty incomparable. You know, actually, I cannot even say that we can compare to anyone else or any other industry, because actually today, if you see, we are the greatest industry that is there globally.
Yes, true.
The amount of films per annual that we come out with, the production value, the costing of the films that we make. Today, whether a Bahubali or if you see a film like RRR, they probably cost much more than a Mission Impossible 4.
Right.
You know, and the kind of monies that we put in and the kind of investment that we've done and the kind of returns also that we're getting. It's high time that our industry is touted today as taking a global stand and not waiting anymore to be called the second best and definitely not to be called Bollywood. Trust me, all the industry insiders hate the word Bollywood. That is something that does not conform with us at all.
And also Sandalwood and Tollywood and
Bollywood,
Collywood.
Lollywood and Tollywood and
I
Mollywood
know.
and Sollywood, and we are very sorry wood.
Yeah.
We don't want to be known as any wood. We are the Indian film industry, and that's how we stand at.
Absolutely. And give it up for the film industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Raveena Tandon, the eternal star. What a pleasure it has been. Thank you very
so
much.
very much.
And many congratulations for the Nakshatra Award. And that's the way to go, Nari Shakti.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Well, 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 Nari Shakti in the truest sense of the term. Ladies and gentlemen, another huge round of applause for both these women. We have more coming up. We have some more special women coming up. So, Nari Shakti, this is just part 1 of Nari Shakti. Part 2 is yet to come up on
Bigger,
stage.
expansive version of
Yeah.
Nari Shakti.
A galaxy of Nari Shakti set to take the stage.
Right. And
Please requesting Sudhaji to please present Raveena Tandon with
thank you so much, Raveena ji, for
gift hampers
gracing this
from our
occasion.
sponsors.
All right, Krishna, in the meantime, before we call on the next set of panelists, the expanded version of this Nari Shakti, we have a few more Nakshatra Sammans that are supposed to be given out.
That's right. We have our next set of Nakshatra Samman Awards. And to give away the next set of Nakshatra Samman Awards, we have some very special people joining us. I'm going to request one by one the award givers for the next set of Nakshatra Samman. I'm going to request Mr. Ricky Cage to please come on stage now.
On to the award section, please.
On to the award stage, please, on the left. Requesting Mr. Christopher Ripley, CEO of Sinclair Media Group, to also please take the award stage, sir, on the left.
A loud round of applause for Mr. Ripley.
Mr. Christopher Ripley, CEO of Sinclair Group, all the way from the United States of America. And also requesting a very special guest who's just joined us on stage to give away the award, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor. I know you're mobbed right in front. Requesting Mr. Shekhar Kapoor to please join us on the award stage on the left.
Krishna, I think it's going to take some more time with
Yeah,
Mr. Shekhar Kapoor.
that's why I'm just repeating, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor. Don't be Mr. India and get, you know.
Mr. Shekhar Kapoor to the
On the
award
stage
section
with
over
Mr.
there.
Ricky Cage and Mr. Christopher Ripley. Ladies and gentlemen, huge round of applause for Mr. Shekhar Kapoor.
All right then. Well, Krishna, it has been an incredible year for this next person that we're going to award with the Nakshatra Samman, this Indian flutist who has won 2 Grammy Awards for Best Contemporary Instrumental Album, ladies and gentlemen, and Best
Global Music Performance for a very special track. Not 1, 2 Grammys in 1 Grammy Award session.
Take a
Ladies
look.
and gentlemen, take a look at this.
His melodies speak to the soul. A Bansuri maestro who knows how to keep his audience spellbound. Transcending boundaries, touching hearts with his ethereal music. His brilliance shines even brighter on the world stage. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the global star, Rakesh Chaurasia.
Global star Rakesh Chaurasia requesting him to please come on stage and take the Nakshatra Samman from Ricky Cage, another global star, music himself, and of course Mr. Shekhar Kapoor and Mr. Christopher Ripley. Wow, what a star-studded stage that is, ladies and gentlemen.
It sure is, Krishna. Mind if I just go there and get a little picture click?
Yeah, I know. I want to selfie bomb that stage. All right. What a year it has been for Mr. Rakesh Chaurasia, ladies and gentlemen. What
For
a
Indian
year.
music. For Indian music.
What a year for Indian music.
And Mr. Chaurasia, please don't go. We do have a couple of questions for you as well. May please make sure the mic lands up in the award section.
Of course, he's been presented with the Pashamkara stole and the Da Milano gift hamper as well. All right, Mr. Chaurasia, thank you for staying with us. Quick question.
The question is quite far away. It's fine.
All right. Well, you were taking all those Grammys so far away from us here in India. We were all watching and so proud to watch you do that. To watch you do that. Playing the Indian bansuri, flute, and garnering a global audience. Sir, tell us, what was that moment like? I mean, music is about awards. We all know that. But what is it to play the Indian bansuri and win a global award with it?
Well, I would like to, first of all, a big blessing from my guru, Padma Vibhushan Pandit Hari Prasad Chaurasia, and then I would like to thank Ustad Zakir Hussain for getting me into this collaboration, my family, my kids, and my wife, who was wishing more than me to have this award. But when the name was called, I stood up and I didn't know what to do. Because I was not expecting, because here is what's fine, like, okay, we might get it, because we have big names. But when the category was announcing there with huge amount of artists and everything to get this, but the first thing what came in my mind that I'm grabbing something for my country through my music.
Oh, lovely, lovely. It's for the country, ladies and gentlemen. It's for the country, it's for India, Indian bansuri player, Indian flautist, as it's called in English. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Gracing us with your presence.
All our esteemed award givers, Mr. Cage, Mr. Ripley, and
requesting
Mr.
all of them to stay on
with
stage.
us.
All right, Mr. Ripley, Mr. Cage, and Mr. Shekhar Kapoor requesting you guys to stay on stage. Mr. Chaurasia, please, thank you for joining us. We have another very, very special couple of awards to give. Next up is an athlete from Punjab who is the Indian record holder in the 1500 meters category.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Before that,
take a look at this one.
She is setting the track and podium on fire. India's Gen Z athletic queen is on a record-breaking spree. With rich sporting genes, she is born to run with the wind. Aiming to shine at the biggest stage, India hopes to fet a new Olympic hero. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the rising star, Harmilan Benz.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Harmilan Benz.
Well, there she is.
More Nari Shakti to India. Rising star, Harmilan Kaur Benz. Harmilan, stay with us, stay with us. We've come to you this time. You've been running for India and getting all the laurels for it. We've run towards you this time around. So tell us, I've been asked to come on stage as well. I mean, look at the gentleman who is giving you these awards. I mean, these are gentlemen who, are distinguished gentlemen, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, if I may. And we've been talking about Nari Shakti before this came about. Tell us, where does your Shakti come from? And, where do you get, because it's not 100 meters. It's not 200 meters. It's 1,500 meters, Harmilan.
Well, this Nari Shakti for 1,500 meters come from my dad. And for the 1,500 meters, I just give my all for 1,500 meters, everything to my dad. And for 800 meters, everything for my mom. I won 2 medals over there in Asian Games. One for my dad and one for my mom. When I won, the only thing was like my parents were talking about to win medal in Asian Games, just because my mom had a medal in Asian Games. Oh. And they want me to repeat history, so I did it. But I just took 2 medals, one for my dad and one for my mom.
Harmilan, one question that a lot of my friends wanted to ask you as well was that you have some real cool-looking track stars out there, okay? Look at the Usain Bolts and the dreadlock Afro-American runners and track stars, but you have a very cool-looking hairstyle yourself. आपको लगता है कि आपके 1500 की दौड़ में कभी कुछ प्रॉब्लम आती है, ट्रेनिंग में प्रॉब्लम आती है, because it looks really cool.
अभी इतना अच्छा लग ही रहा है तो प्रॉब्लम कैसे आ सकती है?
Well, there you have it, Harmilan Bains, ladies and gentlemen. But that's not all. Again, asking Mr. Cage, Mr. Ripley, and Mr. Kapoor, please stay on with us. One more person that we have to.
We have one more award, requesting the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen to please stay on stage for just one more award. Finally, we have now, after a professional track and field athlete, we have a professional shooter. Ladies and gentlemen, our next Nakshatra Samman winner holds the current world record in women's 50-meter rifle 3 positions, which was set while she won the gold medal at the 2022 Asian Games. Take a look at this.
An accidental shooter. Her marksmanship has left the world awestruck. Now aiming for the greatest glory, she has Olympic gold in her crosshairs. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the shooting star, Sift Kaur Samra.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sift Kaur Samra, our next Nakshatra Samman winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause rolling, please. Sift Kaur Samra. Sift, we have a quick question for you as well. Right in the AV that you just saw over here, it starts with the sentence, says an accidental shooter that, her marksmanship is something that the entire world is now talking about. And this is that one little story that might not be, well versed with the common multitude out there. क्या आप बताना चाहेंगे अपनी इस story के बारे में? Why is it that an accidental shooter today is winning accolades for the country?
So when I was introduced into the shooting, and we were not knowing about the shooting because I came from a very small city, Faridkot from Punjab. So there's my dad's friend, son. He's a shooter. He told my dad that Sift should try it. So I still remember it was a June vacations from the school, and I went to his range. He do shotgun. And I tried it, and after the June vacations, I gave my name for the shooting. And my dad called school and they were like, how she can become a shooter? We don't know anything about it. And the teacher said, okay, no worries, she will get a certificate. District I was alone, and I went for a state. State I performed 4th in first time. So from there it started, and my dad helped me a lot.
The one thing I can understand is that we've been talking about it over here, for the development of sports in this country, development of infrastructure is very important. The availability of infrastructure, in fact, gives birth to sports people, and especially a sport like yours requires infrastructure, doesn't it? Because as they say, banega to badega India. How important was the fact that you had that shooting range to lead to the fact that you eventually end up sending it the world record?
That's the point that now the Indian government is doing great. But in 2016, my dad made that range at my home for my training, and I had range at my home, like in a small city. So this is all that my dad did for me. And now also I have my mom. I would really love to invite her on the stage. She's
Please
here.
do, please do. Proud mother making videos.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is the actual shooting star that is now coming up on stage. A loud round of applause.
Well. This award session is quite the sporting activity for me and Kabir. Right, requesting all the gentlemen now to please, you can take leave from the, thank you so much for that. Please, you can take leave from the stage and take your seats. We will be calling you guys back very soon for a panel. Ricky, you know.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, time now to get some more exemplary women like we promised who have joined us tonight and call them up on stage.
Yes, and continuing with our focus on female protagonist, the new hero. Please put your hands together for none other than Khushbu Sundar, member, National Commission for Women.
All right, also calling up on stage, please put your hands together for Miriam Meisel, Director, Stiftung Bayern.
Guten Tag, Miriam, guten Tag. Please come on stage. Right, let me also now call upon stage another special guest from Germany, Julia Farr, football evangelist, Borussia Dortmund.
Head of Asia Pacific for BVB Dortmund. Very warm welcome to you. Also with us is Ayush Gupta, HR Head for Gale. Please get up on stage, sir. Thank you so much.
And to moderate this session, we have some double Nari Shakti again. We have with us TV9 Network's Sudha Sadanand and Neha Khanna, requesting both the ladies to please take the stage.
So some 4 more women's power, and I don't think that a panel can look this beautiful, really. I include you, Mr. Gupta, as well. I mean, of course. You know. So, if everyone can settle, Khushbu eppadi irkeenga? Nalla irkeenga?
Vanakkam, nalla irukken. Thank you.
All right. So let's start with you, Khushbu. And considering that, you know, I always have called you, whenever I've spoken to you, as a child woman. You haven't really grown up that way, you know. But from a child artist who started out in Mumbai, and from a home where the mother was the main support, emotional support, and a father who was not very supportive, with wonderful brothers around you. Tell us, what made you so strong as a little chut of a girl? We know the story about Hema Malini and how, you know, you've got to meet B.R. Chopra ji, etc. But what made you so strong to face the camera as such a little girl, Khushbu?
Hello and a very good evening to everyone here. And there's an echo. Yeah, I think what made me very strong is against every negativity, there's a positivity. There are always two sides of the coin. So when I see, as a child, when I saw my mother going through the kind of abuse at the hands of her husband, and I think that made me very strong, because I think as a child, it was very clear in my mind that
I'm not going to grow up as somebody who's very, very submissive, who's going to be Hanji, bilkul sahi ji. Like Ravina said, kuch bhi ho jaye, mera pati Parmeshwar hai. So I was very clear right from my childhood that I'm not going to grow up into that abla nari. So I think, you know, in all the negative aspects, and that strength, of course, came to me from my mother because she never wanted me to be what she went through.
Right.
So I think it was there with me, within me.
All right, okay. All right, that's lovely to hear, Khushbu. Really, you are an inspiration for so many women out there. Let me now bring in some of the other lovely women that we have in our midst today. Miriam Eisel, if I could begin with you. You know, it's 2024. And as educated, independent, liberated women, we would ideally have liked to live in a world where we could take equality, gender equality for granted.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, right? I mean, it should be fundamental to human existence. But unfortunately, it's proven to be very elusive. Now, in your area, you work with a lot of young people. The question I want to ask you is, how do you sensitize them towards treating everyone, especially women, with a sense of equality? Honestly, has that been a challenge?
That's really a good question, and to be honest, it's challenging. It's still challenging. I'm coming from the field of education, and I'm coming from the field we want to extend youth exchange, so give everyone a chance to go abroad. And this everyone to have a chance is really difficult, because you really have to focus on the needs of those who are underrepresented. And those are the ones who come from lower education, and those are often also the girls. So we try to really focus on their needs and helping them, that they say, I'm good enough to do exchange, for example. I'm good enough to take part in it. And this needs a lot of time to educate them.
All right, and Julia Farr, you look wonderful today. And before we, get into the excellent work that you've done for Borussia Dortmund, what people would like to really know, a lot of questions from the audience who actually ambushed me and said, ask her, what made you fall in love with this beautiful game of football?
I would say the fact of being part of a team. I think football always connects people and unites people. And that makes it so special. I remember when I started playing the game myself, I was a very small girl, and back in the days, there weren't many opportunities for girls to play in a girls' team. So I started playing with boys in an all-boy team, and whenever we went somewhere for games, of course, everyone was looking at me, the only girl. But then, as soon as you are on the pitch and the game starts and kicks off, it doesn't matter anymore where you are from, who you are, or what you are. You just play the game, and that's what made me fall in love with it.
Super.
That's amazing. Okay, Ayush Gupta is, of course, heavily outnumbered on this panel, as you can see. And as the only man on the panel, and since we're talking about Nari Shakti and he represents, the PSUs, the government sector, I'd say let's not miss out on this opportunity to put him on the spot. All right, Mr. Gupta, from newsrooms to boardrooms, I think we can all agree that we need many more women in decision-making and powerful roles. But unfortunately, the reality leaves a lot to be desired. The question I want to ask you is, we all know that it's still a huge challenge for women to smash the proverbial glass ceiling. What are organizations like yours, for instance, doing to level the playing field? And frankly, are they doing enough?
See, first of all, being the only man here is making me a bit nervous, and let me admit that. But going forward to your question, and rightly said, whatever we said that we are doing this thing and that thing, the reality remains that still the numbers are very few at the top, and a lot more needs to be done by each and every organization, and not just the organization, I believe by the society at large. Because if we have to see the results, it's not just one organization or one particular sector which we can do. All the stakeholders, be it the educational institutes, academic institutes, be it the family or the society, the family members, or the companies or the organizations, all have to come together to make sure that women will not only reach at the top level or the board level positions. The journey has to start from a very early stage when we are talking of admissions to the educational institutes. So for example, when we talk of organization like GAIL, which is predominantly represented by 70% engineers.
Right.
So unless we have a pool of engineers who are passing out from top IITs or the engineering institutes, the representation there of women passing out is still less than, say, 14 to 15%. So the pool itself at the entry level is getting limited, and because of which the progression or reaching to the top level gets limited. At an organizational level, many more programs like from an early stage mentoring to making sure a fair and equal opportunity is provided at each milestone in their career when they reach up to the top is really, really important.
All right. Khushbu, you know, today I think Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one of the Prime Ministers that we have who has spoken, appreciated and respect Tamil like no one can. Do you agree? I mean, Sengol, talk about Sengol. He talks about how Tamil is the most ancient language. He talks about how the culture needs to be preserved. Every speech of his, he has this respect for Tamil. I want to ask you, you were one of the first heroines who goes from Mumbai and starts speaking Tamil like a native. I mean, she speaks the language better than I think a round of, I mean, look at Selva Ganesh there, you know, all the Tamils, you can't make out the difference. We tell our children, if she can learn it, you can learn it better. Khushbu, talk a little about it. I've heard, correct me if I'm wrong, I've heard that Kamal and Rajni sir, everyone encouraged you that, pesuma, parvalla, vandudum.
See, if I speak Tamil very well, I would love to speak in Tamil, address this esteemed audience here in Tamil. But I don't know how many of you will understand, but irundalum Tamil la பேசுறதுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய பெருமை வேணும். ஏன்னா நம்ம நாட்டுடைய மிக சிறந்த ஒரு மொழி, பழையமான மொழி, and அந்த மொழி சொல்லும்போது நான் இன்னைக்கு தமிழச்சியாக தமிழகத்துல வாழும்போது எனக்கு ரொம்ப பெருமையா இருக்கு, and which translates that though I belong to Mumbai, for me to come to a place called Tamil Nadu and make a home there and speak the oldest language on this planet, I take a pride in calling myself as a Tamilian. Having said that, if I've started learning Tamil, yes, I've had a great help from my co-stars. But I definitely would like to give the credit to my co-workers, especially on the sets. You know, my lightmen, my production boys, my dancers, my fight choreographers and the fighters, you know, because they are the ones I used to basically converse with in Tamil, and they gave me the encouragement that speak. Even if it's wrong, it's fine, we will correct you, we will not make fun of you, but you speak the language. I remember my very first day shoot for my first Tamil film, Dharmathin Talaivan, where I was paired with Prabhu sir and Rajni sir and Suhasini were paired together. It was a remake of Kasme Wade, where I played Neetu Singh, to make it very simple. And I went to the set and I was zero in Tamil. So I was conversing with Rajni. So the very first day I had shoot with everyone. And Rajni sir was speaking to me in Marathi, and all that, you know, rattling off in Marathi. I was so comfortable. And over the, you know, the entire day while we were shooting, I was watching people where they were talking to each other and said, hey, vada, hey, poda, and all that. So I was like, okay, it means something with a lot of respect. And when Rajni sir was leaving, he said, Khushbu mizaunit. And I said, poda. And the entire set just froze. And I'm like, okay, where did I go wrong? And then immediately Prabhu came forward and he said, you're not supposed to say poda. I said, why? He's saying it doesn't mean that you're saying with respect. It's in a very respectful manner. You say, okay, jao. And I'm like, okay. But Rajni sir was very gracious enough where he came, he patted my shoulder because he knew that I don't understand the language. So he patted my shoulder and he laughed and he said, it's okay, you will learn the language. So yes, my journey has been different, but I think I definitely would give the credit and to my driver, who was my driver then for a very, very long time. So I think I give the credit to all my co-workers more than my co-stars. I would give the credit to my co-workers for encouraging me to speak the language and for standing by me and tolerating my terrible Tamil that I spoke back then. So I think I owe it to them.
And just a little bit of clarity, you don't say poda to someone, you don't say it usually, you can say it to a child, but you don't say it to somebody who's older, who's much respected, you say ponga. Like in Bengali, you say Jan. So that's the difference. We follow that protocol when it comes to Indian languages. Neha.
All right, a fascinating discourse that about languages. I mean, you know, such a lovely reminder of the cultural diversity of this country. As they say, many Indias in this one India. All right, Miriam, let me come back to you. You know, there are a lot of youth exchange programs that you helm. You work with a lot of people who are immigrants, who come from different cultural backgrounds, low-income families, and also those who are differently abled. Now, when you add the female gender to the mix, does it get that much more challenging and complicated? What has that journey been like for you personally? And I'm sure that as an educationist, you've had a fabulous learning curve as well, working with all these young people.
Well, I think, as you said, it's a journey. And it's a journey we started, and it will continue. So I think the most important thing on this journey is that we do not stop to encourage each other. And I think this is the most important thing for the girls as well and for women, that we encourage each other and we say, you can do it. I think that for men, this is a little bit different because they say, I can do it, I can do it. So, but we are sometimes a little bit more shy and say, oh no, I'm not that qualified and I can't do it because I'm a girl and I come from that background. But to challenge them really to say, you can do it and you are brave enough. And so we encourage the girls, for example, in special programs where we teach them in different sessions that also if they are coming from a migration background, from low-income families, they have the ability to achieve it.
All right, Julia, you know, talking about football and how BVB Frauen became such a household name, the transition of the journey, as it were. We remember in 2019, you know, a banner, which no one can forget, is football is for everyone, women's team now. Right, and then 2 years later, the club delivered and BVB Frauen was formed. Talk a little about that journey. How easy and how exciting was that, Julia?
You did your research. No, yeah, I think that was a very special journey that we started in Dortmund. We had always the men's football team. There was a women's handball team, but never a women's football team. And I think, yeah, the fans gave a bit of pressure to the club to look into this more curious, and that's what the club did. But then, giving a bit of like background insights, the club was actually sitting together with the fans and consulted them and asked them, how should we do it? We had the chance, or we had the option to just buy another club that's already existing, that already has a structure, and just play and take over their players, their league, and everything. Or we could have bought a license to start a little higher. But then the fans said to us as well, well, we are Dortmund, we are Borussia Dortmund. We come from a region which is a working class region.
Right.
So it wouldn't be authentic if we go out and just start somewhere in the second Bundesliga or first Bundesliga already. So the fans decided with the club together that we go on a journey. We start from the lowest league. We start from the bottom and work our way up. And that's what we are doing. So everything that we are doing is very healthy, a healthy development, a healthy growth. And the fans are fully behind it. And that's what we wanted, to bring everyone together.
Fabulous.
All right. Mr. Gupta, if you could just indulge me for a moment before I come to you with my next question, I'd love to actually put a question to Khushbu, one of my favorites in this room. You know, Khushbu, we've talked, of course, about how language has never been a barrier for you, but I want you to focus for a moment on sexism in the film industry and misogyny in celluloid. You know, we'd like to believe we've come a long way. We have a lot of women-oriented movies being made. OTT platforms have revolutionized the entertainment industry, opened up a lot of doors. You know, Ravina was here some time back talking about how, you know, she's in a way started her second innings and is getting to play some wonderful roles. But, you know, just when you think that we've made progress, we've come a long way, along comes a film like Animal. And it reignites this whole debate about how we project women on the big screen. Now, I don't know what your personal view on that movie are. I have very strong views, which I will keep to myself for now. You're also a member of the National Commission for Women. So when we talk about domestic violence, when we talk about misogyny that's projected in celluloid, how do you see it? Have things changed?
All right. First thing I would like to tell in this room that I haven't watched the film Animal because that's not my kind of a film. So I haven't watched that film.
That makes two of us.
Okay, great. Well, yes, as a member of National Commission for Women, it becomes very difficult when we have the cases which talks about dowry, harassment. We still have cases about though triple talaq is abolished, we still have a lot of cases which keeps coming in about triple talaq. The talaq being announced over a phone or through a letter or just by words at home. We do come across a lot of problems about like what Ravina was also discussing earlier about marital rape and any kind of abuse, whether verbally or sexually. And I think, you know, we talk about moving forward. Our Prime Minister has been talking about Beti Bachao and Beti Badhao, where the Prime Minister keeps talking about from women empowerment to women-led empowerment. It's very saddening to see that in many areas of our country, in especially a little lower states, we get a lot of complaints which talks about the basic problem of women. And this is something which we need to address. Fortunately, we at National Commission for Women, we have been given a free hand where we have been taking up cases very, very aggressively, and we have been working on it. But as far as the mindset goes, I mean, if a film like Animal continues to bring in moolahs, bring in as one of the biggest box office grossing film, then we really need to think about the mindset of the people who go and watch such films. What about them?
More, because these movies are blockbusters.
Yes, and they are blockbusters. Even before that, we had a major issue with Kabir Singh. And which was in Telugu, it was Arjun
Same
Reddy.
director.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't blame the director because I think for him it's the success which is going to count. But I am talking about if there is something which is there out on a public forum where we talk about gender equality, we talk about equal respect to women, talking about her dignity, talking about how she should be projected and how she should be respected. And yet you come across a film like Animal and people throng to go and watch these kind of films. And they're all youngsters. They're men, they're all youngsters, they're educated youngsters. They say, oh, we love the film. And I'm like, guys, what's going on in your mind? I mean, I wouldn't want my girls to watch that film. And my girls did go and watch that film because they wanted to know what is it about. They came back and said, Amma, please don't watch that film. My girls warned me, don't go and watch that film. So I think the mindset of the film goer, the mindset of the people who buy these tickets time and again, because you have a lot of repeat audiences in this movie, in these kind of films. So we need to understand that mindset before we talk about the change in a society. So what we show in films is what is actually happening in the society. So the mindset of the people who watch these kind of films need to change. And that is really, really worrying me as to if films like Animal, with so much of misogyny, what you see in the film, if that film is doing so well, where are we heading?
I think that's a very valid point.
Very, very
Khushbu.
valid
We need to look inwards. We can, raise objection to these kind of films being made. We can, object to some of India's biggest stars acting in these movies. But what about those hordes of people who flocking to the theaters and making these movies mega hits?
Absolutely. And moving right away from that kind of a thought, we at TV9, we believe in wow, Mr. Gupta. Wow, we onboard women. And that's an initiative we seriously think about, we adhere to day in and day out. According to you, Mr. Gupta, much like TV9, I mean, some may say it's baby steps, but let me tell you that they walk the talk when it comes to that. How does women at decision-making positions help an organization achieve better? Not achieve their goals, but achieve their goals better, Mr. Gupta.
See, women at the boardroom, when they come there, they are not just helping the organizations to deliver better in terms of the quality of decision making, in terms of the diversity of the thoughts and the ideas which they bring at the board level. They're not just doing well for themselves, they're doing better. They also become the inspiring role models for the generations to come within and outside the organization. So this is the biggest achievement or the highlight, I would say. When women come at the top, they are not just doing well for themselves, then they are doing well for the entire generation which they are following, they are looking forward to, and they learn and get inspired. And I believe that is what the theme of this year's International Women's Day also is, inspiring inclusion. So that is where they inspire others and bring them forward to take leadership roles.
What a wonderful response that is. And on that note, many thanks to all of you. I think it was very brilliant and riveting session. Thank you, Khushbu. Thank you so much, Miriam. Thank you, Julia. Mr. Gupta, it was a pleasure. Please give it up for the lovely panel, ladies and gentlemen.
More power to these lovely women.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much, Sudhaji. Thank you so much, Neha. A little bit of a photo ops. Maybe that can take place. What a riveting session, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about, movies, soft power, football, all encompassing what women bring to the table. Nari Shakti over there. All right, a round lot of applause. And with that, folks, that's a wrap on our session on female protagonist, the new hero. But it is now time to also put the spotlight on our presenting sponsor, because we must do that. TV9 What India Thinks Today Summit, Poonawalla FinCorp, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a short snippet. Take a look at that.
Every once in a while, a success story comes along that redefines and reshapes everything. Welcome to the world of Poonawalla FinCorp, where upwards is the only way to go. We operate on a simple philosophy and vision to be the most trusted financial services brand and to help individuals and businesses to achieve more by offering the best-in-class customer-centric products and solutions. In short, to be a pillar of support to people from different walks of life, with a focus on ethical, transparent, and end-to-end digital lending. Our products, service, and philosophy resonated with the customers, allowing us to script a historic business story. With a record-breaking turnaround time in the history of financial sectors in India, the current valuation of the company stands at over $4 billion. 2023 has witnessed an exponential rise in our business valuation. In just 2 years, Poonawalla FinCorp has managed to race ahead faster than any other player in the finance sector. Behind this phenomenal growth story is a hard-working team, led by leaders with a razor-sharp vision, who are bound by our values of credit. Every team member involved in this success is valued at Poonawalla FinCorp. Through everything we do, our values and culture shine through. With a relentless passion for excellence, we are on our way to enabling dreams for millions of Indians. Poonawalla FinCorp, enabling dreams.
Well, all right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Poonawalla FinCorp as well. And before we move on to our final panel session discussion of the day, we are again breaking that up with another set of Nakshatra Samman, ladies and gentlemen. Our next Nakshatra Samman winner is a world-renowned percussionist, a film music composer, and also a Grammy winner. Take a look.
Classical or fusion. He can hit a high note in both worlds. The virtuoso's artistry knows no limits. Beats, rhythm, jugalbandi. He isn't just a percussionist. He is a storyteller who speaks through the universal language of music. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the global star, V. Selva Ganesh.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. To present the award, let me please call on stage whole-time director, TV9 Network, Mr. Hemant Sharma. Please, would you please grace the occasion and the award section over there. Also joining him, can I please request Pierre Norbert, the CMO for Bundesliga International, to please come on stage onto the award section over there to hand over the award to our Kanjira King, V. Selva Ganesh, right here present amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for V. Selva Ganesh, our next Nakshatra Award winner. And of course, Hemant sir, whole-time director, TV9 News Network. He's here amongst us. Please come to the stage, sir.
Hemant Sharma sir, if we could have you on stage as well.
We're all right. Varun sir, I'm going to have to ask you to please come and present the award, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Varun Das, MD, CEO, TV9 Network. V. Selva Ganesh, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Many, many congratulations to you, sir.
Thank you.
I know this doesn't come close to a Grammy, but I'm telling you, this means a lot as well.
Thank you.
At that, fruitful moment, let me ask you this. People have been reading up about this award, have been reading up about Shakti, have been reading up about your interviews where you've said that this is a historic moment for India. It's a major, major moment for India. But 46 years, and then another album comes. What has it been like working with these phenomenal people? I mean, Ustad Zakir Hussain Saab, you've got fantastic violinists and guitarists as part of Shakti. Uske baare mein bhi kuch bataiye, sir.
You forgot the mention singer, Shankar Mahadevan too. No,
my apologies.
First of all, I would like to thank TV9 for this great, and what a proud woman. As you were saying, like 3 weeks back, I was holding something similar like this in America, in Los Angeles. So you were talking about Shakti. Like recently, I mean, if you see it, that was the Shakti, human power. So similarly, like, Shakti is like a power. This band, like, it's 50 years. So they started in 70s when I was like a 3-4 year kid. The first music which I heard, that was Shakti, because my dad was part of that band.
Wow.
So original member. So getting on the stage to play with them, it's itself a biggest task for me. And it's all a learning process. Each and every moment I learn from John McLaughlin, Zakir Bhai, or Madeline Yushin was part of it too, and Shankar Mahadev and everyone. Like so this was like my family. So Shakti is like my family. Thank you.
That's a great, a synonym for family as well. That is Shakti. Many thanks, sir. Thank you so much for gracing us at this event and the occasion. Congratulations on the Nakshatra Samman as well. All right, Neha, over to you.
Many, many congratulations to the winners. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the last and final panel discussion of the day as our focus remains on India's soft superpower. Coming up next is our session titled Boundless Bharat Beyond Bollywood, where we analyze what's reshaping India's entertainment landscape.
And it's not just that, Neha. It's not just the glitz and the glamour of Bollywood anymore. Movies from across India are making a mark globally. We've already heard the G20 Sherpa talk about it. We've already heard the ladies talk about it. The esteemed panelists, they're all talking about how it's not just Bollywood. Who can forget RRR, ladies and gentlemen, Natu Natu. And moreover, uncover the democratization of music as traditional TV channels give way to music applications. Don't you have your music and your shuffle at a touch of a button, ladies and gentlemen? And to talk about embracing innovation and creativity in this boundless era of Bharat, let's call on stage, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Shekhar Kapoor, actor, director, producer.
Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, if we could have you on stage, please.
Next, let's please call on stage Mr. Ricky Cage. Can I please have you on stage? Music composer, humanitarian, and environmentalist.
Next up, Christopher Ripley, CEO, Sinclair Broadcast Group.
And of course, the man that we just presented the Nakshatra Samman with, V. Selva Ganesh, award-winning Indian percussionist. Ladies and gentlemen, before we call on the moderator, there's a small little snippet, a video that we'd like to show you, ladies and gentlemen, about how Bharat is now boundless. It is beyond Bollywood, for sure. Take a look.
Let's take a look at this AV.
Neither boundaries nor language, bereft of the binary of caste and creed. Art unites a global family like no diplomacy does. Indian maestros are making the world dance to their tune. Reverberating through every soul, India moves from Bollywood only to Bollywood and. In this cosmic harmony of art and culture, the world is finally beginning to take note. Let's reaffirm the potential of boundless Bharat beyond Bollywood.
An August gathering this is of some legends that we have in our midst tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Shekhar Kapoor, Ricky Cage, Christopher Ripley, and V. Selva Ganesh. And in conversation with these amazing men will be my colleague, TV9 Network's Krishna Kumar.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been a wonderful evening. It's been such an exciting evening, such exciting conversations. And we're going to take this to the next level with this last panel discussion. Thank you, gentlemen. Again, I'm going to refer to you as a league of extraordinary gentlemen who've taken time out to be with us. I'm going to begin with a man who's been extraordinary for so long. When we look at things like Hollywood, who goes out from India and makes Hollywood movies and wins Oscars? We didn't know we could do that in the first place. There was an Indian sitting over here who did it a long time ago, and we have people, multiple, they go and just win Grammy Awards every year and come back, also over here. I'm going to begin with the man who took India outside of India and made that name about Indian talent, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor. You're seeing what's happening. You're seeing Natu Natu being performed on Oscar stage. You've been on part of multiple Oscars ceremonies. tell us, when you look at that, we are calling this beyond Bollywood for a reason. You're looking at films not made in the Hindi language in India, doing what they're doing. What does Shekhar Kapoor think when he looks at all of these things?
Can I say something about the previous session on Nari Shakti?
Please go ahead.
I don't know how many of us know that 65% of the agricultural labor force in India are women. And that they come to the fields, they work all day, they go home, they look after the babies, they look after their homes, they cook for them, they send their kids to school if they at all go to school, they come back. Without them, we'd all starve. So how can you not worship women in this country? We would starve without them. So let's get back to
Wonderful
Bollywood.
message, sir. Wonderful message, sir. Absolutely. That's the reason why we spend so much time on Nari Shakti here at the inaugural of What India Thinks Today summit. For a reason we had that. We had such exemplary women on stage. So thank you for putting out that message. You know, just to take the conversation forward, women are our soft power, superpower, and so is our movies, our music. You know, we make so many movies, such great movies in so many different languages. We make music, classical music, folk music, you know, music Ricky Cage makes, which usually people from America make, and that, you know, we Indians are winning awards for. But, you know, talking about a true global Indian, taking India outside, and now when you've already taken India outside with your great talent, but what do you, I really want to come back to that.
Who here knows what is the biggest, what is the one Indian film that is the biggest hit internationally so far? Biggest international hit Indian film. Adjusted for box office and inflation, the biggest hit to date is Avara. If you adjusted it today, Raj Kapoor's Avara has been the biggest Indian hit ever. So this is not a new phenomenon. There was a time when I first went overseas that people from all over Eastern Europe, I went in to repair my watch in Los Angeles, and the guy sat there and looked at me and said, "You're from India?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Avara ho." I went to Russia, and they especially said, "Oh, you're Kapoor, Raj Kapoor, Raj Kapoor." I was given a suite at the hotel, and I hadn't got the guts to say, "I'm not related to Raj Kapoor." So Indian films, actually we lost out because Hollywood came and they had the marketing muscle. And with this huge marketing muscle, they edged us out because at that time, India was going through a foreign exchange problem. We didn't. Now we are back. Now we are back with such a bang. And I promise you, and then you can take the discussion here, because, can I say this?
Please go ahead.
You know what our Prime Minister says is $5 trillion economy? I promise you here, with the new technology of AI, we will deliver an extra $1 trillion with Indian content. And I've not picked out this figure. I work with technology all the time. AI is going to make, because there are more teenagers in India than anywhere else in the world. There are more young people. And the new filmmakers that will go out and conquer Hollywood, you know where they are right now? They're in the slums of Dharavi sitting, trying to learn animation. And they will go on with this new technology called Sora. They'll come out, they're making 1-minute films when they'll make half-an-hour films, and you'll find this little kid from Dharavi suddenly getting an Oscar because they have the hunger. We have the hunger. We want to go out and conquer the world. For too long we've been dominated. Too long, as our Prime Minister says, we are finally giving up the colonial mindset. We're finally giving up the fact that we were ruled by white people once. We're finally giving that up. And these kids, I've seen them, they are going to conquer us. And new technology, AI, is going to give us an extra $1 trillion a year in our economy.
What a word. From the man who taught the world from India how to make a film on Elizabeth. Let's hold that thought for a moment. A guy from India taught the world how to tell the story of Elizabeth. I'm going to come to the Grammy winners in just a bit, since Mr. Shekhar Kapoor spoke such important things about Hollywood and their marketing might, which is the reason why we weren't there. I'm going to take this conversation to Mr. Christopher Ripley and then bring it back to Mr. Selva Ganesh and Ricky Cage. Mr. Ripley, what can we learn as India, lessons from that marketing might of Hollywood? Because we're seeing Korean art and culture doing the same thing. You know, it's India's turn, isn't it? Indian content's turn, isn't it? After Hollywood and Korean art and cinema.
Well, first, there's been a lot of talk about soft power. And I think of soft power sort of like being cool. And the surest way to be uncool is to try really hard to be cool. And so soft power is very similar to that. It can only be a byproduct. It cannot be the main objective. The main objective is great content, great culture, great production value, being the best in your genre. Those are the lessons from Hollywood that India, I think, is on the cusp of nailing a bunch of those categories. When you do that, you get soft power.
All right, great content, great culture, great production. Fair point, I would say. Talking about culture, to the Grammy men on the stage, India, I mean, look at the music that India has. And often, for the longest time, it's always been movie songs, Bollywood songs, is the only export. Now that's changed. Now that's changing. We have people like Ricky Cage going every day, Grammys again this year. Another award this year. That's how it's seeming like. So, Ricky, what has changed in the way the world is perceiving Indian music? Because as in India, we have Carnatic music, Hindustani music, Dhrupad in classical forms, and then a plethora of folk music, from Rajasthani to Tamil folk to, all kinds of folk music in Eastern India, Bengal, Bauli music, tons of different kinds of music happening. Tell us, has the world woken up to the fact that India has so much to offer in terms of music alone?
So thanks for that question, first of all. So I've got some insight into this, and my opinion is a little unpopular, and my opinion is a little controversial, but I will nevertheless put it out.
We love stuff like that. Please go ahead.
So, in my opinion, I feel that, or let me put it back, let me make a more personal comment. While I was growing up, I would travel very often to the United States, and I would watch a whole lot of Bollywood musicians and Bollywood composers perform concerts across America. Sometimes I would watch them even in Europe, I would watch them in Russia, watch them in all these different countries. And I would see that these Bollywood composers and Bollywood musicians were always able to fill complete stadiums, they were able to fill complete arenas, and they would get huge crowds. But the only people who would show up for their concerts are people from the Indian diaspora. Because, and I'm not talking about movies, I'm talking purely about the music. Purely about the music because I'm a musician. Because Bollywood music, barring a few exceptions, had not actually broken cultural barriers. They were just catering to people from within India and the diaspora all over the world. Whereas when I was 19 years old, I had gone to San Francisco and I'd watched a concert of Pandit Ravi Shankar. And when I watched Pandit Ravi Shankar's concert, that was a very eye-opening experience because the demographic of the audience within the theater was very representative of the demographic of the city itself. The city had a 70% Caucasian population. It was 70% Caucasian population in the theater, 5% Asian population in the city, 5% Asian population inside the theater. And I realized that this gentleman, Pandit Ravi Shankar, is playing pure Indian classical music and traditional music. And he's able to break cultural barriers so much so that he is exposing people who would normally not be exposed to Indian culture and music. And he was getting them to pay a large ticket price to actually watch him perform. And then that is when I realized that it's the traditional musicians who are doing this. And at the same time, conversely, in India, now he made Indian music popular all over the world. Everybody knows who Pandit Ravi Shankar is, correct? Everybody knows who he was? Yes? Yes. Okay, everybody knows he won the Bharat Ratna?
Yes.
Everybody knows that his daughters are Anushka Shankar, Nora Jones?
Yes.
Okay, everybody knows him as being the greatest sitarist ever?
Of course.
Okay. Can anybody over here name one album of Pandit Ravi Shankar? He's made 70 albums. Can anyone over here name one album of his? Okay, you can. Can anybody name a song of his? Can anybody hum a tune of his?
Can't use ChatGPT for this.
And that is what? Okay, you can. Okay, so 2 people, okay, in the whole audience. That's about it. So that shows that we ourselves are not appreciating our culture and we're not realizing that our culture and our traditional musicians are actually making it on the global stage, like Selva Ganesh over here, brilliant musician. And he won a Grammy Award this year. Shakti won a Grammy Award. Rakesh Chaurasia won a Grammy Award. Ustad Zakir Hussain, Shankar Mahadevan, Pandit Vishwamohan Bhatt. All of these are traditional Indian musicians who are making it on the global stage. And we in India are the only ones who are not appreciating them.
Okay. I'm right here going to appreciate Mr. Selva Ganesh right away before I come to Mr. Shekhar Kapoor. The question here is that it's all about showcasing that Indian music, isn't it? That, your beats, the beats are universal. There is just no difference. It's the same thing because the world goes around on the same beats. Tell us about what goes on in your mind when you're showcasing the Kanjira to a global audience.
Before that, I would really appreciate Ricky, the way he expressed it, and he's very true. It's very true. Rhythmic, I wouldn't even say like a showcasing something because it is our tradition, right? And the gate openness, where Allah Ka Kanza, if I'm a percussion player, I would put it in that way, and that perspective. Allah Ka Kanza, Sir Zakir Hussain, Zakir Bhai, they've already opened it. So it became easier for us. We don't have to do anything. We just do our best. We just give our 100%. That's it. So which really needed for right now, for any musician, for this generation, give 100% to the music. Don't ever expect anything. I follow the footstep of all these three legendary musicians who's and I would put it in my way. My father, actually, Ricky, he's also a Grammy winner. So, my father and John McLaughlin, John G, and Zakir Bhai, they always do that. Whenever they started the album or any band or something or a live concert, they don't expect anything. They just work hard, correct? So they work hard. That's the showcase, what I wanted to really do it.
Right. Since so much of talk about Pandit Ravi Shankar, the first ever Grammy nomination for India, this is FYI, was for Pandit Ravi Shankar's Sound of Sitar, back in 1967. We've come a long way since then. In the last 10 years alone, Indians have picked up 8 Grammys.
And he won the Lifetime Achievement Award also.
Right. So I'm going to bring this back to Mr. Shekhar Kapoor. So music clearly has taken new tones. It's not just Bollywood songs anymore. There's so much of Indian music to be showcased. We hear you are planning to do Masoom 2. That's what we understand. How many of you want to watch Masoom 2? Look at that. Everybody wants to watch Masoom 2. Big round of applause. What a film Masoom was back in the day. The man who challenged Bollywood conventions back in the day. Today, sir, Bollywood has been truly challenged. Bollywood itself is evolving. It's changing. Indian movies and the kind of Indian movies that get showcased to outside audiences, like he's talking about, if you're showcasing it in New York, it has to be representative of the city of New York. So when they watch it, when people from, Mr. Ripley's nation watch it, they're watching different Indian cinema right now, isn't it?
Okay. Just one thing. Do you know where flamenco comes from? The dance flamenco? From Rajasthan. So Indian forms and Indian traditional music has traveled for centuries. It only stopped in Spain because it couldn't cross the ocean, right? And that's why flamenco stayed there. What was your question?
Question is that, like the way you challenged Bollywood conventions back with Masoom and Mr. India.
One of the things is something we need to take advantage of. The West has plateaued. The West has run out of stories. And one of your questions is, why are the Koreans doing so well? Because the East is a whole repository of stories. It's time for us to tell our stories. It's time for us to find the confidence to go out. And there's no greater repository of stories than India. There's one book that nobody's heard about called Mahabharata, right? Anybody heard about Mahabharata? No, okay. It has every story possible in the world inside that one tale of Mahabharata. So we have the stories, and the West has run out of stories. So it is time for us to go out and conquer the world with our stories. And I say conquer the world, there's a very big reason. When I was a kid, I was in university, what did I want to do? I wanted to wear jeans because they sold me jeans. I wanted to go to Harvard because they sold me Harvard. I wanted to speak American accent because they sold me the American accent. That day's gone. Those days are gone. We no longer are dominated, created by the West that had this incredible marketing machine. But they don't have any more stories. We're the ones. Now we have to go out and be very forceful. It's not just going to happen. And what is on our side is, number one, India. It's a young people's game, right? India has the largest number of teenagers anywhere in the world. Technology is a young person's game. AI is coming in, changing the world. We need to be confident now. And the world has already said, Korea has shown us. There was a time when I saw that there were 2 Korean stories. There was Squid Games, that was the biggest hit on Netflix, and there was this other American film about Chinese in America. I forget the name. Something about Bengals or Kada. Yeah. But the interesting thing about it is there was not a single white American in that film. There was only one white man, and guess what that white man was doing? Yes, boss. And I thought, hang on, that's what Indians used to do in English films. Yes, boss. Life is changing. The world is changing. We have the stories, but everyone in the room here, and TV9, thank you for saying this, and thank you for putting us up here to actually come up and encourage Indian filmmakers to say, it's not just India. You have the word, you have the capacity, and technology is helping you. Everything is helping you. Do you know, when I was offered Elizabeth, I said no 3 times. And then I sat down and I said, I'm Indian. I've been asked to make a film about Elizabeth, and she conquered us. Colonization started with her, and I was a colonized person. And then I picked Kate Blanchett, her first film, Kate Blanchett, I found her. And she said, oh, I'm Australian. I was colonized. So we were a lot of colonial people that sat down and said, how do we teach the British a lesson about their own culture and make a film about their own queen?
You did. You taught them a lesson on telling their own story.
Yeah. And then I sat down and said, who am I? Because art comes through you, right? Art cannot come from somewhere exterior. So I said, okay, I'm not British, I'm not American, I'm Asian. So we all sat down, we hatched a plan, and I called Richard Attenborough. I said, I want you to play a part in it. He said, oh, I don't have the time, they're not paying me enough. And I said, Mr. Attenborough, we allowed you to make Gandhi in India. You have to allow me to make Elizabeth, and you have to be part of it. So you got to fight back. It's not going to be easy. Colonization, you know, our country, Gandhiji and everybody, and our Prime Minister said, get out of that slavery mindset, get out of the colonial mindset. Our film industry has to get out of, hum to sirf India ke liye film banate hain. We have to get out. The world's our oyster. You went out. All of you guys went out. I went out. The world has to follow. For years, I waited for another filmmaker to come. Nahi ji, India bahut acha market hai. 1,000 crores? Hang on. There's a film in America just made $1.5 billion. What are you talking? Right? And so look at it, Bobby, about a doll. So we can do that. I'm saying this because you've given me this platform to tell people, get out there. Just get out there. Be the first people to go out and colonize the world with your stories. We were colonized by their stories. Now let's go colonize with our stories. Yes? So let's go.
Recolonize with our stories. What a message. Ricky, I'm going to come to Mr. Ripley, the talented Mr. Ripley, to talk about technology and the part that it could play. You're laughing so much because that's what you're doing with the kind of awards you're winning. You know, like, you know, when an A.R. Rahman wins a Grammy, it's again for a movie made by somebody who's technically Scottish, and he's trying to do an Indian Bollywood kind of a music for that. And the kind of music for which you won Grammy Award is usually not the Indian Asian types, right? The category in which you won. So in that sense, you're also teaching the world a lesson that Indians can now do this, that what they've been doing all this while.
I would look at it from that perspective, actually.
Oh, come on, you were just clapping a lot for what he was talking about.
No, I wouldn't look at it from that. I wouldn't look at it from that perspective. But you know, at the end of the day, you know, that we are talking about the Grammys a lot over here. But the thing is that the Grammys is the only international award for music that exists today. And that is a little bit of a problem right there because it's an American award. And so basically, why did we as an international community give the onus on awarding an international award to an American organization? So that is where the problem lies, you know. So what we should be doing is that the Global South, we've got musical forms that actually predate the West. Like, for example, it's always considered that Western music is the paradigm and all other forms of music, that is Indian, Celtic, Native American, first generation, Irish, not even that, that's also Western, but Japanese and Korean and African music is considered to be ethnic and exotic music and fringe music, So that paradigm needs to change, because when you think about Western classical music, when you think about classical music, everybody first think about Western classical music. And Indian classical music is exotic. When you think about devotional music, it's always gospel music first, when it is the West. And then all other devotional forms of music is again exotic music. So that paradigm needs to change, because our music actually predates the Western forms of music. So I guess what needs to happen is that we need to figure out a way to award the world,
Absolutely, we need to own up to that.
And set our own narrative.
We need to own up to that, as Mr. Kapoor is also talking about. Mr. Ripley, so then Mr. Kapoor also talked about artificial intelligence. I'm going to take off from that actually. Technology is important. In fact, you are, in the thick of things, bringing a very important piece of technology like direct to mobile to India. That changes the way Indians consume their own content. That's what Ricky is talking about. How many people know which album that Mr. Pandit Ravi Shankar was nominated for? So talk to us about how technologies like direct to mobile can reshape the way people consume content. Indians consume their own Indian content, and obviously the way Indian content is consumed across the world.
Well, yeah, technology is going to have a massive impact. AI was already mentioned. Streaming globalized content in a big, big way. AI is going to be having a huge impact. Just an example from my company, we operate here in India with the tennis channel. We have the Women's Tour Association there, so if you like the WTA, please tune into Tennis Channel. And we operate in many other countries around the world. We are now taking our programming, and with AI, we are versioning it for each one of those countries at a touch of a button. Okay, that's pretty profound. You don't have to create content for each language in each country. So that's pretty significant, and that's sports-related content. Okay, I'm not talking about entertainment content, but I know all the major studios in the US are looking at versioning this way, right? Netflix does a pretty good job of dubbing, but this is going to be something entirely different. You're going to see people talking in your perfect local dialect with your mouths moving exactly as it is. It's going to be quite profound. And that's just the beginning of what AI is doing. I do think technology will benefit incumbents at first. Well-financed incumbents. And I think India, quite frankly, is an incumbent right now. You look at Hollywood, Korea, India, I do think it will benefit India in a big way. And eventually, it will also democratize content creation. At first, it will benefit the bigger, more sophisticated players, but as the technology moves down to the masses, it will democratize content creation. That's been the trend that we've seen. And just to touch on, you mentioned direct-to-mobile broadcast. That is a new technology. I'm sure not a lot of people know what it is yet. It hasn't rolled out yet.
Tell us all about it.
It is, think free dish for mobile phones. Doesn't require any data plan, doesn't require any subscriptions. Allows for targeting and interactivity. So it democratizes content distribution to the phone. And it will inevitably spawn new content types, open up new avenues to content creators. And it should be coming to India soon. And in fact, it will be first in the world here in India.
Wow. So, Mr. Kapoor, you wanted to say something?
I was going to take up on AI because...
Go ahead, sir.
I was sitting with somebody in Singapore FinTech, and they say, well, what about everybody's jobs? Everybody's jobs will change. And I looked behind me, and there was a cleaning lady who was cleaning, and obviously she was older, and she had arthritis in her legs, and she was in pain. She wanted us to leave the restaurant so she could get on with the job. And I said, okay, you think AI is all about jobs, and you also said it'll go with the big players. I don't agree with that. I'll tell you why, because here, everybody told me there'll be a big digital divide. Soon a beggar will come with a Paytm machine to you or whatever and say, hey, just have that. It was like that. The digital divide, there was no digital divide. India caught on like that. Everybody's on it. So AI will do the same thing. But let's look at that lady. I said, ask her, are you happy with the job? She'll say no. Do you want change? She'll say yes. I said, that's 97% of the population of the world. You 3% are sitting on the top and saying, we don't want change because you're sitting on the top. What AI is going to give is that 97% of the people will have a chance to express themselves, to find different things about themselves, to find different ways of living, to expand their consciousness. And when consciousness expands, it moves like that. And that's what AI is going to do. So now you have an organization which is a pyramidal structure. What are you going to do when the cleaning lady has exactly the same tools, the same knowledge through AI as the CEO does? Who's going to run the company? That's the existential change that is coming. Now, I'm a content filmmaker. I'm saying, I know where my competition is coming from a kid sitting in a slum somewhere saying, I can do better than this guy. And AI has given the tools to them. That's my competition. And that's the kid that millions and millions of kids in India are going to go out and make films, and they, through your technology and through streaming and everything, they have the ability to put it out to the world. We're on a roll. It's going to be an exciting world.
It's an exciting world. Selva Ganesh, where is your next competition coming from? Considering the, you have direct to mobile coming, technology coming, artificial intelligence literally, invading all of our lives. Where is the competition for Selva Ganesh coming from?
It's actually bad for musicians. No, just imagine, when I grew up, there was a cassette, right? So then it became a CD. Then it became now everything is on the phone. And now you cannot fool around. You can just say this. People say, no, you're wrong. It's there. I'll tell you who did what. So competition, do you think it was not there when the cassette player was there? It was there all over. So that's why I said you just work with your mind, with your heart. Music is more like that. So I go with my heart, what it says, and then I just do it. And so there is no competition for that. I would definitely say there is no competition.
Right, so Indians should actually believe in the power of AI, in their ability to take their art to the world, isn't it?
Yeah, so again, my view on AI is very simple. A few years ago, maybe about 24, 25 years ago, you could actually create the sounds of musical instruments, which we do now very regularly. You can create the sounds of musical instruments using a computer. You can play a keyboard and you can get the sound of a violin, or the sound of a khatam, or the sound of a sitar, or the sound of a piano. You can get all of these sounds. And the sounds were of such high quality that everybody said that this is going to destroy the livelihoods of musicians, and musicians are going to no longer be required, and composers can just create the music using the computer. But that did not happen. What happened was that the musicians who were the more generic musicians, who were not creative, they're the ones who went obsolete. But the musicians who were creative, and the musicians who would give a composer more than what the composer required, were the musicians who survived. And that is why you have musicians like Selva Ganesh, who are doing extremely well because they're extremely creative in what they do. And that is why everybody wants to work with them. It's the same thing with AI. What's going to happen with AI is that the filmmakers, the ad filmmakers, the short filmmakers who need generic music, like for example, if I'm a filmmaker and I need music for a horror film and I need generic horror music, or I'm making a romantic film and I need generic romantic music which does not require too much of creativity, AI is going to be perfect for that. But for composers, for composers who need to, for filmmakers who want composers, or composers who want to create something that is absolutely unique, unprecedented, and music that is very creative, not been done before, that is where the human connection is going to come in, and that's where humans are always going to be needed. And AI will always follow, because AI can only do things with precedence. So basically, AI will follow all the innovations that human beings create.
I just realized the fact that artificial intelligence begins with art. No. Isn't it, Mr. Kapoor?
You got a chance, Ricky. You and I got a chance. We all were lucky, right? We rose to the top because we got the chance and we did it. Oh, yeah. 95% of people do not get that chance. I'm talking about those 95% of people that now will get a chance because of technology to get themselves heard. Then we come to the question of what is creativity? What is creative? If you want to study AI, you should learn what AI cannot do. All right? I'll tell you what it can't do. When I was a kid, well, lived in Delhi. We used to go up to Mussoorie, Simla, right? All of us went there, and I used to run down. I was 14 years old, 13, 14. I used to run down the hill. As I was running down the hill, I had to already know if it's a river, because the momentum will make sure that I need to know which are the next boulders to step on. I can't make up my mind that. So step on one boulder, I already see, there. Now, AI could give me which boulder, but then I wouldn't do it. Why did I do it? I did it because there was this fundamental fear that I might fall. There was this fundamental fear that I might die. So, fear is a great driver of creativity. Fear is a great driver of human action. You're afraid. So AI can't be afraid, right? AI can't love, because if AI knew how to love, then you'd go, she loves me, 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 she loves me. Where did that go? She loves me not, she loves me not. It's that she loves me not which creates the mystery in love. And that AI cannot do. No fear, no love. It can give you the biggest love story in the world. Hey, I asked ChatGPT to give me a story on Masoom, the next generation. One day I'll tell you what the story is. It had a moral idea to it. Wasn't the story I'm making. But it's really good. But it's just read everything that's ever written and immediately 10 seconds gave me. But it can't love, it can't fear, it can't feel faith. That human quality is what gives you creativity. There. But then, hang on, 95% of people don't get the chance. How long? I mean, I could have not been offered Masoom. I would have been struggling still to make a film. Somebody said, will you make it? And Shabana said yes, and Gulzar said, they could have said no. If they said no, I wouldn't be sitting here. That's the point. AI, what that AI will do is they don't have to go to Shabana. AI will create a Shabana for them. AI will create somebody for them, right? You know which is the biggest brand in the world is made by Disney, Donald Duck. 100 years it's been going on. Now AI will make a human that will be going on for 100 years. Who owns that? A kid in Dharavi? Who owns the copyright for that? It's huge. It's an existential change. And I'm loving it. So, you can see.
Right, I see Mr. Ripley nodding along. Obviously, the marketing might of Disney is another example of how Hollywood was able to push that brand across the India. But, we can continue this conversation for the next 1 hour, I think. And I didn't realize the fact that the conversation on art and music and entertainment is going to be ending up as a conversation about artificial intelligence, which will take an entire day, I think. But it's been fascinating talking to you, gentlemen. Huge round of applause for Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, Ricky Cage, Christopher Ripley, and V. Selva Ganesh. We need to wrap this session up, unfortunately, because we have indeed run out of time. Thank you so much to all of you for listening. Let's also quickly take the photograph as well.
What a session that was, ladies and gentlemen. Artificial intelligence. Do you think Sora's going to be a sorry kind of a situation later on?
Well, I guess we'll have to wait to find out, but I am dying to know what ChatGPT came up with when Mr. Shekhar Kapoor decided that he wanted to take its help to come up with a story for Masoom 2.
Well, maybe we could urge Mr. Kapoor to put that out on his Instagram. Meanwhile, even as the photo ops are on, and we do give away a memento of thanks, a token of appreciation to all our esteemed panelists, Mr. Ripley, V. Selva Ganesh, and of course Ricky Cage, Mr. Kapoor. Many thanks to Krishna Kumar as well for conducting that session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost drawing to a close to this particular event, but...
Well, we still have something special lined up for you. Before we, of course, let the gentlemen leave the stage, I'd just like to say, Mr. Shekhar Kapoor, we are indeed looking forward to Masoom 2, and I know I don't need to say this, but the story must come from you, not from ChatGPT, please.
But all right then, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, very quickly, before we draw a close on day 1 of TV9 What India Thinks Today, our next Nakshatra Samman winner, ladies and gentlemen. And, do pay close attention here, because this is someone who is a box office king, a star rather, Neha, who has captured the nation's attention. Before we move on, Here's a quick snippet. Take a look.
The resolve to not bow down gave India the confidence to rise. With Pushpa, the rise, and Pushpa, the rule, his character mirrors the India attitude of today.
Something about me. When it's Saturday night, I need to blow off some steam.
A box office sensation with a legion of fans across the world. He has allured millions with power-packed performances. An icon for Telugu cinema, he is now a voice of India's soft power. TV9 Network Nakshatra Samman goes to the trailblazing star, Allu Arjun.
Big round of applause for Allu Arjun, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Mr. Allu Arjun is currently shooting for Pushpa 2. Therefore, he couldn't be with us here tonight in person, but he has sent us this message. Take a look.
Namaste. This is Allu Arjun. I'd like to thank the TV9 network for giving me this Nakshatra Samman award. Thank you very much for this award. It's my honor to be receiving this award, and I'd like to thank Ram Garu and Barunji behind this. And I apologize because I couldn't be there in person to receive this award because I'm busy shooting for my latest movie Pushpa 2, which is slated for release on the August 15th. And I'd like to dedicate this award to all my fans. It's their love and support that has gotten me this far. It's to all of you guys. Thank you for all the love. And once again, thank you so much for this honor. Namaste.
Well, we're afraid that Mr. Allu Arjun is not with us. He's shooting for Pushpa 2. But ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's a wrap on day one of the TV9 What India Thinks Today, presented by Poonawalla FinCorp and special partner Prabhuji. But ladies and gentlemen, that's not all. Tomorrow, the 26th of February, day 2 of TV9 What India Thinks Today, we will see more thought leaders, influencers, policymakers from all across the globe right here at TV9 What India Thinks Today, NEWS9 Global Summit, a premier global platform that not just takes stock of India, of where it has reached, but also sets the agenda for its path ahead.
Indeed, Kabir. And tomorrow will be a power-packed day, ladies and gentlemen, with distinguished panels and discussions with the right stakeholders on subjects ranging from India, the global peace catalyst, and the promise and pitfalls of artificial intelligence, to the importance of creating equitable boardrooms and decoding what tailwinds for India mean for you, the Indian citizen. Union ministers will be in attendance, and let's not forget the big one, ladies and gentlemen, the unmissable keynote address at the summit, which will be delivered by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. Well, all of you have been a great audience. Thanks so much for being with us here tonight. See you all again tomorrow. Have a great night.
And also, before we do, shut the lights off, there is, of course, cocktail and dinner that has been placed for all of you, those who are attending, right outside in the open area over there. Do have a good time. Have a good night. We'll see you all again tomorrow. Thank you, ma'am.
The Union Minister of Sports, Youth Affairs and Information and Broadcasting, Sri Anurag Thakurji, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural. Today is the curtain raiser of the second edition of TV9 What India Thinks Today Summit. Over the next 2 days,